This is all good. Ooh.
All right, what's up, everybody? Open comms Friday, new intro.
Holy shit!
intro.
Everything is
Spicy.
working.
That
Yeah,
was
you see
sick.
that?
I fucking love
Everything's
the Wilhelm
working.
scream at the
On
end.
par.
That's
We
what
got-
said.
Did you notice the Wilhelm scream?
did,
I like the
loved
Will.
it.
I mean, you gotta.
loved
I like
that,
it.
Every director has to like that shows their chops as if they can throw a Wilhelm in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we got new intro. We got a whole new layout, new interface that is much less involved in customizing things around. So, hell yeah.
We are. We are the
Oh,
hardest
Manic
working.
made all those, by the way. I was just gonna say.
We're the hardest working Eve talk show on
Well,
Twitch.
some of you are.
Because
Some of us
go
are ride the
hard.
coattails.
So yeah, that new intro that was inspired by the one and only LB. I was watching last week's VOD because I wasn't here, and LB was talking about doing an intro similar to the Pulse, but with open comms, and I was like, I can fucking do that.
Yeah,
I can fucking do
smooth.
that.
I am Manic's muse.
The
So it's
Eminem.
yeah. So I'm really proud of that intro.
It's good.
I've been,
Yeah, I
I've
like
been
it.
waiting to show
Solid.
that off.
That little
Be-
bar diner thing was cool. Like that reminded me of the whatever the celebrity painting where there are all the dead celebrities in a diner. I don't know why.
It's from the Pulse.
Yeah, it's the Pulse intro.
It's
but,
the Pulse
Yeah,
intro.
but modified with the red ship and then.
Oh,
the
I see what you're
comms.
saying. But no, I see what
Now
you're
it's
saying.
the open
Like,
comms intro.
the framing of the bar. I know which painting you're talking about.
Yeah,
The
it's a
old,
very
like,
similar diner
1940s.
shape.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah,
that
'cause
wrap,
you
the
did
big
the-
wraparound windows.
You put the music. Well, you didn't produce the music, but you took.
I didn't
the
produce
music,
the music.
and you put the music in. You did all the color change, which I'm sure that was
No,
90% of
Manic
the.
performed that music.
Yeah, he did.
That was
I
all
thought Darwin
me.
did. I mean, doesn't
I'm a-
Darwin write
I'm
everything?
I'm a Renaissance man.
Including all music in all bars. But yeah, so and then the Wilhelm scream at the end, and then the explosion was added. So I'm guessing that was an effect, right? And then broken windows, and then the open comms taking over the Pulse.
I wish I would have recorded everything that I did because it was a long fucking thing. But yeah, thank God bless CCP for when they made that intro, they made the ship and the ship trails a very distinct color. So it was pretty easy in After Effects to select that color and be like, change this to red. And I had to mask it on top of the space stuff because there's other, I was saying in the pre-show, there's other shades of purple in those scenes, especially when the ship is flying into Jita. There's a lot of purple light, so I didn't want to change all of that to red. So I had to go frame by frame and mask out the ship and meticulously mask out the ship engine trails. It was a pain in the ass, but yeah, I'm so fucking proud of that intro. We can't use anything else from here on out.
Yeah.
Tell you something.
We'll just use it for like everything, any kind of media file. We'll just use that. People are like, all right, so let's check out the. We could look at the new. Congratulations. Well, or we'll check out a video from FanFest and just play that every
Play
time.
that video. Darwin, I can't just roto it. I didn't want to do like even doing it like automatic, letting After Effects figure it out. No. I need control, Darwin. I'm not going to let the software think that it knows what I want.
I don't think
You
it'll be on
don't
YouTube,
know
Valamir,
me.
but usually they will broadcast a lot of the player event stuff from FanFest and everything on Twitch on the CCP channel when it's going on.
Oh yeah,
it is
there will be
Iceland
a
time, so if you're in the
FanFest
States,
live stream for sure.
If you're in the States, it's early in the morning usually, and
Oh,
so
Heroes.
Valamir,
actually-
I'll put it up on YouTube. Don't worry about it.
you mean the intro? Yeah, I thought he was talking about the FanFest stuff. But yeah, I was like, it could be like the Paul Rudd on Conan O'Brien show thing, where you just keep showing that
I was
Mac
just
and
gonna
Me
say
clip
that.
every time.
The Paul Rudd show.
No, wait.
I love
God.
God. Fucking Paul Rudd is he's a national treasure.
He's so good.
I got a healthy man crush on Paul Rudd.
Yeah, like I was not a
I've
big
got an
fan of
unhealthy
the
He's a handsome
movie
man.
Ant-Man, but
It's a great guy.
Paul Rudd
Yeah.
made it tolerable just because Paul Rudd is fun.
He's Paul Rudd.
I don't care about Ant-Man, but he's done 100 other good things, and he,
Yeah.
like you said, he's a treasure. He seems like
you
a
guys
delightful
know
human
that
being.
there's an Ant-Man and a Spider-Man?
Isn't that crazy?
Did you know
And a
that
wasp, right?
Batman?
When are we
And
getting
a
like?
Batman.
When are we getting like Mothra?
When are we getting
Mothman.
like
There's an
sea-
Aquaman.
Is there Sea Slug Man?
Sea
There's
Cucumber
yeah,
Man?
well, there's the tick.
Sea
but-
Cucumber? What about
It's only a matter of time.
SpongeBob. so it's
Algae
close.
Algae Man?
Algae
At the
Man.
rate they're putting them out at like 3 a year and increasing, like it's only a matter of time. They're gonna beat the hell out of that franchise as best they can.
You know what ends when they put Squirrel Girl in?
Oh wait,
Squirrel Girl, I
Girl
love it.
girl.
I didn't realize it was Mrs. LB asking that picture. I was like, how do they know what he's taking?
You gotta get a girl with like baby face, so it looks like she's like storing nuts. Don't take that in the wrong context.
What?
Huh?
Squirrels, like, oh no, that's chipmunks storing shit in their cheeks.
Yeah,
I was thinking of
chipmunks
squirrels,
do
but it's
that.
chipmunks, I think. Do they? Yeah. I watch them out
Can
the window,
squirrels
dude.
do it too, though?
Tiny
Farmland
Dick
does not.
homies, hit me up.
Yeah. I was about to be like, Rain's here, she'll know, but yeah, she's not here.
It's gonna say we need Rain in here to
Give us
talk
the
about
squirrel download.
tiny nuts.
Quick nod to those coasters.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah.
So
You got a
more
little Easter egg message at the top.
more Vegas swag. We've got
Oh,
open
yeah.
comms coasters now. Put
like
your
that.
drink here.
That's excellent.
So yeah, if you're ever unsure of where to put your drink, you put it right there. And there's other text on there too, but you'll have to come to Vegas or
Aw.
look at my Twitter to
I was
figure
gonna say,
out
you're
what
not gonna
that
tell
text says.
Now it just seems
No,
like I'm making an obscure reference.
No, it says tiny dick homies. Like the small text says tiny dick homies, and then put your drink here. So the joke being, you walk by a table, you need somewhere to put your drink. Oh, put your drink here. You set it on the coaster, not realizing that you are outing yourself as
It's
a
only for tiny dick
homie.
homies.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And now you are one of them.
One of us. One
Womp
of us.
womp. One of us. We're gonna start a club.
Oh, I'm sure there's a club out there already.
A tiny dick club.
TDH. Tiny dick homies.
Tiny dick homies.
We'll get some merch up on Doot.gay.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
totally.
We can get some
Expand that
tiny
merch
dick
line.
merch.
Tiny dick homie merch.
Dude, it's 2022. Self-deprecating. humor's
Imagine
never been
imagine
stronger.
walking down Fremont Street in Vegas with just a black t-shirt with white text, tiny dick homie. Or like,
We are going to have that.
I
Right?
have
That's
a
gonna be
tiny
thing, isn't it?
dick. Like that's what the shirt says.
Dude,
Imagine
a whole swarm of them.
yeah,
Wow.
a group of guys walking down Fremont Street with shirts that just say I have a tiny dick on them.
Some of the
I bet
chicks
you
should
end
have
up in a
them,
lot of
too.
people's feed.
Oh
You'll be
my
taking
god.
pictures and shit.
Yeah,
Guys,
some of the
can
girls
we
should
do
have them
this?
on as well.
I'm
just like
in.
The whole,
I think
the
that's a
whole
great idea.
Tiny dick gang.
Tiny dick gang. TDG.
Nothing else. Yeah. Let's put
We're in
speedos
so
on
many
and wear
gangs,
'em.
though. Soup gang.
Speedos.
Now
We
tiny
got
dick
Soup
merch.
Gang,
There we
Tiny
go.
Dick Gang.
Yeah, there's a lot of gangs in Vegas this year. Gang.
Gang.
Gang, gang.
There was
Yeah.
Sunglasses Gang. I took pictures of Sunglasses Gang.
Blue
on the
Balls
pub
Gang.
crawl. Blue
Did you guys
Balls
make any-
Gang.
Hot tub
Did y'all
gang.
make any chain gangs for like the people who get arrested at meets?
Yeah, pretty much anything we did, we just made a gang for it.
And if you were participating in that moment, then you were part of the gang.
That's true.
How do
It's
you
not
call
like
those?
blood in, blood out, though, is
Juice
it?
It machine? That doesn't sound right.
Like once you stop doing the thing, you're no longer part of the gang.
I guess. I don't know.
Like,
Juice It
so-
Machine
so,
is one
like-
of my court mates.
So like we
the
can't.
gang's
Did I say it
on-
right?
no,
I
it's
said
the
it
gang
right?
on a hiatus.
You did.
The gang is on hiatus.
Yeah.
So like just because we're not all eating soup right now doesn't mean that we're not all in Soup Gang.
Right. Yeah.
We're still in Soup Gang.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just like a requirement of like a soup a month at least.
You
Just to-
you have had if you've had soup in the past in
Just
the
to up
recent
your
I
past,
had spa
subscription.
yesterday, so I'm still.
your
no, I had soup the other day,
subscription. Drayden, that's fucking genius.
I'm gonna do a shot.
What did you say? Subscription?
Yeah.
Subscription. We're gonna have Soup DLC that you
Like
can
it.
subscribe
Yeah,
to.
I think stew is a soup. Stew is just a thick chowder, right? So
No, stew is a thin
it's a
chowder.
thicker, it's a more
Right.
chunky chowder. That's
No.
more chunk than chowder, but it's That's why
Cereal
it's
is a
stew.
Chowder is thick. I don't think of stew as thick. It's
Well,
chunky,
I
but it's
think
not thick.
I think
Like
stew
the
and
broth
chowder are the
is
same
thin.
thickness, but
Yeah,
the stew has
comparable.
bigger bits of stuff. Like you got
Stew is thick. It's thick.
potatoes and
There's
beans.
It's
no
13 minutes in. Drayden's right. We have to do
Yeah,
a
we
shot.
gotta do a shot. We'll do a shot for the intro.
Akarat's
The
birthday.
intro is solid.
I was gonna say I'm gonna drink to my birthday even if nobody else does. But thank you, LB.
Akaroth's birthday. I almost called you
Happy
Ashroth.
You can
birthday,
do
Akaroth. What are you
happy
now?
birthday,
29?
Akaroth.
Happy birthday, Akaroth.
25?
I am
We can-
26.
20. I was close.
We can do a
Youngin'.
shot
Damn
for
close.
Manic Velocity's
Congratulations.
birthday
Happy
too, if
birthday,
we
bud.
want to.
Wait, it's your birthday?
Ew.
Oh well.
Who's
Happy birthday,
My
man.
birthday was it was on Monday.
Oh
March
shit!
Fleet.
Happy
Happy birthday,
birthday.
Manic. And you're what? 27?
I am 38.
Oh, you weren't supposed
I
to
wasn't
go with
older
it
than
like
you.
I
And
did.
I figured this is my thought process. I think I posted this in Discord. 38. If you're 38, you're basically 40, right?
No, that's not true.
Nah,
If
I
you're
feel
50,
like
you're
basically
just
40.
round up the 2 years.
No, when
Yeah.
you're 40, you're basically. When you're
So
50, you're basically
so
40.
I'm just gonna be 40 for the next 3 years.
Yeah, that's.
I know when my mom turned 30, she started doing 2010, 2011, 2012, that sort of thing, which works. I think it's different for ladies though sometimes.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
what?
thought you were. I didn't know you were older than
She
me.
was like, "I'm not 30. I'm 2010. I'm 2011. I'm 2012. Whatever."
How does
she
that
didn't-
make it
She
easier?
She didn't accept. She was just being silly. It's not real.
Yeah,
So
Davis,
wait,
I-
is this
yeah.
some weird math?
She
that
wasn't
she's doing?
owning her 30s.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
And
wife
it's
is
scary that I
29.
remember that because I was cognizant for
How many
that.
times
in
All,
my
she's
mid
been
all,
29?
all
30.
wives are 29.
Every birthday cake she ever gets is happy 29th.
29.
I like that.
Hmm.
You sound like a great.
Let's do a shot to my birthday too.
Ew.
Cheers to
Happy
my
birthday,
Cheers,
LB.
Holy shit! Everyone's birthday.
Wait, what'd you say tomorrow?
It's in September.
So
Oh,
happy
shit.
Oh,
happy
Well,
very
happy birthday
belated.
here.
I was
Wait,
about to. I was
So
about
it's
to have to do
we're
some
either
math.
very late or very early at this point.
We're either
Either
drinking
way,
to
we're good.
its memory or it's coming up. You're fine. You're covered on your bases.
Who else has a birthday
But
in the
Drayden's
next
got a birthday.
365
I've got a
days?
birthday
Cheers to
in-
Drayden's birthday. Happy
Drayden,
birthday,
happy birthday,
Cheers.
Drayden.
We're
Cheers.
born-
My birthday's
I-
in like a little more than 2 months, 2.5 months.
And Dominar, you were birthed, not spawned, right?
I was hatched.
Oh, okay. Well,
Dom was forged in another dimension.
ooh,
He
By-
is the egg
Unfortunately,
my
that came
son.
before
my
the
birth date
chicken.
is next month, so
he's the answer to the paradox.
Yeah, I'll be
A
37.
Rothwella has a birthday coming up in the next 365 days.
I don't believe that Mike Azariah is 62. I don't think that's true. He looks like 45 at the most.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, he looks
no-
good.
well, he's retired, so he's got to be in his
Well,
60s.
I was saying I don't
He-
believe
don't
he's
have to.
but you're
38.
right. He doesn't look it. Mike,
Manic,
you
you
don't
look
look.
like
You
you're-
got to make better life choices.
You look
than
like
I
you're
do.
28, not 38.
I am perpetually gonna be like 28. Yeah.
He gets,
Dude,
Manic gets carded sometimes
having-
still.
if having Keanu syndrome
Listen,
is
this
the
is
worst thing
fucking
going on for
Utah. You get carded going to the fucking grocery
Oh,
store.
no, that's
like,
just Utah. Okay, I thought it was you.
no, they card everybody because
I was
it's Utah.
sad when I
Bunch of
didn't get
fucking
carded the other
prudes.
day because it said we card anybody who looks young. Looks younger than 40. I'm like, fuck you, motherfuckers! Card my ass.
I was behind an elderly lady one time at a gas station, and I think they like humored her and did it. And they're like, "No way, you're such and such," and she was like, "I am," and I'm about to kick the door
they're-
in on 60 or something. And they were like, when I heard her say it, I was like, maybe she said 70. I was just like, I want to have that attitude one day.
Yeah.
Like, fuck yeah, I'm this old, and I'm about to kick the
You're-
door in on the
you're
next
only as-
decade.
Only as old as you feel.
So one
So
of my
far,
It's
I'm not
like
gonna ever grow
I
up.
still feel like I'm 28.
yeah, exactly.
I think I
I
just
feel like I'm
stopped
14.
growing at that point.
Yeah.
One of my twins got engaged this week.
Ooh, congrats.
So-
Hopefully.
I told him to make sure you call your grandmas and tell them, right? So he texted my mom and said at 8:30, I'll get off at 8:30. Will you still be awake? My mom was pissed. She's like, fuck you. I'll be at the bars, fucker.
Oh wow. I wasn't sure which direction that was gonna go.
Yeah, I think
she's
Sometimes
72,
it's nice
so
to go to bed
or
early though. You guys ever just go to bed at like 9:30
Not
and
even
get a
Sometimes.
really
Oh, yeah.
good long sleep?
Yeah.
Yes, on the
I'm gonna
first
sleep
part,
when I'm
no, on the
dead.
second, but I do the weird thing where I don't really have like a set sleep schedule. I just kind of I sleep when I'm tired and I don't when I don't, or don't when I'm not. So
Yeah, I
like
do
sometimes
the
I'll get
same.
home from work at
Yeah.
3 and I'll sleep till like 6 or 7, then I'll get up and I'll be up till like 4 in the morning, then I'll nap a couple hours, get up for work. I don't know, like that's just I just gotta, if I'm tired I'm gonna go sleep. If I'm not, then why am I gonna lay in bed? Waste my time.
I don't know. I'm perpetually running on fumes, but I also am like afraid. Like if I go to bed when I get home from work, which I'm always exhausted, but like if I allowed myself to lay down and go to bed, I'd be down for the night. Like my body will just take as much as it
That's my
needs.
daughter. Yeah.
And I hate to lose my evening, so I just don't do it.
Have you ever laid down for a nap after work and then woke up like your alarm clock says the time that you're supposed to get up, but it's PM instead of AM?
Yeah.
And you wake
Yes.
up and
Freaks
it's
you
Yeah.
like,
out.
Horrified.
God.
Freak out.
It's a terrible feeling.
Yeah. Freaks.
I'm late for work.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
a
I've done
terrible
that.
You can
feeling,
run
you're
downstairs
right.
and your family's like sitting down for dinner. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck's your
Where's
problem?
my stuff? I gotta go.
The yeah.
What are you
try-
guys eating for breakfast? This is ridiculous. I have no time to talk.
Yeah, it's I've done that before. It's
Well,
it's
if
always
you
like
already
you
do
get up so
those
quick, you're like,
Saturday
oh
mornings,
shit, and you're like roll out of bed, and you're all getting up, and all of a sudden then like you finally wake all the way up, you're like, why is it still fucking dark outside?
I mean, if you wake up at proper times, it's supposed to be dark outside. Kidding.
True.
I stay in bed till like
not
fucking
7:30.
farmers, Akaroth.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends how far north
least
you
in the
live.
military.
Thank you.
Yeah, that too.
Oh yeah. Well, I sometimes I forget that the Earth is spherical. Sorry.
I gotta get up at like 7.
We don't know that for sure yet.
It's usually in the middle of winter.
Can't
It's pretty
prove
dark
it.
when I still wake up, but most of the year it's light enough that you know it's the morning by the time I wake up.
You have anything Eve related to do a
We
shot? to?
do.
Maybe,
Oh.
Sutonia?
Oh,
Have you
you
guys,
guys
signed
are
up for your
getting
dating app yet?
played.
I don't think so. I think it's real.
I-
You guys.
I think
We
it
have
might be.
we have
Who
Darwin
does,
in the
who
chat.
does like a 2-week build up to
We have
the April
we have
Fool's joke? That's ridiculous.
Sutonia
A really good
does.
joker.
Sutonia.
Sutonia does.
That's the thing. I don't know him that well. Like he seems like he's got subtle
Sutonia,
humor.
he would totally play this long con. He absolutely would.
I feel like it's probably real.
I
We need
I
our
think so.
Okay.
CCP assigned dev to pipe up in
we
chat.
have
See,
we
Darwin
have
would be on the tape.
we have, and it's good that Darwin happens to be our short straw assigned CCP dev
That's right.
because he is the smoking gun here. Here
It's
I have
true.
I have a theory that this is a long con joke from Sutonia, and he got everybody at CCP in on it. And here's why. I feel kind of bad if I've got the nail in the coffin, then I feel bad for saying that. It's okay. Nobody watches this shit. It's all right. So here's what happened. Okay, so Exhibit A. Sutonia posts the tweet at midnight his time on April 1st. So, but that could
I thought it
could
said
just be
7
like
p.m. Like on his local Twitter thing, it said like 7:07 or whatever. I thought
no, that would be your
Hmm.
local.
That'd be your that's your local.
it was
Twitter.
on his video. It was the video of like they delete whatever the thing is and they type in CCP
Okay.
dev or whatever. It said on his.
So
thing,
that's
like,
probably
7
when
o'clock,
he
I thought.
made the video, but when he
Exhibit
posted it
B.
when he posted it to Twitter, it was
That's fair. Okay.
Exhibit B. After Sutonia tweets the announcement, I see a tweet reply by CCP Darwin, and he says, "MFer, you got me, motherfucker, you got me." Like, oh, I fell for the joke. Haha, April Fools, good one. About 20 minutes later, that tweet gets deleted. And then CCP Darwin re-replies with something to the effect of, I knew this was coming for such a long time. Welcome aboard. Like, he deleted, it's okay. That's my theory. My theory is that this is all a joke and we've all been played. Sutonia is the puppet master in this chicanery. And I think the smoking gun was a deleted tweet by CCP Darwin.
I could see it. And so Rain brought up that point about like, well, you can't impersonate devs, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, you don't want to make a policy of any of those things. But one, around April Fools, CCP has done some pretty cheeky stuff in the past.
Yeah.
And obviously with a very prominent player where it would be pretty above board, they wouldn't just pick random Joe to like play a good joke with. They would use somebody who was pretty upstanding in the community, which I think most people would agree Sutonia is pretty well thought of. So like
and he has a really good relationship with CCP.
I could see it there. They could play together and have fun with it if it was fake. But I'm hoping it's real because Sutonia is cool.
If this is a long con, then shots to Sutonia, bravo. This is so well played. Like, yeah, kudos, bro.
I mean,
So
So
yeah,
we're
my
getting
my,
it
my
higher.
theory.
I think it's legit.
My theory, it's solely based on a suspiciously deleted tweet. Like somebody reached out to CCP Darwin and said, "Hey, we're making a joke of this. Just go ahead and play along." So he deletes the tweet and then re-replies in the affirmative. So that's my thinking. I'm probably wrong.
You notice he went super silent in chat.
Oh, where you at, Darwin? Where you at? Come
Don't
on,
you hide from
bro.
us.
I was watching you, man.
He's got
It's okay. It's fine.
He's got the higher ups like smacking him with NDA or something like, no, shush.
Do you want to get
Yeah,
reassigned?
so
They've
Well,
pulled
so,
the plug
okay.
on his corporate sponsored internet deal.
if
They're like,
if
I'll have
this
you
is
watching
real,
Evan McLean in no time.
if it's
Get your
true,
shit together.
I don't want to diminish you know, Sutonia's accomplishment. If it is real, then congratulations. Seriously. Yeah, he's joining the team as a QA analyst.
Nice, Drayden brought
Yeah.
up the picture.
Yeah, I was a little late in getting it. but-
CCP has a rich history of hiring prominent and skillful players. Like
Yeah.
that's something they do well versus I've never seen another developer do that so noticeably as
I'm-
CCP does.
And I'm actually happy. I mean, like, yeah, if this is a real thing, I think it's real. But I'm really happy with where they put him too, because they've been hiring a lot of community devs from the player base. So I mean, you got Convict, Swift, Aurora. Although Aurora got moved to
Aurora is now a developer.
yeah,
Just
game
full
developer.
dev,
so,
yeah.
so she got moved over. But yeah, so Sutonia like would be great as a community developer, but he's so knowledgeable about the game that I think his skills in
Yeah.
QA would be much more valuable there. So I'm glad that's where he's headed.
Perhaps you may be able to help solve a mystery.
if you have information, please call our producers. That's
I love it.
that's not my best Robert Stack. I could probably do better than that.
It's not bad.
I'll get some more alcohol in me.
Didn't have the Law and Order dun thing ready, but
Jung jung.
Oh, that would have been good soundboard.
Yeah. Oh man.
We should get
Oh,
that.
that one.
Somebody starts digging into it like a hot scoop. Just dum dum.
yeah, there's
We just
some
have the breaking
classics.
news.
There's the breaking news. There's some classics though. You got to get like the X
just
Files
in.
bit, the little X Files thing for when people start getting tinfoil.
Yeah. That would be good as well.
Got that's a good
There's
one.
that.
Got the dun dun dun.
That one.
Yeah, but yeah, we need Law and Order and unsolved mysteries.
Is it
Maybe a CSI like Miami where it's like, yeah.
is it
if
the,
we're going
this
with
is
crime
Oh
shows.
yeah, that would be a
Isn't it?
good one.
What was that one?
And then
that,
Drayden takes off his Dr. Science glasses.
Yeah, the
Go- what were you saying, Drayden?
oh, I was just saying for the for like the rants. What did we do? It was like the This Is Eve.
It was the
background.
this if
Yeah, we-
this
Yeah,
is easy.
we need that for when someone just goes off on a rant. Just play
That's
that.
Such a good song.
I
That's
know.
the perfect song when somebody is ranting drunkenly.
Yeah.
That was it fed Dirk perfectly
Yeah.
It really
because
did.
it would start off real low and he'd be okay, and then it would start picking up, and he would pick up like the music was driving him. It was
Yeah,
fucking
It's perfect.
hilarious.
What song is this?
This is
This
Eve.
is Eve.
background.
Oh,
You know,
It has the
dun-
music
Yeah.
behind it.
it's very cinematic and
Sure.
this
Yeah,
Yeah, it starts
upwelling
low, it
orchestra.
builds, it builds,
yeah.
it builds, and
Gotcha.
crescendos, and the other thing is like I think as it went, he would realize what was going on, and he would go, and he was really good about finishing his rant as the thing ended. Like he would finalize
The
it, just
first
like,
the
boom.
first time we did it, he had no idea what was
Skillful.
happening, and he couldn't even hear the music,
right.
but everybody else could. He was so like
Hey, it was so
in the
funny.
black.
That
rage or
was
something.
that was a classic moment.
Um,
I'm gonna load those into the soundboard. You guys go ahead and talk.
Okay. What else do we have to do shots to?
well, shots wise, I don't know. I was just gonna say another quick little thing. It's already over with, so if you missed it, then you missed it. But they had some heavy industry packs. At first, I
Boo.
was sitting when I saw the name of that, I was like, "Oh no, are they?"
There was no
selling
ships
Are
in
they
them.
going to sell
Not
Rorquals
not
now?
again.
no.
Resheathe your swords and put
But
down
yeah,
your
no,
pitchfork.
they weren't selling ship. They were selling is like some Omega Time, a little bit of Plex, an accelerator. There was an accelerator, but whatever. Like, and then a Porpoise skin. Skins I'm fine with. And then there's 100,000 skill points. I know people get upset when they sell skill points, but 100,000 skill points, that's like 2 days worth. and the pack is $30. No one's buying that for the skill points. I mean, you could spend you could spend half that on Plex and buy enough.
You want to know
buy
my
a skill
opinion
injector,
on the
get
skill
5
point
million
sales?
skill points, or however much reduction you get. But so there's no one's gonna buy 100,000 skill points for $30 just for the skill points. So that's
Lay it on us, LB.
whatever. Good.
I don't like the skill points, but I don't hate the skill points because everyone says we need to have some sort of mechanism for new players to compete with older players. So I'm okay with them selling small amounts of SP for cash.
Well, the
Fine.
thing is, in my opinion, this is like I said, no one's buying this for the skill points. It does help because I mean that's only
Right.
2 days for the skill points, but if
the
you're
skill
like
points are just a
coming
nice
in,
added sprinkle on the donut.
yeah, you're not going to get any major skill with that. But what that would help with is like when you first start, there's a bunch of the like skills that you have to get even to just level 1, and they're usually like 5 to 10 minute train times. But it's like Afterburner 1, and then this level 1 and this level 1, just to be able to fit even Tech 1 of the most basic modules out there, like hull upgrades 3 if you want to put a damage control on, stuff like that. It's like those are all like 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 6 minutes there. But I mean, like once you get all of them in there to like even just fit up a basic ship, it's like you kind of have to have like an hour go by before you can even fully fit a ship.
I think a lot of characters start with those.
This would be
actually by
nice to
default.
kind of like you set if you do it somewhat smartly and set a bunch of those early like level 1s and 2s and then just throw these skill points on it. Boom! Now instantly you can like fly your Tech 1 Kestrel with Tech 1 basic fits. Cool. I'm fine.
I'm kind of with LB on this. Like, I don't love it. I don't care for it a lot because big dynamic of this game is the overtime. And I try to tell new players like in my alliance and whatnot, like when they're like rushing to doctrines, I'm like, dude, been around this game for way too long. If you like this game and you stick around, you'll have it all eventually. Like, don't rush through this game. There's no rushing to the finish line. You'll never find it. Like, you could if you have like $1 bajillion and you could just max everything out. But like, that's not practical. You can be here for 15, 20 years and like you'll still have stuff to train. So like, what's the rush?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, it's actually impossible without buying, like you said, tons and tons of skill checks. It's impossible to be level 5 at everything because the total amount of training time, even if you have like the perfect attribute set and you had like enhancements and all that stuff set and implants and everything, there's more skill training time than the game has even existed. So you just
and
can't
I think
have them.
And he touched on it. I think it's right that a recurring opinion of players who've tried Eve or want to try Eve is that I'll never catch up. I can never catch up. That's such a intimidating thing to people, as though it's a fucking race again. But it's okay. Like I agree that players have that feeling. Obviously, people have voiced that. At this point in the run, we're almost 20 years in. It is okay to give people a way to catch up. And one thing I don't care for is like skill farms. Like, I don't like the fact that the ships, even if it was an obscure fucking retriever, that does affect the economy. There are new bros out there, maybe, or just people out there who are making XY ship, even down to like destroyers and frigates. That's probably how some people cut their teeth in industry, and they probably fuck them a little bit with those packs. But long story short, I have no love for skill farms. I think that's like silly, and I just don't like much of the stuff around it. So it doesn't break my heart to see those people, disadvantaged.
Yeah. Thanks for the resub, Malcolm.
Malcolm, thanks for the sub, bud. Appreciate it. I you know what I don't like is I don't like when people talk about new players catching up. I hate that.
There is no catching up.
You're not going to catch up, and there's no MMO you can ever join like 20 years into it and be like, I'm going to catch up. It's not a fucking thing.
Right.
So like competing, I agree with competing. New players
I want to be competitive.
I want them to be able to compete with older players.
Well, they can compete in a certain section.
Yeah. Like, so if you're in an industry, you can inject skill points to compete in the industry. If you're in a PvP, like let's subcap PvP, you can inject skill points to compete in subcap PvP. But there's no catching up. You're never going to catch up to, well, maybe even WoW or something like that, where it's just
games that you can get to a level cap. There are games where you can just cap out, and there's nowhere to go after that. But other than just getting the rare,
there are
rare
two
like
things in this issue.
collectibles and shit like mounts and stuff like that. But
there's two things in this issue. There's skill points and there's skill. You can buy all the skill points you want. You don't necessarily get the skill with that, right? Just because you can fly something doesn't mean you should or you know how to, right?
Well, and that's why in this,
there is both those
never
aspects
stopped
to
me.
Eve. I mean,
in this game, that's an easy way to naysay anybody who's like, it is pay to win, blah blah blah. And it's like, no, you can buy your way through all sorts of fun things and smash your face against the wall, just like anybody else who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. For a long time, like before they even had ejectors, it wasn't pay to win, it was wait to win. It's,
Yeah.
it's like
Or what you'd get in the past was people would spend money on buy a nightmare and officer fitted out, right? Because you could do that in the past, not have the skills to use anything or know how to use anything. But there were people that's how they were wasting their money. Now people are buying skill points instead of buying ships that they aren't really skilled to fly either. Yeah, so
Did
I need
anybody
to draw
catch?
attention to
Yes,
Tadar
thank-
Prime Ponies Club skin that he just put in there.
I
It
did.
was,
I that was very very cool.
the
Thorax.
tiny dick homie skin was good.
Tiny Dick Homie's thorax, and he made the thorax shorter, which is
It looks girthy though.
I didn't even think about that. That's
It's
so
at least
funny.
Notice that
what it
part.
brings to the
Oh my
table.
God.
It's like a mini.
It's the chode of thoraxes.
That's funny.
Tiny
I
Dick
didn't notice
thorax.
that.
Holy shit! Get the fuck out of here!
that's so good.
That is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
It's very good.
We need to take that image and put that on a shirt.
Hold
If
on.
Eldar
Did
Prime's
did
okay.
anybody throw that in Twitch chat? The people
they
need
did.
to see
I'll
this.
put it up on
It's
the
in Twitch
stream.
chat, yeah.
That's where it was
Twitch
from. Yeah.
chat.
Well
Oh
originally, I think it
my
was, yeah.
god! It's a shrunken thorax. Like it just got out of the pool.
It's a grower, not a shower. There's nothing wrong with it.
How embarrassing! Imagine if
He
your
was in-
thorax looked like that. Ew.
He was in the pool. He was in
I
the
thought it
pool.
looked
Yeah,
fine. It
that's,
looked
that's
good
what I
to me.
said.
There
He
was a
just got out of the
draft.
pool.
I thought it looked huge.
Oh my god! Dom's like, I don't know. It looks pretty
That's a
big to
pretty
me.
average. That's a pretty average thorax. That's pretty
Nothing wrong with it
nothing
as
wrong
far
with
as
that
I can
thorax
tell.
at all. Yeah.
That thing's monstrous. What are you talking about?
Fucking huge. You guys shut up.
Is that an avatar? Like what the hell? It could have fooled me.
God, what was that one me? I think it was in this Sinners Discourse. This thing with this chick's like, oh my god, look at these bananas. They're so cute. They're not even as big as my hand. And it cuts
the
over to the
guy
guy.
is
He's like,
like,
I don't
I
know.
don't know. It looks
He's like,
pretty
cries
big.
pretty
big.
big to
Pretty
me.
big bananas.
They're
I saw one-
enormous. They're fucking huge.
I saw one
Big.
last week, and it was somebody having like a very small banana in their hand, and it's like, oh shit, I found an 8-inch banana or whatever, like in their palm.
That's funny too.
That's
Oh,
Classic.
goodness.
Like I said, 2022, lean into it, make fun of yourself. The people of the opposite sex love it, or of the same sex. depending
It's
on what you're into.
intimidating, dude. I have a tiny vagina, okay?
That's gotta be probably the best sound clip
It's
ever.
yeah.
made.
That was all from one show.
That was
Unhinged.
all
Yeah,
New
roll
Year's
that night.
Eve.
It was
Rain,
funny. She was
Rain
very
got
funny.
fucking hammered and then just showed up, trashed his.
Unhinged Rain is gold.
We
It
got
was-
so many sound effects. We got so many gifs out of that show.
Oh, the
like
slurping came from
New
that too.
York-
the
didn't it?
slurping.
New,
yeah.
New York, New Year's Eve. Yeah, we got the slurping.
Yeah,
I know
Daddy.
you get on kill mails.
Oh fuck! What a
That's so
what a good
fucking
one.
good.
Oh, good times.
Hell yeah.
It was very good.
Okay.
Goodness.
But
Want to talk about Eve
but the
Online?
industry packs are gone. I mean, if you try to click on them now, you just get 404s. So if you missed
Good.
out, I guess you missed out.
They had Plex and multi-character training was on sale too.
Yeah,
That's gone too.
they did a
That's
few
a
of those
good deal.
recently.
That's
Yeah, that is
actually
one
a
of-
good deal.
Those only ran for like 2 days.
They had like
Yeah.
multiple of them though. They did like a couple different iterations of it. I felt like in like the last month.
Well, they do
they've
that. They
been
do that
doing a
deal
lot.
every 3 months. So every
Right,
3
but-
months they run a 50% off Omega and MCT for 3 months, which is
Yeah,
what
but I
would
think they did it in
espouse.
another way as well. Like I think there was at least 2 of
Oh, yeah.
those within the last month, and I know
So
that
every
they do a
quarter they do
cyclical.
this. That's
But,
cool. I did not realize that.
I mean, it may have been something else with it or something, but like I feel like I saw that deal like 2 weeks ago or something, and then they were talking about it like a couple days ago. Anyway,
Yeah, so they had that deal too.
I don't imagine anybody here was around for it, but just to segue over to something else. Anybody see that big Fata Bolus battle report from a couple days ago?
It
Mm-mm.
was the JTAC T.
That's right. Looked
I
like a
didn't see
meat
it.
grinder.
I heard about it
It
Over,
sounded like both sides had a lot of fun, so those are the cool ones.
over a armor timer for a Fortizar, right?
Armor timer on a fort, and goons clamped down, and they went balls deep. They paid quite a bit for it, but like everybody said they had a great time. There was a ton of destruction. I think it was like over a trillion battle report or something, like
Oh,
for an armor timer and some
like a
bumfuck
$1 million
fort.
battle?
Well, with inflation, maybe, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
A
shit.
million ruble battle?
Well, definitely.
More likely that
Probably-
one.
Probably
100%.
a billion ruble.
Like I could
Very
undock a
likely.
fucking Corvette and self-destruct it. That's a 1,000,000 ruble battle right there.
Some hungry little kid in the Urals is just like,
There.
why? Why are you so
They
cruel?
actually went back up. I'm not gonna. We don't have to get into.
Yeah, it's probably best we don't.
You want to do the get to the Plex thing?
Okay, I've got sound effects. I've got Law and Order and X-Files.
Perfect.
Nice.
That's all we need.
And I kept my mouth shut while you guys were talking about skill injectors.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
You don't
it's
like
whatever.
those? I thought you liked-
I really didn't like them when they came out. I kind of don't like
No, we
them,
can
but
move
I,
on.
underst-
Try
I
it.
understand.
move
I
on.
understand the
We can move
existence
on.
of them. It's fine.
There's like
it's
a
fine.
whole. There's a whole another week worth of news to talk
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
We'll talk about
Let's
that at the
talk-
end
let's
when
talk
we're
about
thoroughly
actual
sauced and
deep news.
actually angry.
Just grind that axe.
So we don't have to get into the politics of Ukraine. But speaking of Ukraine,
Oh,
nice
Flex for good.
segue.
yeah.
Nice.
So
Let's do a shot to that.
Yeah, you should get a shot ready. This was
Shots
quite
for Plex
surprising.
for
This
good.
was way more than I thought was going to come in. So the Plex
This was
for
the
good
biggest
thing-
one, I'm sure.
Yeah,
This is absolutely.
is it the biggest one? Okay, I don't remember what the
I
other
don't
one.
They
think
give a
they've
list.
got
They give a
nearly
list in
this-
the article. We can go over it.
Yeah. But yeah. So the Plex for Good Ukraine came out. The final numbers: $501,652 went to the Ukraine donations. That's credible. Broke $500,000.
That ain't
Yeah.
nothing to
That
sneeze
is
at.
insane.
Sure.
That's video game nerds breaking $500,000
So
in
yeah,
donations.
And CCP, because I
Yeah.
think they matched it up to
they
250
matched.
or
So
something,
it was
right?
about 250,000.
Oh yeah.
So that means we made sure and hit it so that they matched it all
Yeah.
complete.
Yeah,
I love to see that because companies are
um,
like, we'll match a bunch, and then like doesn't happen.
Yeah, I like the match. It was matched. Well, they matched it up to an amount, right?
Up to 250,000.
Oh, so
Something like
okay,
that.
so they hit the. Oh, that's.
I
what
think
they hit.
so. I mean, LB read the article. He can post it.
Yeah. So shots to everybody for getting the Plex out there, and then also shots to CCP for matching it because that's awesome as well. So $500,000.
2 shots? 2 shots.
Two shots.
2 shots.
I tweeted
say-
it.
I'd say
So-
$500,000 is worth 2 shots.
I'd hope you could get 2 shots for
Yeah,
$500,000.
that's our price point. We'll do shots for $250,000.
We will.
That's right. $250,000
Well,
in
listen,
a shot.
if you donate $1, we'll do a shot to you.
Did we do a shot to Manic for his awesome animation?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Did we? Let's do another shot to Manic because he's fucking.
Well, I still gotta do another.
Shot to Manic for the intro. There's
Fuck
shots.
Yeah,
Whatever.
good
Shots,
job, Manic.
fucking
You're
A.
fucking amazing, dude.
I like the trajectory we're on. Let's make sure and do like 20 more shots in the next.
Everybody
What
gets a
else can we
shot.
do
This is like the
shot to?
Oprah Winfrey show. Everybody gets a
Get
shot
You
tonight.
get a shot.
You get a
That's
shot.
what-
Look
Yeah,
under your
dude,
chair.
shot
You get a
Oprah
shot.
You get a
Shots
look under
over
your
here.
chair. Everybody's got shot glasses of Tito's
Yeah.
underneath their chair.
Although
That just makes me
Did we
think
do
though.
that?
If that actually
We
was
do that for a
though,
fan
you
fest
know that they're
presentation?
That
doing-
would be
That'd be
so
awesome.
fucking cool.
Yeah, but you would know there'd
Everybody
be the one
look
guy
under
that
your
noticed
chair.
it before, and so there'd be like a bunch of people looking and be like, "No, there's not." And there's like the one guy who's just shit faced, who's like
Yeah.
taking like 20
Oh, yeah.
people's shots.
There used to be.
One
There-
guy got there early and stole everybody's shot.
The one fan of the show showed up knowing that was going to happen.
It was CCP Darwin.
Sounds
Inside
like something we
job.
do.
That's why he allowed them to book us for a keynote.
Yeah, yeah. We should have an open comms presentation at FanFest.
Should we all go to the next year's fan
I mean, is
fest?
anyone
Let-
going
let-
to FanFest? I
let's
think Rain
all-
might
I
be,
do that.
but
I think
that's-
I'm in.
Rain,
Manic. I think it's a
Rain.
good
I think
idea.
Rain canceled. I
Oh.
canceled.
Dom is going.
Um,
This year?
Dom,
No,
you gotta
next year.
represent.
I'm going to go next year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going next year for the 20-year
What if we
anniversary.
call in on Zoom?
We could do that. They do. it
No,
online.
no, we're not going to half-ass it. Listen, this is the hardest working talk
But
show.
we're also the least
EVE
working talk
Online.
show. That we got to hit
We
our
are
other maximum.
simultaneously.
We-
We are
we-
simultaneously the most and least hardest
Yeah, we hit the
working talk
maximum
show in
tonight,
Eve.
and then on FanFest we got to hit that. We got to do the bare minimum. You know, we're
No.
only bringing
Not-
five.
not for the
five we're only
20-year
bringing 5 pieces of flair.
Guys, you
to
got to
that
start
thing.
planning
Only
now.
5 pieces of
How
flair.
would
All-
you feel about someone who did the minimum?
Yeah. Remember the guy who did the bare minimum? Yeah, didn't think so.
I don't know.
Now see Todd over there.
Nobody remembers the guy that did the bare
Oh,
minimum.
look at you using
He's got
logic and
35
shit on us.
pieces
That's
and a great
ridiculous.
smile.
Yeah, sorry, Zanus. No, we're not going.
We got to make the 20-year. Holy shit! An open comms
make an
party
effort.
in Reykjavik would be off the fucking
That
chain.
town would burn the fuck down.
We would,
We'd go set
Oh.
off a volcano. That's what we should do.
for legal purposes, this is a joke. We
Yes.
would
What?
burn the city down.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
We don't wanna get banned from Iceland.
Metaphorically.
Metaphorically speaking, we
In-
would
in
burn the
party,
city
in
down.
party speak.
Literally
Yeah, travel
speaking, we would
advisories.
We would
probably
burn
just
it down
drink
with positivity.
Yeah, in literal speaking, we'd just drink a bunch, act like idiots, and
In
Uh,
literal
get
speak,
drunk.
we
I
would be
might vomit
very
in an alley.
respective of
Yeah.
people's personal
As far as I
space
know.
and property. We would not get arrested.
oh, it's not in the winter,
I
is
can't
it? Damn,
guarantee
I was
that
like,
one.
if it was in the winter, we could do like human dog sleds down the street, like race,
Goodness.
like just get human dog sled things and just race those. Like that, I think that would be hilariously fun.
That would be vomit inducing for sure.
After the pub crawl, yeah, we all go sledding. That's a good idea.
Super blackout drunk. Get in
no,
this
it's
harness.
dog sled. So it's like we'd have to like get some
Strap
rope.
him to the sled.
We'd have to get some rope and have like 3 or 4 people just all hold it and like pull one person on like in like a shopping
That
cart.
does
down the
sound
street.
like fun.
Get,
I'm
like,
not
as
gonna
You
lie.
have to be drunk to go sledding?
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Like,
drunk and in
this
shopping
is-
cart sounds like breaking your face.
I mean,
We'd
This-
get a helmet. We'd be safe.
We're not young enough for Jackass anymore.
helmet
I'm
and
26
I was
now.
just gonna say, like, this is when I have to remind myself that I'm not 28 anymore. Like, I'm
29
almost
is
With the-
40. I
The
can't.
liquor limbers
go-
you up, so you probably avoid injury.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's only an injury.
good
A lot of
point.
people say that, like drunk drivers who get in accidents tend to come out with less injuries.
Hey,
because
less
they're so
injuries
loose
because
and
their
limp.
bodies go limp,
yeah.
basically. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right, but what about my skin
Allegedly.
and my teeth?
No,
When
there's
the-
no guarantee.
those-
When the,
listen,
Might lose
when
my
the
those
cart
grow
nails a
back.
curb and I fly out and
Those
smash
grow
my
back.
face
When
against the brick wall.
2077 hits
Here's the
and we
thing,
all get
I'm pretty
cybernetic
sure-
implants, we just get those replaced.
I'm pretty sure Iceland has socialized health insurance, so they'll just heal you up.
You think they would do it if I was just
we
visiting?
Get, we get free visit to
100%.
the emergency room.
Yeah.
Now I feel like we have to do it for
No,
science.
but like I
just
said,
to
we'd
find out.
have a helmet. Like, get a helmet.
We'll wear a
I can
helmet.
bring. I can
We'll
bring
have
the
one
Dasher
helmet between the
I got
five
the
of
flight
us.
helmet. I'll bring that.
Yeah,
guys have
get
to
a
share.
flight helmet
Whoever's in
and
the
then-
cart gets a helmet.
Yeah, whoever's in the cart gets the helmet.
Oh, dude, if they don't, we
We
could just
stray
maybe
very
get
far
like,
from the
we could
Plex
maybe
for
get
good.
2
We go back to the
watermelon,
Plex for
or
good.
Let's go back to Plex for
we
good.
should get 1 watermelon, cut it in half, and hollowed out, and that's like 2 helmets right there. Just put, so that way, if you hit your head, it protects you, but you still get the big plop sound anyway.
That's gonna protect you.
I'm sorry, I just
It's only protective
No, the
against
more I
like
think
light
about
critters
this-
That's
in
the
nature.
Plex for good.
okay. Plex
I,
for
I, I feel like the watermelon helmet would be more expensive than actually
Watermelon!
I feel
an
like this is like
actual helmet.
the motorcycle mouse with his like ping pong ball helmet. Like, what the fuck's that gonna
Yeah.
do?
Okay. So $501,652 donated to the UNHCR, which is the United Nations High Council for Refugees, and the National Bank of Ukraine Humanitarian Assistance Campaign. So it's split
Oh, I can't hear you now. but
between these two.
here's the helmet.
Oh, nice helmet.
Nice.
Holy
It's a
fuck. Look at
Bastion
that
helmet.
thing. Are you bringing
Oh,
that?
shit.
Is that a tanker helmet?
It's like it looks like a chopper pilot helmet or something.
Of course, it's a tanker.
Fuck yeah. That's beautiful.
I wear the helmet a lot when I'm walking around because I fall down far more than I
Fucking
crash.
Thor.
Yeah. You'd think we would have a doctor's note that we would have to wear that.
Dom, you look so stupid.
Dom, I
He
think you
looks
look
good.
like a hero.
I love
Don't
it.
you
He
listen
looks
to
like he's ready to take off.
You look like you're ready to go bomb the Death Star.
Like, talk some shit to air traffic control and then like buzz the tower. I could see it.
We used to shoot womp rats back home. They're no bigger than 2 meters.
Classic.
He looks like the guy from Independence Day. The fucking
Oh, fuck.
hello boys.
Yeah,
I'm
Randy
back."
Randy
He flies
Quaid.
into the
No,
fucking-
Randy
yeah.
Quaid. Yeah. Do I look
When
like
he
Randy
finally
Quaid?
sobered up at the
Fuck
end.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that old school leather bomber hat.
Oh,
If you-
I've got
if
one of
you
those
want-
too.
If you want a character in a movie to appear crazy, you give them an old school leather bomber hat. with,
I've
like,
always heard him called the Mad Bomber hat. So
all crazy people wear the old leather bomber hat.
yeah,
For some
Is
reason.
that like a reflection on what like being a pilot back in the day was like? How
yeah,
traumatic
I
it
wonder if
was.
think
I wonder if it's
yeah.
because you had to be crazy to be a bomber. Well, you
the
probably just got
trauma
drafted
of
and didn't have a
war
choice,
has
but
they've got PTSD or something.
I mean,
Dude,
I
planes
did-
were not
no,
as
that's
reliable
not true
back
because even in like Jackass, like Johnny Knoxville, he wears the leather bomber helmet in a few scenes. Like that's the crazy person hat.
yeah.
I think
I
it's
don't-
just because it's so ridiculous that you look at this guy wearing a leather cap and he's like oh yeah, I'm protected by this hat. That's fine.
Why?
It's-
Why that
why
hat?
that's why it's
Why
insane,
not
because
like
it
a
doesn't protect
cowboy
anything.
hat or like
Because
why not
that
a
could be normal.
beanie? Like
I think
There's
the
no-
cowboy
because
hat
there's no
has a
connotation
function
to those.
it, right?
because it's out of the norm.
This leather cap has no function. It doesn't stop bullets. Doesn't stop
It's true.
cement. It doesn't stop impact. It doesn't stop blunt trauma. It's just a leather cap that keeps your skull in one place after it gets smashed into bits.
It
That's
would
all
help
I
a
wonder if
little
it's,
bit
like,
with
to
road
prevent,
rash,
like,
but that's very minimal.
lacerations, maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, leather's kind of good against road rash. So like, if you had,
I mean,
to,
they
It
used to
was
wear
the
them in
style at
football
the
too.
time.
I mean,
it was the style.
I guess if your plane crashed, it might prevent some road rash on the runway.
Give me three
Maybe-
bees.
maybe
Call-
Three
we
bees
used to
for a
call
quarter.
nipples bees.
Maybe if you
Oh.
Say,
bail
give
and
me
you got a
5 bees for a
parachute.
quarter.
Five bees for a quarter.
Oh, it stops the wind. It keeps their
I
hair.
was gonna say if you parachute,
More
if you
onions
bail,
on our belts.
Yeah,
and you go through
keeps their-
branches,
That was
it's
the
gonna-
style at the time.
It keeps
keep
their
your
hair
head from
down
getting
when they're.
scuffed up.
Yeah, it's like the
I
old.
fucking miss classic Simpsons. God
Right?
damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyways, it's split
Yeah.
between the United Nations High Council of
Back to Place
Refugees
for good.
and the National Bank of Ukraine Humanitarian Assistance, because the UNHCR doesn't necessarily help refugees from Ukraine. It helps refugees around the world. So if you donated just to the UNHCR, some of that money is not going to the cause that Plex for Good has stood up for at this particular time. So the National Bank of Ukraine Humanitarian Assistance is let's find it here in the article. Providing food, shelter, medicine, clothing, shoes, and staple goods to citizens and refugees who have been displaced due to the conflict. The National Bank of Ukraine Humanitarian Assistance also delivers one-off financial aid to those in need while endeavoring to support the overall needs of the population. So it's actually goes into the pockets of needy Ukrainians in Ukraine,
Cool.
which is cool.
Yeah, I like that.
So in terms of like size and scope of this particular Plex for Good campaign, this is the largest one.
Yeah.
The next largest one was
Was
the
it the Australia
Philippines
fire?
in
Oh,
2013.
That was the Philippines
The Philippines for
typhoon. Okay, I couldn't remember. If it was
Typhoon
earthquake.
Haiyan. They raised $190,890 US
To
dollars.
sponsor a typhoon?
Yeah, to sponsor a typhoon to wreck the Philippines. That's what they did.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, that
They
was
bought it a
poor taste.
CCP jersey and had it.
Poor
wreck the
taste,
Philippines.
Akaroth. How dare you?
Come on, man.
Oh, I thought that guy was serious.
And then
What show do
the-
you think you're on?
The next one after that is the COVID-19 one, which weighs
Oh.
135,550, and the bushfires was 107,454.
Bushfire. Yeah,
So we blew the record away.
like more than
Holy
doubled it.
shit.
Almost
More than
actually,
doubled the
maybe more
record.
than tripled it. What was
I think this was the
what
first
the
time-
Fucking
Philippines?
hell.
I think this was the first time they offered to match such a high amount. I think they maybe have matched before, but like never like to this cap.
Huh.
Yeah, but I mean,
And I'm
even
really
still,
happy to see they
Still,
actually hit it so
like,
that
still-
it maxed.
What was the
Fucking
what was
$500,000.
the Philippines one you said?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
The Philippines is 190,890.
Yeah, so even not counting the matched part from CCP, this still would have beaten the Philippines. So
Sure. Yeah.
that's insane. That's really good.
Pretty sick.
Dude, okay. I know we like
Best
to talk a lot of
community in
shit.
gaming.
Although
Seriously, yeah. We like to
I
talk a
know.
lot of shit on this show, but EVE Online fucking hell has the best community in gaming.
absolutely.
Holy shit.
And even though
Like-
if they didn't match before, I know CCP did add to a significant amount on a lot of those.
They
as well.
they
That is-
contributed, yeah. Um
And if not, gave
But
us a silly way to contribute without feeling like we were digging into our
Well,
pockets.
yeah, I just
necessarily.
people were liquidating their characters for this.
Yeah.
People
people
were
did.
were yeah, they were liquidating their characters to buy Plex to donate. That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's awesome. I don't mean
I was
insane
gonna say,
in a
yeah, don't
bad
say
way.
it like that.
Insane in a good way. Like that's awesome and crazy that people
Awe-inspiring.
would yeah, like these characters that people have put years of their lives into to essentially cash them out to make a donation to what's going on the other side of the world. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's I like it. I always like the Plex for good things.
It's good to see.
And I like that they don't do them, you know, like all the
Every
time.
month.
They
Yeah,
they,
yeah,
they
they
made it
don't
to
do all
like
the time.
because
Like
you
everything-
know,
Yeah.
if they
everything
did like
doesn't get
4
a
or
Plex
5
for
a
good?
year, it would probably be like people just be like you know.
Another Plex for
yeah.
good. Oh
So it's
boy.
it makes to
Yeah.
like when these do come around, I would say
They
it's
pick and
maybe once a
choose.
year, every other year, or something like that. I'd say on average, maybe once every 2 years, probably. I would guess. And yeah, so it's like when it comes around, people are like, oh fuck, I'll throw somebody at it, or and like people that don't even have to throw money. Some people are just like, I've got 50 billion ISK.
Yeah,
I'll just go
you got
buy
the
10
ISK.
billion in Plex and just donate
Right.
that. Why not? You know, so I mean,
That's why I think it is such a cool thing that you can.
yeah, because you can
Not
donate
everybody
without
has to
actually
feel like they're
pulling money
reaching
out of
in
your
their pocket, you know?
You can use your
Because of the
time
way
in
our
game.
in-game conversion works, you can still contribute even just being a friggin' tryhard or
Right.
power
Yeah.
gamer or bitter vet or whatever. It's really unique, and I love to see it.
And
It's no food off your table to take your in-game assets
Right.
and put it into
Exactly.
Right. You can
And also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it helps realize income for like all that Plex that they have to keep on the books, so it's a win-win-win.
That's what I was gonna say. Like the way the accounting works on the on CCP's end is like that. Even if you buy Plex, they don't count that on their books until the Plex is redeemed. So that's money just waiting to be spent.
I
Really.
did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, unrealized income, and it's like there's probably a fuckload of it, honestly.
Well, yeah, I mean, all the Plex
Yeah,
in the game.
all the
plus all the confiscated Plex from
the confiscated
banned accounts
Plex from
like RMTs
from
and
botters
bots
and
all that,
RMT. Yeah, they. Oh
I would-
man.
There's tons.
I would have to
CCP is
assume
just
they
sitting
could
on a
consider
shitload
that
of Plex
realized
they've
income.
confiscated.
Like that, if they confiscate it, it's never going to be consumed unless they inject it in
well,
some.
The very few times they'll use it is if someone comes in with a ton of Plex and tries to fuck with the Plex market, they will sometimes release some of the confiscated Plex slowly and moderately to like try and mediate people intentionally trying to fuck the Plex market up.
Do we have proof of that though? I mean, like I've
They've
heard
mentioned that
inklings
they
and stuff
do
like
that,
but
in a very
they
subtle way.
they also I believe, okay, so I don't know how the Eve partnership program works in its current form. But a few years back in like 2018, 2017, there was a program, kind of a precursor to the partner program that we have now, where CCP, you guys probably remember, they invited a bunch of streamers to stream on the official CCP channel on a schedule. And to compensate us, they would give us a little bit of Plex each month. So they were paying out of that confiscated pile of Plex that they got from RMTers and botters. So
Yeah.
That's a great
Um,
use for it.
yeah, they would give us a little bit of Plex. Our accounts weren't paid for, but they would give us some Plex. I think they would give us some skins to like give out on stream or keep for ourselves if we wanted to. But yeah, that's how they compensated us back then. I don't know how the partnership program works now though. That may be different.
Well, speaking of skins, Drayden, have you figured out how to do the giveaways yet?
I would just have to. It's on Stream Elements somehow. I remember I figured out.
We're not in the partner. What are you talking about?
I've got skins to give away.
Yeah.
Oh, Dom's.
He's got
Sorry.
some from the old.
Oh, from the
TTT.
Midwest meet.
The Midwest
neat.
meetup, and I've got like 150 some other ones that I can give away.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can figure it out. I figured it out once. I'll see if I can figure it out again.
I was going to say, Drayden, at some point, I'm going to make new alerts for the show.
Mhm.
So if you just want to give me access to the Stream Elements account, I can set it all up.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if I have a separate. I usually just go to Stream Elements and just log in with.
Oh, you
access
log
from
in
the-
through Twitch? Okay.
Through the Twitch thing, but
All right.
I mean, I could give you access to the Twitch too. I mean, it's
No.
not like
Don't worry about it.
um,
I have an idea. I have an idea of how to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know how to add stuff into. Also, I know you were talking about maybe us getting a bot for the channel as well, just to be able to.
Yeah, we should
'Cause
have a bot to like.
having a bot would all the stuff that I'm going over to Stream Elements to try and do. Like having the bot gives you much easier ways to do things and more
I thought
options of things
botting
to
Eve
do.
is
We can
bad.
like set up polls.
Well, no, it's
have an
just a
easy way
chat
to do
bot.
polls.
It's a chat
and,
bot
like,
that runs polls. It can run giveaways. It can run
set the
votes.
channel titles.
It
yeah.
can give, like you could use you can integrate it with Twitch where like people could use their channel points to do just fun stuff in the chat for whatever.
That sounds like botting. I don't know.
I mean,
Not
it's
Yeah.
botting,
not
but
that kind of botting.
It's kind of a
I mean, yes, it's technically
we'll be
botting,
botters.
What? We're pro botters now? Fuck.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're pro botters now. I
Dude,
thought we
but
were.
it's
we're
gonna
gonna
get
get
clipped.
banned.
Let's all
gonna
join
get
frat.
clipped.
We're gonna get banned. It's time to join frat.
Yeah, I said it. What are you gonna do? Invade?
We were all thinking it. LB. You just said it.
Speaking of skins, you want to talk about the daily login reward system changes that are coming?
Yeah.
They're updating the not just the
CCP Fozzie
interface.
tweeted about it.
Yeah. So they're updating not just the interface, but the way the rewards. Well, they're changing up the rewards that they give out and how they are giving them out.
And also and I think I just remember reading a little tidbit of it. The system will, so it's kind of RNG through the available skins that they're putting on the list, which I think they said there was a good amount already on the list. But the system is
260.
engaged to system is set up to where it will look through what you've already gotten and it will try to keep you bouncing around to new stuff. You won't get repeat skins, which
Which
that's
is
awesome.
nice. Yeah, that's
Well,
totally
then,
cool.
but then I won't have any to give away anymore. So that's bad.
I don't
for
think
the
they're
game.
giving them away in the sense of old
I
skins,
got
which it makes me
duplicates that I give
sad because I
away.
like selling and buying skins. But I think they're going to auto inject your account or whatever, like they have been doing lately.
They do, yeah. They auto apply to your account. Same with the skill points. They just
I mean,
they don't
it's
just
still
auto
cool.
apply to the character. But yeah, some of those skins, I was looking at them. I didn't recognize some of them. Are some of those new?
I haven't seen
Like
it.
the gold and black one.
Yeah, the
looks
gold and black one
fucking
is new.
awesome.
Yeah. It's just a biosecurity one that they turned gold instead of blue, right?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's got like that hexagonal pattern.
Is that the one the one on the hurricane there that I see? Or
The
sea queen?
bestagonal?
I don't know.
Looks
Yeah,
good.
that looks cool.
People are suckers for gold, so that was a good swing.
Gold monocles, gold ammo.
Yep, it's true.
We love it.
When they
I
had
love
the
the
broken
skins.
skins back in the day, a lot of people were rocking solid gold
Dude,
ships.
I rocked a
It
gold
was either police
Dominix.
or gold. That's
Yeah.
like what 90% I saw. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
My gold space potato was awesome.
I'm telling you, if they don't take this the wrong
Yeah,
way, because I like that they're
sure.
giving us free skins, but like that's an easy way to make money. Just make blingy skins. People like to be flagrant.
There's
Yeah.
it's no secret that yeah, holy shit. Like
If you make blingy expensive skins
this is
for capitals,
well,
those
and
whales will
like
pay for that.
make something blingy with an alliance logo slapped on it. Like
I mean, yeah.
They have some
we've
blingy
been
ones
I feel like
now.
we've been having the same conversation for years now. We have been having the same conversation for years.
So did you guys to touch on that then? Did you guys see about a week ago, within the last week, there was a Hobo Leak snippet from like an Amar Frigate Purity of the Skin, something like a Retribution skin or something, and it had one of the little stat tick boxes was like structure skin is false or something, and it could have been shot. I didn't dig into it, but I did see that.
Yeah, there in the item attributes there was a flag is structure skin equals false. So
Right.
according to I believe it was Caldari Prime Pony Club, Tamber, who does all the funny skins that we see on Twitter.
Tiny Dick
Reddit,
Thorax.
the Tiny Dick Thorax. I think it was him that showed us that the framework for structure skins has existed in the game for quite a while now. It's something that CCP just needs to flip a switch and enable in the client. We could have structure skins. It's not like the tech isn't there. It is there. Well, we need the actual CCP to design the actual skins, but it's like it's ready to go, basically. It's ready to come out of the oven. It's ready to come out of the stream oven. Is frozen.
Ruh-roh. Is it really?
Oh, shit. Whoops. I just closed the, hello?
Stop talking about stuff. Hold on.
I messed it up. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. I I had a window over the cams, so it stream shouldn't be frozen now. Yeah, sorry. I had a window over the cams,
Are we
so
back?
that freezes
Oh,
the
they
cams.
could they could still hear us.
Yeah, that freezes the cams. But then I was like, oh shit! And so I meant to like click on the window, but I accidentally clicked on the cam window, but clicked on the disconnect from stream button when I did that. So, whoops. Really unfortunate thing there, but I'm back. We're back. We're good, right?
Speaking of sound bits that you're adding, is this a good opportunity to get one of those like "we'll be right back" like funny cut screen transitions?
The production value was so tip top until right there. No, I'm getting the bot or at least stream elements going on it.
Oh, you're adding the bot. Okay, cool.
Well, it's just the stream elements bot because I have to do that for a giveaway. I found out how to do giveaways, so
cool. We're doing it, guys. hardest working
real
talk show in
stream.
Eve. We're
Hardest
like
working talk show in Eve Online.
we're
agree.
a real talk show.
What?
We've got a Twitch chat bot. We've got skins to give away.
Merch.
We got merch. We got
Swag.
Doot merch. We got
Merch everywhere,
Supreme
yeah.
merch. We got coasters. We got stickers. We got pins. Fuck me.
Player meetup representatives.
We sponsored a player
um,
meetup.
Yeah.
We sponsored.
one.
We sponsored a
We're
player
gonna
meetup.
sponsor another one too.
We raised
You guys-
$500,000 for Plex for Good.
You guys are like big time.
Eat your heart out. Oh fuck. I
Trash
messed
Talk
it up.
Tuesday.
Trash Talk
Monkeys.
Tuesday.
Oh, they're not. They don't exist anymore. They quit.
Shut up.
Okay.
Has it not come back? I don't often
Eat
catch
your
that.
heart out.
It is not
Talking
coming
in
out, no.
stations.
Rampage Inc. Meta Show.
That just means Redline just feels like being
Oh,
lazy.
yeah.
That's what I take that as.
me too.
So yeah,
Wait.
new besides the skins, there's other stuff coming in the new login campaigns, like drugs, boosters, if you will.
Boosters.
We should
Some
call them
very-
boosters because Twitch will get upset if we talk about drugs.
Well, and you know what?
Bo-
That was kind of
quote-
mean.
air
'cause I
quote,
got excited. there for a second.
Boosters.
I know you got excited when I mentioned drugs. Of course you would.
Dom's getting his nose ready.
And everybody says these boosters are going to be like, to quote the person that I saw, OP as fuck. So,
Sure.
but they're free.
Oh, there we
Everybody
go.
gets them,
Hey,
so there you
skin
go.
giveaway thing has started. So
Oh, shit.
say
What?
exclamation point ticket, all lowercase.
Oh,
Oh, I guess you
shit.
gotta go exclamation point ticket space
I'm
one.
entering.
Sorry, try that. Exclamation point ticket space one. Number one.
I had the same growing pains on my stream when I tried
Yeah,
to give it
I
away.
wish you could edit what you type to enter, but I guess that's just what it is. So
Oh, look at this guy. First time chat from Sir
Wait.
Trace. Yeah, didn't say anything till the skins were on the line. Fucking
Sir Trace,
I see how it
you
is.
fuck, you
Damn it,
fraud.
Ellie, that's funny.
You
no, I'm
fucking
all about
fraud.
that. That's how I would do it. You lurk until
Yeah,
shit's on.
that's
Until
how-
shit's
Wait,
I
how
rock
come
it,
it's
too.
telling me too many tickets? I can't enter the giveaway?
You can only have one ticket. So if you have too many tickets, that means you already got one. I said your first ticket's
Okay.
Many
free.
cooks.
Because you didn't do space one, you just did one.
Too many cooks?
Yeah, so first
Right back.
ticket's free, maximum of one ticket, and there's no luck for subscriber. So like whether you're subbed or not doesn't matter. Everyone has the same chance to win.
Good.
Because
So it
this is a
should be.
channel of the people.
Channel of the people.
We
For
are
the people,
this
by the people.
is a communist Twitch.
Which
stream.
is why we're entering the contest as well.
We have
Weird.
seized the means of production.
we are
That way you
proud
could-
we are a proud communist channel on the open comms.
Yeah. I mean, Katamari Pony. I mean, I wouldn't do it anyway, but yeah, Frying Pony Club has a that is a thing. Like, because if you give priority to subscribe,
Oh,
I remember that
yeah.
was a whole thing back like 3 or 4 years ago when I forget what Twitch channel was doing it, but if you give subscribers better chance to win in-game items,
That's fucked up.
it's
Some-
one, it's a type of gambling, but for in-game items, but and two, it was
It's semi
gray
RMT.
area RMT
Yeah.
type of thing, like pay this person money, have better chance to get in-game items. So that it basically was.
Right.
They said don't do it. So I wouldn't do it
One
anyway
of
though, because I
the-
think it's kind of douchey to be like, oh,
But then
you wanna
again,
get it, you want to
who
win
is
this shit, better
CCP?
sub.
They're not my dad.
Yeah, I fucking
That's
hate
right.
that.
You're not my real
Or
dad.
mom.
It's like,
There
if you
was
do a
one of
giveaway
the
on your channel,
Eve partner streamers who gets the stream or the skins for being a partner
I wish
was
I
like
knew my
bragging
real
on it
dad.
on was bragging on it multiple times on Reddit about like so apparently he only gives them out when they like get a hype train going or something, but that's like you're requiring people to start funneling money in to start giving out skins, and like that's not cool. CCP
You
just gives them
can't
to you.
you can't require people to pay into a giveaway.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was
He was
that was the thing.
he
It
was
like
either
subs
skirting
only.
it or something, but it was lame. Rushlock, exactly. Thank
Yeah.
you. And like he was doubling down on it, and sure, like maybe he strongly feels that way. It seemed really douchey.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I was thinking of the one back where they just it was like I think where you had to be a sub. Only subs only could
Yeah,
enter
that's
the drawing.
fucked up.
And then it was like
That's
you
fucked
had
up.
to pay the person money for a chance to win. So it was like double down. It was like RMT and gambling.
I think
So-
that's straight up illegal in some areas. Like
Yeah.
you can't have people pay to enter a giveaway.
Yeah.
I mean,
but again,
Things are only illegal if you get
I
caught.
wouldn't do it anyway
You
because I
won
think
the-
it's stupid. If you're gonna do giveaways, it should be to anyone that's actually watching your stream. Period.
For equal opportunity here
Like,
on
it's
Open
like
Comms.
if you're here, you can win it. If you're not, then
Your
you can't.
family.
That's pretty much the
the
things.
only requirement is that you have to be watching the stream.
And I'm gonna say that Dom can't win because
Really?
I would think
Who?
that'd be stupid if he gives himself skins.
You gonna
as
tell a man
Oh.
he can't win his own skin?
I mean,
I
he
thought.
can
I'm sorry. I
skin,
thought
maybe.
this was America.
Yeah, right.
We already discussed this is a communist channel. Once the skins became property of the channel, now they're our skins. So all
yeah,
get to
they're
share.
our skin.
Yeah, even all the tiny dick homies can win on this stream. That's right.
all
Val.
the tiny dick homies. That's right. Do you want to
I
talk
just
about
hope-
these boosters?
Who won
These
the
free
stream?
boosters?
I haven't called it yet. I figured
I
I'd
haven't
run a couple
looked
more
at
minutes.
the stats on them. What
I
are
hope
the,
one of
why
us
are,
wins
why
so
are
they
people
could say
saying
it's
that these
rigged.
are OP as fuck?
So they're Halcyon boosters, right? They have a base duration of 2 hours, further increased by the biology skin. So there's Halcyon R boosters, B boosters, G boosters, okay, and then Y boosters. So we'll
Does
talk
that
about
acronym to anything fun?
No, I don't know what it fucking stands for.
Okay.
The R booster gives you 1% R1 booster, 1% bonus to local shield and armor repair module effectiveness. So your repair modules get 1%. 1% bonus to ship max velocity, so faster ship. 1% bonus to turret and missile launcher rate of fire, so more DPS. 1% bonus to capacitor recharge rate, so more cap. 1% bonus to signature radius, so smaller sig radiuses, which means,
Probably
1%
minus 1%.
bonus.
Minus 1%.
Oh, it says 1% bonus. So you
So
get
I
a
wonder if that
1%
makes your sig
bonus
radius
to
bigger.
sig-
That's probably that's probably a setback.
That's. I
yeah.
think that's a typo. It's got to make
No.
your sig radius smaller.
Unless,
But so far, everything is good, right?
it could be
Right.
a
Why would you
setback.
want a bigger sig radius?
Well,
You
it,
don't.
it might be a
Right,
trade-off. It might be like
you
you
have
want
to
these other
balance it
bonuses.
out.
Here's the setback.
You got
kinda
a
like
ship
some
that now
rigs.
goes. You have a ship
other
that now
drones.
has more repair effectiveness, a faster ship, with more DPS, with more cap. So let's make it a little bit bigger.
But yeah, a
So
little bit.
if you take, are you? So you're saying if you take all of the boosters at once, I'm assuming they fit into different slots.
This is one booster right now.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
It's like a little bit of a setback for all the other bonuses.
Okay,
It's a
yes,
trade-off.
the trade-off.
This
the
is the
trade-off.
R-1 booster, right? So there's a
Okay.
Oh yeah,
trade-off
yeah.
in-
If it was just a
Sorry.
booster that did nothing, but it gave you a bigger sig
just
radius,
gave you a
that
bigger sig radius.
that-
It doesn't
Sorry.
make any sense.
That's what I thought it was. I'm like, who the
Right.
fuck approved that?
would, like,
So this-
sig
then we
radius
have the-
enhancement pills.
The same booster still. 2% bonus to drone max velocity and tracking, so better drones. 2% bonus to mining laser and ice harvester range. 2% bonus to scan resolution. 2% bonus to scan probe deviation and scan speed. So that's the R-1 booster. And then there's R-2, which changes everything from 1% to 2%. The R-3, which changes to 3%. And the R-4, which changes to 4%. So if you get an R-4, you get an 8% bonus to
Wow.
scan resolution as an example.
Wow.
Right?
So
So
But it
a
only lasts for 2 hours.
2 hours base. But if you have the biology skill trained, you get like, I think 8 hours.
So
No, 4
Uh,
hours.
so Sir Trace, the first time chatter, he won the giveaway.
Fuck off. He
Son
did
of a
not.
bitch.
Really?
No.
Ban him from the channel.
He's
Ban
a
him.
subscriber though, so
No.
Oh, no, he's,
What?
no, he's
He's
not.
he,
not.
he had a
doesn't even-
subscriber tag.
He doesn't
I saw.
even go to this school.
Are you sure it wasn't a boost or whatever,
Let me look.
a prime tag?
Let me scroll up. Let's check his credentials.
Sir
1
Trace.
month
month
subscriber.
Oh
And
shit! Well,
some
yeah.
Twitch
Hey,
content.
give it to him.
Yeah, y'all don't shit on this guy. He's paying your bills.
I mean, I'd say give it to him anyway.
All right. I take it all back.
I was
the
Team Trace
the whole- I was
randomness,
Team
Trace the whole way.
He's
RNG.
paying for cabanas.
Yeah. So go ahead and message him, Dom.
Yeah, dumb. You see how you just like pass that right
You
off?
assumed that I wasn't already doing that.
Oh,
Okay,
I
so
saw
that
you
was
type.
the
Dom is
R
on top of
booster,
it.
right? The R booster we were talking about. Oh yeah, and it goes up to an R-5 booster, and this all goes into slot 5, which is a new slot for boosters. So it doesn't affect anything else. So you could take this plus a blue
Holy
pill,
shit.
or this plus a quaif, or this plus a crash. So whatever ship you're flying, if you're
Whoa.
taking one of these and then adding on an actual booster, like you're getting some serious fucking oomph out of this, right? So that's the R dash booster. Then there's a B dash booster, which is the same thing, the B1 through 5, but the basic one is 1% bonus to shield resistances, 1% bonus to warp speed, 1% bonus to turret optimal range, 1% bonus to missile flight time, 1% bonus to cap capacity, 1% bonus to drone hit points, 1% bonus to mining laser ice harvester cycle time, 2% bonus to scan res, 2% bonus to sensor strength, +4 virus coherence for data analyzers. One, that's the base one. So that's 1 through 5 for that one. And then there's like these drugs are crazy.
Yeah, that seems pretty
And
good.
there's a G booster and a Y booster. And like
how
you
long
can
do they
go
last?
to
Are
the
they
forum
30
thing
minutes or an
and read
hour?
it itself.
So I don't know if
They
y'all
all
saw
last
it on.
for base 2 hours.
2 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a whole fleet.
So, and if you have biology
Yep.
trained, I think you can get them. You could stretch them out to 4 hours.
Oh, does
Good
biology?
stuff.
I thought biology
At 5
reduced
it
the
doubled.
the
The
negative
negative
effects.
effects?
Yeah.
That's neurotoxin recovery,
Okay.
I believe. I
Yeah.
pasted in the chat. Ashtarothi posted this on Reddit recently, and probably on Twitter and a few other places. He like broke it down into a racial graph too, which is kind of cool to see all the different drugs and what they can affect, and then like which race they kind of touch on.
I always forget to take the drugs. Like I always get the ships and like they're like, oh, have this drug for like your logi, and then we'll go through like an entire fight and I'll look. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to take my drugs. Like
I've had that happen many times. I've died.
I would say
and then
9
looked
out
at
of
my
10
kill
times
mail
I don't
and been
take my
like,
drugs.
fuck, there's drugs in the cargo, and they
Yeah.
dropped. Of course, I'm an
Yeah.
idiot. I'm the worst.
It's okay to be aggressively average, guys. Most of us are.
I'm just and I
Thanks,
also
Ash.
don't really
I am
overheat because I don't
definitely
think about
aggressively
overheating
average.
until
That's
it's too
funny,
late.
yeah.
Oh, I heat some shit, but I forget drugs all the time.
I'm also
just like
afraid to
everybody else.
overheat. I'm always like I overheat like 1 or 2 cycles. I'm like, oh, better turn it off. Everything's gonna burn out. It's just like
Yeah,
one
that's-
bar of like damage on it.
I either don't overheat or I burn out my tackle, and then the guy just flies away.
Oof.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video of some guy that was like just doing some like to the wire, like overheating like his whole rack. Like there's like 7 or 8 overheated modules, and he was like running them overheated for like 5 or 6 cycles, and he was like burning things out like 3/4 of the way, and then like just barely juggling things around. I'm just like, oh man, the stress I would have from just seeing that heat go up that high. I couldn't do it.
I can't
So-
manage active mods. I'm the worst.
I did see some people touching on like this or that's OP and whatnot. So as far as we can tell so far, what little they've told us, they're going to be kind of RNG, and boosters only last in your redeem queue, I think, roughly like 2 weeks. I could be a
Yeah,
little bit off.
they expire.
So, and you're not getting one every day or every other day or whatever. It's like they rotate between like a skin, an SP, a drug, and what like there's a few different things that'll rotate between. So you'll get a few every few days.
You
But-
can't really game it.
Like, well, and even if you tried your best, I mean, like, hey, we're going on a fleet. If you got this, or this, these will be helpful. Whatever. Like, you could strategize it, and that's cool, and that's a fun element of the game. But it's not going to be like abusive where it's like everybody's doing this because these ones will
Yeah.
not be on the market as far as we've been told so far.
I like that. There's a bit of control here. And I agree. Some of these boosters do sound OP, but they are controlled in a way. I'm actually kind of surprised that I have good things to say about this.
Oh, and we're just being informed they're no longer boosters because you have to take them rectally, so now they're suppositories. But they're going to supplement your game plan,
listen,
so you're fine.
You wrap it crush it up into a warm, wet paper towel and just
Suppository.
Fine.
Is that how that's done?
Suppository boot, a Sooster.
The suppository. That's what
Schuster.
that's where
Shoots.
Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy from. Was the book Suppository.
Oh, there you go.
I got LB to facepalm. I
Don't-
got LB to facepalm. Yes.
Don't look at the grassy knoll. There's nothing to be seen over
I
there.
Mission fucking
I was
accomplished.
gonna say something. I don't know.
suppository.
I don't know if it's like supposed to be offensive or not. So I don't. I'm afraid to like say it. People are like, "Whoa, shit, dude, that's not cool to say."
Thank you, Uncle Online. He got my reference.
Yeah, I also got your reference,
I'm
And it's-
gonna go make myself a sandwich because I'm kind of hungry.
bro. I have leftover chicken parm. I'm gonna eat later.
You
Mm.
can't ASMR into talking about food, please. Like, come on.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
half-mast
So
right
there's the boosters. What was I gonna say about the boosters? Are we still getting the blueprints, the BPCs?
I think they said they're doing away with it.
Really?
I think I
I think
remember
so.
someone mentioning that. I didn't look into it, but
I like them.
See, I was
they're
gonna say, I
one
thought
or
they were
two
kind of
off
neat for like
BPCs
new
that
bros
no one really builds.
or invention.
Like here's
Well,
a,
invention. That's what I use them for.
You can-
here's a
exactly
here's a
for
Condor
I
BPC
invented.
one run. Like
Right, but if you take
They're
that
2 runs
Condor
now.
BPC and you invent it, you can invent a crow.
Or Raptor.
or,
or
yeah,
something.
but I
Whatever.
mean, or you could buy
It's
a Condor
very new bro friendly, I
BPO
thought.
for like
Well, if I
a
get
million
if I get a
isk.
caracal, I can invent it into a Cerberus.
Do you want Caracal BPCs?
You have to have.
It's
one
like
to
I'll just
invent
start
it.
giving them. No,
I
it's
don't-
not
I
about
know,
that.
but I'm saying like I have. A
I don't
character
want
that,
you to give them to me.
I have-
It's about all players getting a little
like when
dose
I
of
when I was
industry.
dabbling in research, I have maxed out BPOs of every single ship all the way up through all cruisers. So I could give you maxed
Really?
out. Yeah, I could give you all the maxed out Caracal BPCs you want.
He's just been living among y'all and not sharing his toys.
And then
That's
I have
pretty
a
much what
couple
I heard.
battleships.
Yeah.
a
Dude, he
couple
brought
battle
you into his
cruisers,
corp and
and
everything.
yeah, like I have everything. If it's cruiser or smaller, I have it maxed researched. And I think like 60 or 70% of the modules I have that are not capital modules, those are all maxed out too.
I think we stopped at cruiser. So
And the funny thing is,
Yeah.
I went through all that work and spent all that money getting in all the time researching all those things, and then I just built Ishtars for like 4 months and then stopped industry. I'm like, well, I'm done with that.
but it feels like such an asset, like a finished collection, like as far as research and whatnot. Like I have friends, or one of them in the channel, who like wants to sell off various assets like that, and I'm like, dude, those are good like concrete assets that you can keep with you forever as long as they don't get stolen or something. Like a good BPO library, never
Yeah.
uncool to have.
It never goes
I
out of
kept
style.
them just because I'm like, I mean,
Always in vogue.
if I ever decide to do more industry stuff, I have all that shit there ready to go.
Or if you meet people who are like, hey, I want to get into such and such, and you're like, oh, I have that, and you help them
Yeah.
out.
So I mean, like
people have-
I'm assuming making
beautiful.
copies is cheap and easy. So yeah, like I can give you that.
making copies.
Nice. Okay, well, there's the booster thing. We did it. Flex for good. We did it.
I hope, at least touching on the booster, I hope it turns out pretty good. I think there's fun, imaginative ways that I could see it playing out where people like
So do we
really
know-
like make people punch above their weight in fleets and stuff like that. But also that I just like that they're mixing them up. The old boosters were kind of bland. The ones that like the Pyromancers and all those, they were just kind of bland. I felt like.
Well,
But
it
are
was,
these gonna
and
be
you
the
had
same
to
kind of
inject.
boosters that you have to, when you accept them, they automatically are
Right.
consumed, right?
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to store these, right? These are
Correct.
the same kind of thing.
They don't want them to
correct?
become a marketable thing, at least so far as what
And
they've
I've
put it out.
noticed that there's a long expiration date on them, so you just keep them in that folder.
On these
where
new
you
ones, is there supposed to be?
Well, I don't know. The old ones did. So you
The
could
old
wait a
drugs
long
only
time
last
before you
about 2
take 'em.
weeks. But there's so many coming in. You get one like every 3 days or something, so it always seems like you've got like 12 in your fucking queue, as long as
Yeah.
you don't clear your queue.
But they do
But-
expire eventually. I mean,
Yeah, but that being
Yeah.
said, that's 12 cool things that you could potentially be like thrown in the mix when you're like, oh, I think I'll jump in a fight, or whatever. And at this point, there's like mining ones and stuff too, which is cool as hell. Like everybody can use a drug for something. A booster. I apologize.
I live my life
Yeah.
by that.
Like the
statement.
booster has like such a wide application that anybody can use them at any time to do anything. Cheers.
I think it's a good move. From what I've read, more people than not, and I'm using Reddit as my main pool, so obviously we all know how awful it could be. More people than not are excited about this particular change that they're doing with the login queue.
I haven't seen anyone say anything negative about it on any Discord or
It's
Reddit
OP
threads.
as fuck. Rabble.
I mean, they've said that, but like
Then get good.
in a good way.
I don't know. If they're gonna kill you, they're gonna kill you. Who cares?
Yeah, drugs give you a benefit, but
I've
I
been telling
know.
people that for years. Dom knows.
Look, they're right. They do.
fucking A. No, but I mean, I would say it's rare that the drug is the entire reason that you won or lost a fight, though. It's just one of the few things that add to it, but
It did throw
No,
off
there's
my
a few-
balance
there's
a
a few
lot, and it
doctrines
made
out
me
there
run
that
my
really
mouth
makes
a
a
lot more.
difference.
right, I'm like it helps, but I mean, like, unless you live with like the smidge. I mean, now if you get in a close fight, you're like, in Hull and you lived, it's like maybe the drug did it for you. But I mean, if you like kill
Yeah.
someone, you're like in half armor. It's like the
I think-
drugs helped, but you probably would have got them anyway without them. You know?
I've been
Yeah, I
in
mean, you could
fights
say-
in low sec where it should have been an even fight. Like it's a T1 frigate versus a T1 frigate. And then you fucking lose horribly and you're like, why did that happen? And then you realize, oh, that guy's on like mega drugs. And also he's got a fucking super
high-grade
expensive
snakes
pod
and
because
shit
he's
like-
in fucking low sec and he
Yep.
can't get fucking bubbled.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, people don't respect low secers because of shit like that, which,
I
how do you
respect
do
them
any
more
low
because of
secers?
shit like that.
Yeah.
honestly.
They're playing the game.
I know, I'm just
How
being
dare they play the
inflammatory.
game?
because they run around in blingy pods and stuff, knowing that they're most impervious.
they're using the
Man,
tools
it's
that are
jealousy.
accessible to them.
It's
It's jealousy.
hyperbole and jealousy, strictly that. I can
If you're
be
mad,
introspective
if you're mad because you listen, you know,
because I don't run high end implants.
no,
I
no,
was
no,
mad.
and I'm not
ruin them.
talking to anybody here in
Hose man.
particular.
I was just waiting for the sound clip that I thought was going to happen, and it didn't. I was waiting for Manny to be like, if you're mad, then maybe you should just use drugs then. It's something.
No,
Get glad.
no, the saying goes, if you find yourself in a fair and equal fight, then you've both fucked up,
I agree with that one.
right?
And Eve shows that
And
one very well.
that's EVE Online. Like,
No, 100%. I'm like I said, I was being inflammatory. It was for fun.
no, and I wasn't. I'm not mad, Akaroth. I'm just.
Don't you chastise me.
I'm not. Listen, we're cool, buddy. No, I
Mad.
I
What
can't
happened
help.
to that spoon, Elby?
We're all friends. What?
That
What?
spoon was bent. It was like Matrix
spoon?
bent. Yeah.
Why?
like, what
Why
the-
do you?
Whoa.
That's a Matrix
We were
spoon.
talking about drugs,
No,
but
that's
let's
a heroin
cool it.
spoon.
Oh.
Let's
Look,
cool
there
it,
is
bro.
no
Just his heroin.
there is no spoon. There is no spoon.
Oh.
I use it to do this. I layer my drink.
Oh.
Ooh,
Yeah.
look
Oh
at you.
yeah, he was telling us about
yeah.
that.
Yeah. No, I know.
Oh, you're fancy, aren't you?
I never would have thought about that, but
Yeah.
I just saw you like I thought you were eating food out of a
That's how I eat my
90,
soup.
90 but yeah, I was like, that's
Fucking Canadians,
interesting.
bro.
I was like, is that the northern scoop? Is that
It keeps your sleeves out of your soup.
There's a reason for everything. He's got a point. Today I learned, I was this many years when I learned that Americans eat soup wrong.
do we?
You got to use the back of the spoon.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then I was way off.
I don't know. I watched a stupid clip of British table manners, and this lady was using the wrong side of her fork to eat rice, and it was like 3
What?
grains of rice at a time.
Oh,
I was
like
"The
yeah,
fuck are
is
you?"
that the fucking
Why-
I
That
remember
sounds like
What?
those videos
Yeah.
where the guy's like doing the thing in the round or the square hole, but then every fucking piece goes into the
Everything
square hole.
goes into the square hole.
Yeah,
I
That's
love
like
that.
that sounds like a video meant to be
It's gonna be on the
inflammatory.
Trapezoid, and it goes
Fucking
where?
video.
She's like,
Watching the girl just like
yeah.
fucking have a
she
fucking internal
breaks
crisis.
down.
She was so crushed.
It was so good
And it's
though.
like, and then we
Like,
have
she
the
did
half
that really
moon,
well.
and it goes, "Yep, that's right."
Oh,
Where would
It
you
goes
think that
to
goes?
the
Square.
In the square hole.
She like starts crying.
Like you can feel her anxiety through the video, and it's just like,
Oh.
oh god, like
I felt so bad watching that. I was like, "Oh
that's such
no."
a funny fucking
I mean,
video.
quality. Oh, I don't want to talk about the fucking Will Smith stuff.
oh god, it's been so.
Let's. Oh my. What needs to be said? No, we're not going to talk about it.
Yeah, it's
if
been
we're
so
going to talk
overdone.
about it, let's save it for the after show.
Yeah,
we
it's
still
been
have
I
so
some
hate that I have to go to a job because people talk about stupid
we
shit.
can we can keep talking about Eve stuff right
Yeah, man, before the square hole, I was thinking of something, and now I lost it.
But anyway, back to Eve stuff.
Fuck. What was I thinking of before the square hole? I had something to
Before
say.
the square
it
hole?
seemed really important, and I'm sure it was like only a 30 out of 100 on the importance scale. But I could say a 3 out of 10. But
You guys want to talk about Divinity Social?
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Oh man.
We could talk about that. Yeah. yeah.
Did Star Citizen really do like a reply tweet or something like
Yeah,
also
well,
put
Yes.
up-
Apparently, okay, so the Divinity Social thing, every year, CCP, like most gaming companies, like most tech companies, they put out an April Fool's gag every year. And CCP in the past has done some pretty good stuff. Not every year, but every now and then they put out something that's really fucking clever. And you can tell they put a lot of work into it. So
This
I
isn't
think-
April Fool's.
did
I
El-
signed up
was
for
that-
it.
Nope. Okay. I gotta find the link.
Oh fuck, that Caldari Prime
Yeah.
one is good. He's
But
got
the,
us displayed in the
Yeah,
station.
because Star Citizen and Stellaris, I guess both of those companies did a similar dating app.
So
thing
it
is their
seems
joke.
like this was CCP's April Fool's joke this year. This Divinity Social, the EVE Online dating app, and you can see in stations in Jeddah and on the billboards around New Eden, you can see ads for Divinity Social, and it's nothing like specific, but the imagery that's used is to imply that it's kind of a Tinder equivalent, farmers only kind of thing. By the way, today for a joke, I registered the domain garmersonly.com and redirected
Okay.
it to EveOnline.com.
I was wondering because I saw your tweet and I saw in the text the tweet said garmersonly.com. But then I
Garmersonly.com.
looked and I clicked on the thing. I'm like, but this goes to the Eve Online site. I didn't realize.
Yeah. So I registered the domain for a quick joke.
Gotcha.
So like apparently by complete sheer coincidence, 3 other gaming companies that have to do with flying around in space also put out dating app April Fool's gags for their communities. So we've got Eve, got Star Citizen, Stellaris, and
those
I
are only
can't remember
3.
the fourth. There was a fourth.
I thought it was a 4th one, but it's actually it's the Star Citizen and it doesn't sound like Star Citizen because it's what's the guy's name? Chris something.
Chris Roberts.
Yeah, so it's Robert Space Inc.
Robert Space Industries. That's his company.
At Robert
That's,
Space Industries.
Tell me
That's
you have a
Star
huge
Citizen.
ego without telling me you have a huge
that's the
ego.
Star Citizen company.
Yeah, and then there's Stellaris, and that's the only 2 I know of. And then Eve
I could have
Online.
sworn there was a third. Anyway, it was a very funny coincidence that all of these space game developers all put out their own dating apps as an April Fool's gag.
There was a little
That's
bit
pretty
of
good. It makes you wonder.
I like that there was a little bit of like tongue in cheek, like in fun response from Star Citizen. They did a thing like not getting any matches on the
on
social,
Divinity Social.
on Divinity Social. Come over to this one.
Well, and then CCP Convict, he replied to them and he was like, "Oh, this looks like a nice venture," and he capitalized venture. And for anybody who doesn't get that joke,
Hilmar,
a few years ago, Star Citizen released a ship that looked eerily similar to the EVE Online venture. Like, it looked so damn close that they had to have...
From certain angles, it's not as close, but from the angle they showed in that picture, it was like 80% a venture. Yeah.
I don't even think you could call it inspired by. It was the same shape, same coloring. Like, it wasn't a mining ship. I don't think it was a mining ship.
To not break copyright infringement, and then we'll ship it.
They rode the line so
like rounded
damn
a couple
close.
edges.
Yeah, like, but you could tell it was a venture.
Oh yeah, and they called it the Vulture. It's the Vulture.
They called it the Vulture. Yeah.
Before we get too far, I just want to point out Valamir in chat said, "In space, no one can hear you, Cream."
Is that what caused you to crack up? I saw that.
Yes.
So
I like it. I like it.
About a month ago, Hilmar threw some shade too, because Star Citizen put out some sort of like tweet about like, hey, you know, CCP, EVE Online, whatever, maybe we should do some sort of like silly contest or something. And Hilmar was like, yeah, that sounds great. I'll go, you know, I'll bring my venture or something like that. And I was like, ooh, like that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
I made a
it was
meme
definitely.
about this. I wonder if
I
still have my meme. Hold on.
There was a ton of people.
Weren't they going to do like a Lego battle?
Something like that. I just remember he made he dropped like the venture reference, and I was like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
But yeah, the video for the app ad was excellent. Is really well done.
It was really well done. Yeah,
I love just some of the subtleness of it. Like, I mean, you said like Nullsec Chads, like that was something vocally in there. But if you're like, I was like pausing it to like look at what all the
read what was on the screen.
Read all the text. And one of them was like, the only thing I want is Utu instead of like Ubu, but like there's a system called Utu. It's like
something like your
Utu. I thought that
your
was an
profile looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks like nice.
The
GNEIS.
Or
I always called it Genis, but yeah, it's nice. I think
I always pronounced it Nice. I thought it was. I didn't.
It is nice.
Is it supposed to be nice?
Yeah, I think it's probably nice,
it's
but
nice
it's close
nice.
enough to nice. I always just threw the G in there, even though it's supposed to be silent. I was like, you know,
Hi, Redline.
So if they didn't collude, sorry, one second, Redline. If they didn't collude, I think it's really interestingly crazy that they would all do something like this, because like we're well past like the early days of like a Tinder or a Grindr or whatever just being topical, and so like this far into dating apps and shit like that, like for them all to do it the same year is like interesting.
Well, and the funny thing is, like, I
They're
remember
all the same nerds, right? I mean,
they are all the same.
I responded. I think I responded to Convict on Twitter. I said 2 years of social distancing has everybody extra thirsty. So all we can think about is hooking up. So it's totally within reason that all these fucking nerds came up with a dating app idea for their games.
I'm going to revert this back though, because I remember this is back when like BC was still running the show. We were talking about that there should be a dating app or a dating site like Match.com or anything like that for EVE Online, and we were like trying, because there was the EveMeet.com, like EET, and it was for like EVE meetups. And so we
And then
like
the
we
porn
call it
version-
EveMeat.com, like MEAT.
MEAT.
Yeah, EveMeet.com,
Adult.
and that would be the Eve dating
You
thing.
You want some of this Eve meat?
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah, it is awful.
I do now.
I think it was like even before the
Worst
Tinder
thing I've
thing. So
heard.
like the whole swipe right, swipe left wasn't even a thing back then.
Meat.
It was just
I
a
was gonna say,
Yes,
LB's
Daddy.
LB's a skillful griller, so I'm usually open to any of the meat that comes out of the open comms medium.
It's true.
You'll eat any of the meat that
I mean, I try to
that-
keep it
that
open
comes
minded.
out of this show, and I do mean come.
Put any meat in his mouth.
By the way, so how's it going, Red Light? Sorry.
Hi, Red
Well,
Light.
it's good. I'm alive.
We haven't
Was there a concern
heard
that you
from you
wouldn't be?
since the blackout.
It's true. I had bronchitis.
How are you?
Oh, no.
How are you liking your newfound fame?
What newfound fame?
with
Aren't
the,
you like a big time Eve
yeah,
celebrity
didn't you
now?
get like an article written about you? Without
You
your-
didn't get, like, a New York
dude,
Times,
you,
like,
you were
deal?
leading the charge of this protest.
There were like 5 articles, but I wasn't counting or anything.
Did they tap you for interviews or what happened? What's your life like now?
It's fly by the seat of my pants, dude.
you
What's it
been on,
like
like,
to
the
be
Wow,
an
a
Eve
minute.
celebrity? I would love to know.
Have you been
He's
on the
living
late
his
night
life
circuit?
a quarter mile at a time.
I have been on the late night circuit. Yeah,
Good.
I was on Fallon.
Oh shit! Did you guys sing something?
Oh, you were on Fallon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the dancing monkey.
The only thing he should be
Oh, okay.
hosting
At
is
least
a
it wasn't
parasite.
Kimmel.
Wow.
Well, actually, Fallon's probably worse than Kimmel.
Did you do the lip sync
I
battle?
think they're comparable in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're both.
I
cheesy.
didn't actually. We couldn't pull the Eve model from the game, so. And that was really the only way that made sense was if I could like Wombo.ai my Eve model, but that wouldn't really work for a lip sync battle, you know.
Wombo.ai?
Yeah,
You
you
haven't
could
seen
use
those?
that
That's where
crazy
it takes
talk.
the
I
static
wombo, you
picture and
wombo,
animates it
we
while it
wombo.
sings to a song.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you could do that easily. You just didn't
I
try.
was gonna
very
say, if
hard.
you hadn't heard of that, I got a feeling there's about to be another wave of that on Twitter.
But
Yeah.
that's the thing that like that face app uses.
Yeah,
It's just you take any static picture you want and you run it through it, and it just recognizes what the most face-like structure is on it, and then animates it like it's seeing.
That sounds
Yeah.
horrifying.
It is because I had the Sinners Discord, and I remember in the NSFW channel, someone did a Wombo AI of a doggy style thing, and so it used that. But someone put googly eyes on the ass cheeks of the girl, so then it could recognize that as the face. it was the most, and it did the song like boom 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 boom. I want you in my
Can you-
room.
Oh, Bingo
Can you
Boys!
imagine? Okay, I
Classic.
wanna put this idea. I just
It
had
was
this idea. And
awful
I just
and
want to
hilarious at the same time.
I want to put
It
this
makes me
out into
so
the
sad
universe.
that LB didn't hear that.
We've created these algorithms that can do that, right? We can slap googly eyes onto a woman's ass and trick an AI into thinking that that's her face. If
Brilliant.
if and it may already be happening, if these algorithms ever become sentient, we are in a world of hurt because we forced them to watch weird fucking porn for our amusement.
That's
They're gonna
what
make, like,
they're gonna
crazy
use that to
deepfakes,
learn
like-
our culture from.
They
a second.
oh
This guy
my
says you destroyed my protest. What the fuck?
they are
What
gonna
happened?
who destroyed your protest?
Lil Mothroll. I don't
Lil,
fucking know.
Oh,
Lil
that guy?
Matthew. Lil Matthew.
Don't worry about that guy.
Oh, that dude's a
don't worry
troll.
about that little
Just ignore him, dude. He's a troll.
Oh,
Wait,
okay. fair enough.
wait, how did you destroy your protest?
Redline, you're coming in like kind of loud.
Oh,
He
is
didn't.
just-
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
you're
it.
a little loud, man.
No, Redline, you are pretty loud, bro.
I'm screaming into the
okay.
microphone, so
No, just
Sometimes
back-
though you're
back off
super
the-
far,
Just
so
back
like
off the mic
rage.
a little bit.
I'll take
back
it if
the
that's
fucking
I
Just
don't want to
back
back off
off
the
the mic.
microphone a little bit.
Just back off.
dude. Venga Boys are
I'll put
awesome.
him-
Oh, closer.
I'll put you at like 70. What's a good number? 76?
70. If you're gonna do
On a
76, then do 75.
69.
69.
Yeah, 69. 420.
I think we'd all die.
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
Shots. Shots to Redline and his
Shots to
his
Redline.
the protest heard around the world.
Oh, I was doing 69 for 20, but
Hero
guess
of the
we'll call
people, Redline.
And it worked.
And it worked.
It worked.
and then that guy ruined it apparently.
Sure.
I did think
Can't
it's
believe
kind of
it.
funny. The Pulse has a partner, like, mentioning different partners and do a little article on them. I thought that's kind of funny and timely.
That's a good point, Val.
They do
So
that
like
every
if the
time.
AI learns googly
have a
eyes are a normal
community beat?
thing, like imagine Terminators with googly eyes because the
There was a
AI
pulse
thinks that's like
I saw,
normal.
but then there wasn't,
Dude.
right?
Oh,
I can do that.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, community.
I can add googly eyes
To Terminators?
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah,
That's
like
gonna
because
be my
like, if
project
Skynet
tomorrow.
thinks that's a normal thing, then
Isn't that like pareidolia or whatever? Like where you see faces and things, so you're like, I'm just gonna put eyes on it. Fuck it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I love those when I see them on Reddit. I'm like, yeah, I see it.
Pareidolia.
I'm
Face
gonna I'm gonna make that my project tomorrow. I'm gonna add googly eyes to a few scenes of Terminator 2, which I was gonna watch anyway because my boss was talking about it today. He's 3D printing the Terminator arm from T2, the one that's
Oh, cool.
encased in glass.
is it gonna have the
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
chip in it so we can get Skynet?
Oh, that'd be
Maybe.
the head, not the
But he's
arm.
gonna put it on
Well,
like
the
a
chip,
really
yeah, the
nice
chip came with the
like,
arm. The arm was one
mount.
piece.
He's got a case for it that's like all lit up with LEDs, so it's gonna look super cool. But yeah, it's like a
Nice.
life-size replica of the T2 arm.
That's cool.
That's sick.
That's
I like that.
badass.
I hate to admit it, I don't think I've ever seen any of the Terminators.
Get the fuck out of
Eh,
here.
I know that's one of those
The
crazy
first
ones.
you have to see the first and second. The rest are
One
garbage.
is good. Like
That's
Yes, true.
and it's obviously it's
They-
kind of like Aliens. It's like some people like Alien 1 better than 2 and some people like 2 better than 1, but they're both valid. I
Well-
like Terminator 2 better and I like Aliens better.
Well, Terminator,
Terminator
1's a little
2.
dated now, so
Terminator 2 is one of
not
those
as bad.
rare cases where the sequel is better than the original.
I
like,
think the sequel is
yeah,
just
that's
better.
fair. I've
Like
heard
I think the
T2
action's better.
is-
It's also nice seeing Arnold
Godfather.
as
the first
Terminator,
Terminator,
apparently.
the first Terminator is great, but T2 is miles ahead of it.
And who was the
You
kid?
felt like Matrix 2 was so much better than first Matrix.
I
Shut
disagree.
the fuck up, Dom.
I
Shut the fuck
strong
up, Dom.
dislike on that.
That wasn't even. Yeah, dude. Come
Boo
on,
that
try
man.
harder. Try harder next
Did it
time,
work?
son.
Did it work?
Come on.
It worked.
But yeah, like
No,
no, two
um,
is just
it
so. I
worked.
mean, I
Yeah,
don't.
who was the
oh,
kid?
I want to talk about
Had
scenes, but if you haven't seen it, I
the
don't want to
actor's
spoilers.
name.
The truck on the bridge. That's probably that's all I'm gonna say. I don't think that's much of a spoiler, but that's probably my favorite.
Like the bridge over River Kwai?
Not even to say. If you haven't
Oh.
seen it, I'm not gonna spoil it.
I've
but
seen
the,
that.
That's a good movie.
The truck and the bridge scene is just. That is like one of the coolest scenes in most movies.
Step parents in the kitchen.
the
That's my
kid's
favorite
name?
of that
I'd say
movie.
that
Oh,
or
that is a good
Furlong.
spot. Yeah.
Edward Furlong played
Oh.
John Connor in T2.
Okay, yeah. I was so. Yeah, because I've seen he was in like Pet Cemetery 2, I think, and
There was a Pet Cemetery 2?
there's been
Why?
like 5 of them or something. But yeah, there was it was
They remade them both. I
two.
think.
2 was not great, but and it was a long time ago because he was still a kid. Like it was like, oh, it's the Terminator kid. Like so, he was still young in that. It wasn't good, but yeah, I've seen him in a few other things. Like I don't know, he's kind of like just been meh, but he was really good in Terminator 2. Usually kids are annoying in movies, but
Yeah.
You think you liked him in the movie, or you liked the movie?
I liked the movie, but he didn't make me go like, this fucking kid, you know.
Every other
It's
role he ever
just
had,
worse.
he made you feel
Usually
that way.
kids are annoying in movies. You don't have like any movies where you're like, oh, that kid
It is
like,
it
did
is
well.
rare when a child actor is like blows you away with their performance.
Leonardo
Well, Macaulay
DiCaprio,
Culkin,
what's
since
he
his
doing?
And I'm
regardless.
not saying Edward Furlong blew me away with
Macaulay
his
Culkin
performance
in The Good
T2,
Son
but
was surprisingly
holy
Oh, dude.
shit, yes.
Haley
like
Joe,
man,
What's
did he
Guilty?
do a
Gilbert
good job of
Grape,
being a
Leonardo
psycho?
DiCaprio.
Artificial Intelligence.
Greatest
Wait,
ever.
what are you
That-
saying,
what's
This movie
Redline?
rocked me as a
Redline, you're
kid.
roboting.
Haley Joe Osment in Artificial Intelligence.
He's a solid actor and he was a very good
Yeah,
child actor.
he was alright.
It was okay
He was
until
alright.
until he got into the
Oscar.
coke.
What's that
The
one?
kid
Oh, I'm
actor.
trying to think of it. What's the one movie where it's got Robert De Niro and Dakota Fanning when she was a little kid, and he's like a
Fanning.
split personality psychotic guy. And,
Robert De Niro and Dakota Fanning?
Yeah.
Wasn't Dakota Fanning
That's
also
such
in like Man on Fire though?
That's such an odd
Was,
pairing.
yeah, that
Yeah,
Should be good in that.
and it's like Dakota Fanning. I think she was like 10
The
10
gunshot
in this
holds no
movie,
fear.
and like that was one of those few performances where it's like, holy shit, the kid did an exceptional job of acting. Like I usually I find kid actors annoying not always, but most of the time.
You're not thinking Cape Fear, are you? And that wasn't.
No, it was
Dakota
Dakota
Fanning,
Fanning. It was one of those movies that were not like
Lake
super
Placid?
big blockbuster. It was like Robert De Niro like went nuts but he didn't know he was nuts. He was like schizophrenic or split personality, like
That was
schizophrenic.
that was,
Hide and seek. Yes, thanks, Val. Hide and seek. If you haven't
I
seen
never heard of
that,
that. No.
Never heard of it. No.
Hide and seek
Is it a thriller?
yeah, it's like a thriller. And it's got Robert De Niro and Dakota Fanning, and it is surprisingly good. And Dakota Fanning fucking like you think Robert De Niro's the big
She
actor.
was a good
child
She
actress.
did a better acting job than he
She
did.
Dakota Fanning, she's a legit good actress.
Yeah,
She's an adult now, but she was
well,
a
she's
really
an adult
good
now,
child
but
actress.
she was a kid. She was
I'm
yeah.
just saying.
Yeah, no.
She was
she's-
also in Man on Fire, which I love.
yeah, she was like 10 or 12, I think.
One of
in
my
this
favorite movies.
It's
I
a
love
solid
it.
movie.
Yeah.
I try to watch
What's that,
it at
Tom?
least like once
Man
every
on Fire is
year or
one of
two.
my favorite movies. It's
Man on
great.
Fire.
Yeah.
I'll get
She
that
was
one.
also in that.
Oh,
Oh, it's
was
so
the one
good.
She could read. She could see the future. That was good too.
Oh,
I think
shit.
she did a good job of that.
Could see the future.
Minority Report.
Jumper or Push? One of the two.
I didn't see Jump.
Wait, what?
I
Jump?
can't
Push or
even see the
Push,
future.
like that.
The kid who could see the future.
You're talking about
It's Dakota
precogs
Fanning.
and pre-crime?
No,
That,
no,
that's
Dakota
Minority Report,
Fanning's
but
in it. I think
those
it's
those
called
weren't
Push.
kids. Those were.
No, I know. I don't think that's what
adults.
he's like.
I'll look it up.
I don't think she was in that unless they did a remake, but
It's called Push.
They did.
it did or did not. You're kind of
They
breaking
did,
up.
yeah.
Dude, you gotta get your mic out of your mouth.
Oh, Push with Chris Evans.
And Dakota Fanning.
Was she in
Is
that?
that the thing where like it's got like they have the magic powers?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like kind of
Yeah,
a.
she could
It
see the
was
future.
like quasi X-Men because that's around the
Yeah,
same
I
time that
haven't, I
X-Men
haven't
was
seen
getting
it. I
really
remember
big.
seeing previews.
I remember
It's
seeing it in
fantastic
a
movie. I
hotel
love
in like Colorado. I think I was in Colorado for a conference, and that was on in the hotel room.
Good
I
movie.
remember.
liked
I remember portions of it.
it. I liked it.
Screamed all the way through that one movie with Tom Cruise. Which movie was that? Fuck.
Oh,
Team, I need
the
help.
vampire
Is
one.
my mic good or not?
Sounds
now.
better.
It's still
It's
it's
still kinda-
better, but it's still pretty loud.
I have
Yeah.
turned down. If you just turn it down, I guess.
I should.
Yeah, but I think there's a
Just
shark that's coming out of it.
Move
too.
your
Like, just pull it a
microphone to
hair
the
away.
other side of the room.
Put it outside.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I've got
Yeah.
hide and seek, and what was the other? Man on Fire.
Yeah,
Man on Fire. Oof.
I
Denzel
know.
Washington.
I
Christopher
haven't seen
Walken.
Hide and Seek since it was kind of new, so it's been
Christopher
like
Walken
12
was
or
in that, that's
14
right.
years, and so maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I just remember when I watched it, there were some scenes in there where like the acting chops on,
Mickey
on
Rourke was-
Fanning when she was that young, it was like surprising because you usually don't see kids be able to act like have that solid of acting when they're that young.
Not Enrique Iglesias. What's the other one? Mark Anthony? He was also in it, if I recall. One of those.
Yeah, he's played the
Latin
dad.
singers.
Mark Anthony
Yeah.
was also in Hackers, one of the greatest movies ever made.
Fucking A. Hackers.
Mark Antony?
Well,
He
not
played,
the
he
Roman.
played an FBI agent.
The
So
Latin. singer.
not the Caesar one. Not
the
not-
Latin singer.
Mark Anthony.
Isn't that his name? Mark Anthony?
That's his, that's
heard
his
of him.
name.
Can you make a face like him?
Can I make
No.
a face like him? I don't know.
Can we
He's-
get a
This is my
wombo?
best
Can we
Latin
get a
He's got
wombo?
really. He's got kind of weird looking lips. I can't make Mark Anthony's
Wow.
face. That's fucking. I'll pull up. Hold on. Let me.
Manic's a racist.
No, he's got like big lips. I can't do it.
Racist.
It's not racist. Okay, wait.
Look at those
Wait.
big, full, cultural lips.
Fuck off. That's not what I meant.
Cultural.
Fuck off. No, I have a gift.
He's got
I
an
can,
ethnic mouth. I don't
I
like it.
can prove.
Everybody in the channel, you're gonna have to forgive Manic. He's from
Oh,
Utah,
no.
of all places. So
Oh, that's a good point.
keep an
They're
open
pretty
mind.
good
Fuck
at that.
all of you. Fuck all. Okay, I have a GIF. I have a
Even-
GIF from
We
appreciate
Hackers.
it.
This is it.
Let's see it.
Everybody pull that up. That's Mark Antony in Hackers, and he's got big lips. Don't tell me he doesn't have big lips.
They're very
can't make
full,
that face.
voluptuous. They call
very
it
full and
voluptuous.
kissable, yes.
Oh, he's a cutie.
Oh, he's a cutie, all right. Yeah, he's in.
He's
Man
a
on Fire, though. He
good-looking
plays
dude.
Dad. Yeah.
And you're right. He's got some full cultural lips. I
They're-
know what you're saying.
I
He
did
licks them,
not
it'll be
say
really
cultural. You guys said that. Don't fucking put words in my mouth like that. Don't do that. That's not fucking cool.
It's
I
funny.
think everyone knows that we are being playful. But if they don't,
For
Fuckers.
legal reasons, these are jokes.
Fuck all of you.
Manic is
Jester's
less,
privilege, Manic.
Jester's privilege, right? We all claim Jester's privilege, so you can't
Manic
take
is
anything we
less
say
likely.
seriously.
Manic is less likely than more to be racist. I'm just going to throw that out there. I don't know anything to be true.
Thank you.
But give him the benefit of the doubt for anybody watching from home.
That's a
Of-
that's
Of
that's
the
a
5
fucking
people on
compliment.
camera tonight, Manic is the least racist.
That's
I don't feel comfortable saying that, but I think he's
Not
less
tonight he
likely than
hasn't
more.
been,
That's all I'm
but-
saying.
Talking about those ethnic lips and stuff. I mean,
My sandwich is just sitting here getting cold because I'm talking to you fuckers.
What
What kind
kind
of
of people
sandwich is
lips
it?
were they?
It's a sandwich.
Yeah, it's a sandwich, exactly. It's like it's the friggin' God, what's his name? Mitch Hedberg joke of like the broken escalator. It's like sorry for the convenience. It's like it just becomes stairs.
It's broken. Sorry for the convenience. Yeah. Hey, I love him so much. I wish he wouldn't have
Oh yeah.
killed himself.
Hey Valamir, don't knock hot sandwiches. There's a time and a place, and they are.
I was gonna
respected.
say, y'all don't heat up your sandwiches.
Dude, I love
Grilled
a hot
cheese
sandwich if it's
sometimes.
the right
Not all
setting.
my sandwiches, but I like
You want the melty cheese on the warm meat.
Fuck yeah, dude.
You like warm meat, don't you?
Dude, I love warm meat.
yeah, same.
You caught me.
Although I'm fine with like a cold cut sandwich too,
Well,
I like
Drayden, you're a
meat
fucking
cold.
necrophiliac or something.
Yeah,
Like, get outta
Daddy.
here.
but
Yeah, daddy.
sometimes you gotta wait for it to cool off.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Let's
Good
move on.
times. Good times.
We have
What were we
10
talking
minutes.
I think that was
In-
a quality
Wait, what?
difference.
And
You
Where
want
did
to talk
time
about
go?
the community beat?
In 10 minutes, we can talk all we want about necrophilia, but for now,
I
we're
would
going to
rather
keep
not
on
talk about
topic.
necrophilia. Even in the
The community
We could
beat.
not.
community beat. Let's do it.
It starts off with a little blurb about the frigate free for all, which they've been talking about. It seems like forever, but for good reason. 'cause it broke,
There's
like-
a frigate. Wait, no, not the frigate. Okay, no. Sorry, keep going.
Okay. So the frigate free for all was the one that was put on by Stay Frosty and the Band Apart, which is Rick Javix's low sec pirate group. So it saw roughly 100 billion ISK destroyed throughout the event. And they can confirm that this year's frigate free for all crushed the single system low sec kill record that had previously belonged to last year's frigate free for all, and is the fourth bloodiest single system event in EVE history, only behind the three biggest RVB high sec free for alls in 2021 and 2013.
Dude, that's awesome.
So neat, good for you, Rick Javix, and your
that Rick's
frigate.
guy, he's such a legend.
What a decent human being.
I've heard he's okay. I've heard that multiple times that he's an okay guy.
But on a scale of 1 to 10, he's a solid 6.5.
And he's
Sure.
less likely to be racist than the next guy.
Then-
Rick,
Yeah.
At
Rick
least
is
somebody on this
legitimately a
stream-
nice guy.
And then there's this other guy, Plex for Good custom handmade ship models.
Ooh, snap.
That's right.
So
I didn't hear about this until today.
MER Tim Shea's love for spaceships has gone on even a step further. During the Plex for Good campaign, they pledged to make custom ships 100% from scratch, hand designed and modeled out of fully recycled materials with no 3D printed or downloaded components. What the fuck? So how did
Yeah,
he make
what is
them?
this?
Just
Wait,
carving
he
them by
m-
hand?
He modeled these from scratch.
You might as
Did he
well be
use, like,
carving them
green
out of
stuff?
soapstone.
What a fucking legend.
So he made them from scratch, and the winner is a pilot named Aura Glimmer, who won the with 800,000 plex was their
Damn.
donation. 800,000 plex.
Can anybody in the chat run the numbers on that? What the fuck does that
That's-
translate to?
That's like at least
So
$50.
if
You could
30
have bought
plex,
multiple people to carve things for you at that
30
rate.
plex is about $20.
No, what?
30
No,
plex?
no,
No,
no.
No,
500 plex.
500 plex is a month. So you said
And that's about $20.
800,000 plex?
800,000.
So that's 1,600 months worth of subscription time.
Which is as long as Eve will be around, as we know.
And if you're buying that much, you're gonna probably get a $15 per 500 discount. So
If you're buying them, if you're not fucking mega rich, because
right. I'm just saying, like, if you were to buy that much
That's-
plex with money, it would be like $24,000.
Wait,
What?
16,000 months? what you just-
1,600 months.
Okay,
That's
1,600.
32,000.
And if you're buying, saying
Canadian
if you were to
dollars.
spend money to get that much plex, you'd be buying it at enough of a discount. You'd be getting it at $15 per 500. So that's just what I ran it with. So that's $24,000 worth of plex.
Are those loonies or are
But they
those the ones
probably
with the
value the
queen on
plex higher than that. So it probably was valued at 30 something
That's
thousand. But
133 years worth of subscription time.
yeah, so that's
them? Hilmar will have just barely died, but Eve will live on.
yeah. So
By
yeah,
that
so
time,
Uncle
Hilmar will
Online
be
said
able
if
to
you buy them in
upload
the
his brain
$500
into,
packs,
like a glass case. and then
Hilmar will have uploaded his consciousness into the metaverse.
Well, of course. I mean, he's already made it past
the
130
blockchain.
because
He'll spend all of his crypto and
Yeah.
upload his brain to the metaverse.
he's
Well-
done
well-
very well with the crypto bros. We know he's going to do well and live forever.
Oh yeah, we haven't even got
at
to
this
that
point,
yet.
in some way.
But I mean,
Yeah.
Val is saying that it's $5 more for Plex than paying us. That's if you're only buying it in the $500 increment. You get $500 for like $20. But
Okay, hold on.
if you're
Let
buying
me
like
get the-
bulk, like if you're buying the $500 pack for Plex, it's basically like $14 to $15 per 500.
If you are buying bulk Plex, you literally reach out to CCP and you get better rates than they will show.
Yeah,
online.
but that's what I was saying.
I've spoken to
so-
people who bought way too much in
what
Plex,
was
and it
it?
is impressive, but
Uncle
there are better
Online-
deals that they just don't advertise.
Yeah, Uncle
It's
Online
It's
really
about-
says-
real.
So there's a Plex pack on the store. It's 15,400 Plex
For
for
$500.
$500. If you do the math, it comes out to roughly $26,000 for 800,000 Plex.
Sick.
But the thing is, like, CCP probably set
Legendary.
an X amount per Plex, and I bet that's a little higher than that because that's the max discount, and they're probably not rating the Plex at that because most people don't buy it for that. Or are they rating it that because that's
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what they rated.
I'm
it
just
to
saying
yet.
if
but if you wanted to
wanted to
buy
if you wanted to
800,000
buy
Plex.
800,000 Plex, it would cost you $26,000.
that's a lot of money.
That's an amazing donation. Way to be.
yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
it could be a leader of like a mega group. Just thinking of like the ways to get there. So the last big drive where they did the AT ship or like the gold magnate or whatever, and it was for 1 million Plex, if I recall. Whoever did it, it was Scott Manley.
Scott
no,
Manley,
it was,
yeah. Scott Manley
yeah,
sold.
he had had a
his
shitload
for-
from referral links, right? So he like just had a vault
Yeah.
of Plex, which nothing against that, he earned all of it and everything, but it was such a cool gesture, but it was understandable how he got them. We don't know who this person is or how they got it, but like, what the fuck? There's all sorts of crazy ways they could have accrued all that
I
wealth.
think they got it through nefarious means.
Fucking agree.
Well, you heard it here
Yeah,
first.
because it was like,
Botting.
there was only like 4. Well, there was 4 gold magnates originally, but one
really
died,
is
right?
this
So there was only
charitable
3
person?
left, and I think, and Scott Manley sold his and donated all. Now, what charity was that for? Was that the COVID one, or was
I
that
think Australia
that was
Wildfires?
For the-
Australia-
I think that was the wildfire.
that was the wildfires. Okay,
I think
yeah.
so.
Yeah, so yeah, he did that. I forget how much he got for it, but he got a lot.
Yeah.
Whoa,
So there's that.
my brain
Neat.
just fucked up for a second.
Are you okay?
Oh,
Yeah, no.
should take those new
And
boosters.
mushrooms?
I glanced at the
The
cams.
boosters.
I took some of those new boosters. I glanced at the cameras, and Drayden's room and Akaroth's room are very similar.
He's right
Oh,
over
they're
here.
roommates.
For a split
roommates.
second, I thought they were occupying the same space.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
And then I
they
was
are
like, no,
super
that's not
similar.
possible.
No, you're not wrong. They're very similar. I didn't know.
I was like, wait, why is
His-
Drayden suddenly in
Well, his bed's
Akaroth's
on the side
room?
like mine.
Why don't we
You know what's funny? It's like,
why don't we do
look
that?
at-
Why
look
don't
at
we
his
start a
blanket.
content house?
Look at
Fucking
his
weird.
blanket. I have a blanket that's very similar to that. Check this out.
This is fucking with me.
Dude,
Stop
it's funny. It's funny you bring that up. We
Oh my
didn't want
God.
to.
They are roommates.
We didn't want to acknowledge it, but you know how like his and her sinks like in a master bathroom or something. It's just one big long sink. We're on
Yeah.
a double desk.
Do you guys
And-
have monogrammed towels?
We're streaming from the same room.
We should get
It's
the
the
whole
same blanket,
open
isn't it?
comms. We'll get all
I'm
the open
surprised it
comms
finally came
people, and we'll buy a house. We'll make a content house, and we'll all stream from
Yes.
there.
Streamer house.
We'll,
be
we'll
great.
be like those cringy TikToker influencer shithead millennials.
It'll be like
We'll
Vegas
all
all year
live
long.
in a house together. We'll make content together. We'll do choreographed dance videos together.
Oh yeah.
It'll be so fucking cringe.
So good.
So here's the funny thing.
Me
Eve
cringe.
partners.
You joke, but
We
between
we
this
could
group
go to
of people,
Florida. Houses are cheap in Florida.
Yeah, because they
Between
got to
this
deal
group
with
of people-
hurricanes every 6 months.
there's
I
a lot
mean-
of different interests and talents here in this circle. So that wouldn't be the worst. Like, let's see how many veins of media
Dude.
content we could put out.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be pretty cool. I'm not trying to encourage we all become,
I'm
roommates, but
saying
it would be pretty
if
cool.
if we all actually tried,
It'd be like the Real World, that one show.
this
Honestly,
this would be
without the drama, hopefully.
this could be the best show ever. If we
yeah,
all
just make a
if we all
reality show. But
tried a
it'd be
little
like
bit.
actual reality,
Does
not like the
Drayden,
over
what does Drayden
dramatized
have?
bullshit.
Drayden has his cooking streams. and he
You
has
could do cooking as well.
gaming streams, right? I could do cooking streams,
Albie's
and I could do
definitely better on
fishing
a grill than me.
streams, and a little bit of Eve streams.
There you go.
And then Dom could do
Beer, marijuana.
A whole
beer and
multitude of
marijuana.
debauchery.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah. Also,
What-
we're
what
gonna be
other
starting.
debauchery you can come up with?
We're gonna be starting D&D
Can I-
streams.
I'll join
soon, in about a
debauchery
month.
channel.
We're doing D&D streams.
Yeah, in about 3 weeks or so, probably 3 to 4 weeks from now, I'll be hosting a D&D campaign. So
Dude,
Fucking
open
A.
con
On this-
stream
on
house.
this channel.
open. I was trying to think of a clever name for it, and I was like, open dungeons, open caves. I was like, oh,
Dude, Dungeons and Dragons, I think. was
open caverns
Dungeons
sounds a
and
little
Dungeons
risky.
and Dragons.
That's as good as it gets.
Open
Dungeons and
Yeah.
Dragons is 100%.
Dungeons and Dragons,
yeah.
but
It's so good.
It's
Don't tell
no,
me you don't
dude.
love that.
Don't fight it.
wouldn't it be
Dungeons and Dragons is great.
Drayden and Dungeons? I don't
No, because
What?
Drayden phonetically is close to dragon.
Yeah,
And you're the DM, so it makes sense.
Dungeons and Dragons.
If you weren't the DM, that would be weird if we just called out a player, but it's perfect with you DM.
Dungeons with Drayden.
No,
just
Dungeons and
Dragons.
Dragons.
Okay, fine.
It's okay if you're plural.
But I was thinking about that, and I was like, maybe like Open Caverns. Maybe I make that the title of a book in the world.
Dungeon-
Like, that could just be
Dungeons
like
and
an adult.
Dude.
It'll be like a spelunking.
I'm gonna start renting my house
A
and look for a
spelunking
family
porn,
home.
a porn spelunking book. I don't know. Like,
It's a porn magazine set in
yeah,
the
like
D&D universe.
open
caves,
open caverns.
open catacombs.
Oh no.
Don't go down
These-
there.
These orcs have no limits.
It's like I've watched a
People,
little
people
bit
get
of.
lost.
I've been watching some Critical Role, and they have like a Tusk Love is like the porn book in there. It's like a half orc porn, like romance,
Tusk
like
Love.
smutty romance novel. So it's like,
I'm pretty sure like Morrowind and
Love.
some Elder Scrolls books have had like kind of touched on that a little bit.
So I was like, fuck, I gotta have my own porn book to put in my world.
Open caves is good.
Open caves.
Well, and your mother's an author now, right? So like,
That's true.
you can work that. Just so the public knows, Drin's mother is a talented, I believe, is sci-fi.
I would say not as much sci-fi, more like post-apocalyptic type of thing.
Sure.
Only
So-
sci-fi
so
in the
Current era times.
kind of
soon.
current era time. Well, slight future, like very very like not far future, and there's probably some tech that is like not existent now, but it's not like something that's like unlandishly like sci-fi, like space age, like lasers and shit. I don't think so.
What? Lasers or space age?
But I
We
mean,
have
it's like
lasers
there's
today,
some
Drin.
there's some like
we've had them
drone
for years.
there's some like drone tech and some various like different weapon tech that was used that was not exactly a thing right now.
what,
but
like
it's not.
railguns?
More like
I'm being silly.
not like EMP bombs, but some kind of like bomb that like destroys electronics, but not with an EMP. It's
What do they shoot, like
something
vibrations
else.
and frequencies?
Or no.
We have all these things, Drayden. Apocalypse now.
Yeah, it was something like it. I can't remember. I haven't gotten there yet, but
Love you, Mom. Wait, be careful doxing yourself, Drayden. But
dox myself.
I don't know. It's got your mother's name on it. But also, you guys should buy
that's
his
actually a
mother's
pen
book
name.
if you
It's
like
a pen
it.
name. It's not her real name.
Sweet.
It's a pen name because her real name was a character in some movie, and so they're like, if you use that, then every time someone Googles you,
It's
they're
gonna
gonna
fuck up
find
Google.
that character, and you're not gonna come up. So they suggested that she uses a pen name, so she did so.
Do the entire Drayden family. Rock
Her
solid
name-
smart.
Is her name oh fuck, never mind.
She used Roxanne Ward, but that's not her name.
I don't-
So
That's fair.
I was trying to think of a female character that's memorable and I couldn't think of one.
Oof.
Oof. I
You're,
went
you're
there.
a racist and a sexist?
oh damn.
Potentially.
I couldn't remember the name of any female character in any movie. Huh, I wonder why that is.
Oh my god.
Oof.
I guess
You
none
see
of
that
them
video?
are memorable.
Where is Rain when we need her?
I know, I'm going to
You
get
see
canceled.
that guy
tomorrow.
that's on the street and he asks people questions with the mic for
I'm
$1
gonna-
name this. He
That
goes up
guy's
to this
really
one
funny.
lady and he's
Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah.
for
He's like,
$1,
name a
name
woman.
a woman. And this lady's like, oh, he's like, name a woman.
Just the pressure.
Name a woman. He's waving the dollar in her face and screaming at her. She's like,
She can't name a woman.
Like, she is a woman.
It's like just
name yourself.
Name
You get $1.
Dude, that's
Name
just
a
like,
woman.
When you
That
have
just runs
somebody
away.
shouting at you to do something, you like freeze up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's the square peg out in the wild, like somebody clamping up like that. Like I could feel her anxiety, and I was like, she's just clamping up. It's testing. Like you're putting her on the spot. She can't do it.
Her brain is just like completely blank. She's like,
And she was like-
microphone. It's like, I'm
She seemed like sweet
not,
and nice.
not
She was
gonna
just like,
accept an answer.
Camera, microphone, name something.
Screaming.
I don't know.
No.
Like
And yet
name
his-
anything. Name
his-
yourself.
his tempo or cadence or whatever, where he's like, yeah, do it, yeah, like building up, and it's like, I could
She
see
even asked, like, any woman? It's like, any woman. Name any woman.
it could have been fictional.
She
Use
just
a
could've said
woman's
S-
name.
She could have just said Sarah,
It could have
Here's
been
a dollar.
Roxanne
Right,
Ward,
you
who
just
at the
throw
time
out
didn't
any
exist.
name. It doesn't matter.
Jill. There you go. Couldn't do
Yeah,
it.
that's a funny one. He was a
It's
character
just-
on Parks and Rec towards the end.
Yeah, I
He
didn't
was
like
okay on
him.
Parks and Rec. Yeah, I was gonna say he was okay on Parks and Rec, which he was meant to be like an annoying character. But like seeing him in that setting, I'm like, this guy seems pretty funny. Like I appreciate what he brings to the table.
I like. I can't remember the actor's name. He's a funny guy. I just didn't like him in Parks and Rec. I feel like he didn't fit.
Chris Pratt?
No, Chris Pratt fit
Chris Pratt fit.
perfectly in Parks and Rec.
The guy with the mustache?
No, that's Ron. No, this guy
I
was
haven't
in.
seen Parks
He was
and Rec
in
that
like
much.
he was in like the last 2 seasons, I think. But he was very loud. Like his whole character was he was loud and maybe gay. Like
I-
that
I-
was his whole character.
I
He was
never really
completely
saw-
one-dimensional, and I didn't
You're right.
like it. Like
I've seen bits
he was
and
He
just-
was meant to
pieces.
be annoying, I think.
Yeah,
he was
I've
he
only-
was the loud gay guy, and I hate when TV shows do that.
He was very
Here's-
extra.
You know what I would love to see? I would love, and no TV show will do this because they don't have the fucking balls. I want to see a gay character on television that is super fucking butch and will murder you. But at the same time, he's like gay, but it's like they never talk about it, but he just likes he likes
He's
fucking
like
dudes.
Gristle.
But like he will kick your fucking ass if it comes to that. He's not
Right.
like this because every gay character on TV is like this, you know, it's a it's a fucking
flamboyant,
stereotype.
Very
Yeah.
feminine gay.
It's
It's
fucking
funny.
insulting. Like
It's funny
how
you
can-
say that.
it bugs
That-
me. I want to see a butch gay character.
That reminds me of Willem Dafoe in Boondock Saints, where he's like,
there's that
there's
one.
that one scene where it's like fucking faggots or fairies or whatever. He says something to somebody like afterwards.
Yeah, he's like, I
Like,
just
in the
want to
whole movie,
cuddle.
you
He's
can
like,
see
you
the
want to
gay man.
cuddle? Yeah, he. I would say, yeah.
God,
that-
he's so
I was
solid.
like, I think that is the answer to your thing right there, Manic. Is
Willem Dafoe
Willem
in
Dafoe
Boondock
and
Saints?
Boondock Saints? I think, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, I apologize for something.
That's a good
Yeah,
one,
I was
too.
like, I mean,
We're
like
in
you
after hours.
you were using.
I was trying to
it-
make a quote, but
you were
I'm
you were
sorry.
quoting a movie, but
You-
yeah,
You were using the word in context.
in context, in quote form, yeah.
I'm
Still
not
being-
that drunk yet. I can still apologize for, I guess, gamer words. Is that what a gamer word is? I went for
It's a
so
gamer
long
word,
thinking
too.
it was a way worse word, and I think it's the F word. Which anytime I've seen that, I was like, "Fuck," and people are like, "No, faggot."
No,
Whatever.
the other
Like,
F word. Yeah.
I never associated that with it, but apparently that's an F word. Sure.
Yeah, I've been
But,
re-listening to the
When I hear gamer word, I don't know what that means.
I've been re-listening to the Lord of the Rings thing on Andy Serkis did the whole trilogy on Audible, which is awesome. He was the guy that did the voice for Gollum.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, excellent performance by him. And Gollum sounds like Gollum, believe it or not.
Because
well,
it's Andy Serkis.
it's Andy Serkis. But no, he does a really
Does
good
he
job.
voice all the characters?
Yeah, it's
And just
a-
like
he-
change an inflection or something?
No, he changes voice and everything. Like
That's what I've never listened to someone tell like us read a
oh
book
no,
that
yeah.
had a bunch
Most
of different
good
characters.
Audible books, they do like different voices for different characters. They like if it's a one person.
I like it
narrates all.
when audiobooks do that.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
dramatization of it.
Yeah,
I
they,
like
they
those
totally
a lot.
dramatize. It's like imagine someone to try and that's reading the book to you, but in a performance style. That's
Okay.
usually what Audible is. So,
I like that.
Um,
My mom got me gifted me a subscription
and he is
ages ago. and I never used it.
he's
Sorry,
very
Mom.
talented. Oh, sorry, he's very talented in the voice acting department. I would say.
You know, speaking of voice acting, there's something that I would pay for. I would pay quite a bit of money for it, and that's Manic Velocity reading me a bedtime story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd listen to that.
What do you want me to read?
Good night.
Go the-
Moon.
go the
Good
fuck
moon.
to
I was
sleep.
just thinking it. Thank you.
He's for hire.
Go the fuck to sleep.
How
I'll read
about
that
all-
to you.
Oh, that one would be good. How about like, Are You My Mother? It's a childhood
What?
book. It's not like a good night tale. I just remember that as a childhood
Well,
book. And it's like
Is
the
that like
airplane,
is that
That's
like
not my
everyone
book.
poops?
Everyone poops, yeah.
except for
Oh,
that
I'll
cat.
Or
read
the-
everyone
the-
Family
poops.
Guy.
The one I got for my nephew for Christmas this last
That's a
Christmas
sin.
was Hookers and
Oh,
Blow.
Hookers and
Save-
Blow.
Hookers and Blow
Yes.
Save
I
I bought
Christmas.
that too.
I remember you
It's
getting that.
fucking funny.
I hope my sister's cool enough that I can gift that to her.
Yeah,
at
yeah.
some
It's
point,
like,
but I don't
'cause
know if that's a
my,
good
my
idea.
sister was like, I was like, is this okay? She's like, yeah, because he'll love it because it has tow truck. It's Hookers and Blow Save Christmas. It's a tow truck and a snowblower
Oh,
saving
that's right.
saving a snowed in town, and the tow truck is hookers and the snowblowers blow.
Manic, if I send you a passage, will you read it?
But she's
Yeah.
like, he'll like it now because it's just
For a
trucks, and then
fee.
when he's older, he'll like it for other reasons because it's funny. So I don't know.
My sister's really cool, but she's kind of straight edge. I think it would be funny, and hopefully she would find it funny. But I don't know if it would be like if it would ever make it to the children.
Well,
Like it would
Red
probably
Line,
be like
I-
that goes in
What
my
about
you
office.
Red line. Red line.
He's already
Alright.
asleep.
If I just have to clarify, if I do this for you, I don't authorize you to use this for any nefarious purposes.
Like, don't record that shit.
What kind of nefarious purposes would
Like-
I use it for?
Any-
Like I do not give you permission to feed my voice into some kind of AI algorithm and to get me
Yeah.
to say things that I don't want to say.
Ooh, that'd be
We
questionable.
have lawyers, Redline, and we'll come.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't-
dude,
don't-
we've
This
got
is
the
a
we've got the
highbrow
best
show.
lawyers on this
Manic,
show,
just
so don't
read
even
the
try.
fucking-
Yeah, if
thing.
you deep fake him, we'll deep fuck you.
Yeah.
Dude,
You said
Whoa.
you'll deep
Sorry.
fuck me?
That
We-
went a
are
little.
we-
Listen,
That went
Wait,
hard real
Ron,
fast.
no,
Sorry, I
worries.
was, I was,
Exactly
I
right.
didn't I didn't sign up for this.
I was trying to be
Did you
intimidating. I
authorize
was.
that, Manic?
You're
Dude, the-
authorized.
wait.
Shut up.
The lawyers told us to say that.
Myself to be deep.
Okay, hold
keeps-
on. I've
It
got
keeps the
I've got the
amateurs at bay.
passage.
Yeah, it's.
Red line. Do you want?
Quote from the Raven, dude?
It's the
Read it.
Raven.
Oh,
you want me to read it? You want me to read it
Nevermore.
now,
I want
or
you
do
to-
you want me to send you like a
Yeah, I
recording?
want you to read it now.
Like right in the
Where's the
middle of the
money?
show.
Like
Show
right
me the money.
now?
You said you would
Right
pay a
now,
lot of
dude.
money, actually. Yeah.
PayPal $5, man.
Where is it? Let's see
Oh,
it.
we're on Fiverr now. That's what you've been reduced to, man.
No, that's not
Reduced.
reduced. All right.
Listen, I mean,
That's
I
reused and
denigrate the people on
recycled.
I
Fiverr,
have an
sir.
account on Fiverr, so
I was just trying to
technically-
build up Manic. I'm sorry.
Manic, just read the fucking thing.
Just
No,
read the
you're gonna
script.
do something with this. I no.
It
You're
sounds-
laughing,
it
which
sound-
means
it's-
you're. This is
He's having
sus.
way too much fun
You
over
got
this.
This is
four,
super
you got
sus.
4 hours
This
till
is
it's no longer April
sus.
1st.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's still
love it.
April Fool's Day. I'm not doing this. You're setting me up, bro.
You're being set up.
Manic,
100%.
I'm laughing because I'm high as shit and you're funny. Shut
You're-
up and
you're-
read the thing.
You're so full of bananas.
I gotta get into it, man. I'm not into it right now.
Okay, all right, get into
Cool.
it. Get into it. I believe in you.
You gotta get into it, right?
You can't
It's
just,
not one of
you can't
those
just
things.
force someone
that-
into the
that
mood.
passage
man.
is
Yeah,
not one of
listen,
those
listen,
things
dude.
That has all
gotta
of the
light some
syllables and
candles.
sounds.
This isn't like a faucet that you can just turn on, okay? You gotta take me out to dinner first.
Yeah.
Dance, monkey, dance.
We got to give him that one
$10.
booster.
Let me get liquored up a little bit more.
That's
PayPal $10.
Okay, I am enforcing my 3-drink maximum.
don't do that.
Oh, you said minimum.
You did say minimum.
I meant
He is
Right,
maximum.
no, you've done more
you
than 3
fucking
shots
eat
already.
those words right now.
You've done
No,
more
I'm having 3 glasses, 3 little glasses of scotch.
You didn't
Yeah,
even
but
fill up one of those glasses.
Shots don't count.
Yeah, shots don't count apparently because there's already been
They're
like
in a
4
separate
shots there.
glass.
Fuck
Yeah.
you, shots don't
No,
count.
they're not drinks. They're
Pick
shots.
a
They're
glass
different.
that you're counting.
Well, then I'm gonna have a
See,
shot.
You can't
look
count
at
all
look
the
at the
glasses.
size of this glass. This is not a big glass.
But you didn't fill it.
And I'm only
That's a
filling
shot
it
glass.
halfway. That's not a shot glass. This is too big to be a shot.
That's
This
a
is
double
shot
shot
glass
glass.
It's
at
not
my
even.
bar.
It's not even a rocks glass. Like it's somewhere in between.
It's like not a tumbler, but not a shot glass. What do you call those?
Oh, a double shot glass.
Yeah,
Glass.
probably a
You
double
call
shot.
it a
That's
glass.
That's a.
that's what shots are poured in if you're a regular. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
I'm
it's
gonna
like
do a shot.
4.
Red line.
gonna do a
Red
shot
line.
and
Give me
count it
like
not
four,
as a drink.
give me 45 minutes and I'll read this.
45.
I
That's
gotta
how-
dude.
like. I
gonna
gotta
say,
get
you can't
into
just,
it,
like-
bro.
You can't come in and
Gotta
snap
get
your
into
Make
fingers.
this is part, man.
Right?
You know,
Can't
not all
rush
of this
perfection.
like,
Right? This is art.
oh my god, you're just trying to get past April Fool's Day?
Manic
that
is
what
a
you're trying to do?
professional.
Yeah.
You got hours for that for him.
Manic, say it ain't so.
He's practicing right now.
He's
I'm
doing it.
practicing. Shut
I
up.
was gonna say he went silent on purpose. Manic's
He's practicing until
Yeah, there's a
midnight
reason I'm
Eastern
not
time.
pushing the fucking button.
I trust you,
Um,
Manic. You're only mildly racist
So-
and or sexist.
So
to my
we
knowledge.
actually didn't even get a chance to get it. There's one more little Eve topic that we didn't get into on the main show that I figure we could just get into now before we go off full bore.
Ooh,
They don't
is
have
it
to know.
Spicy?
Just say
It's a
what's on
little
the main show.
spicy. It involves a tweet
Oh,
that Hilmar
Oh.
was involved in.
Oh yeah,
bit.
Oh
Ooh.
my god.
Little bit of a spicy tweet.
this is best for the after show anyway.
Right.
So
So
just leave that man alone.
Leave
well, no.
Hilmar
Here's the thing.
alone.
We're
No,
not
I'm
gonna.
trying to
I'm not
remember.
going torches and pitchforks yet because nothing's happened with it. But I'm just saying, it's
Hilmar's
worth
a dirty
mention-
crypto
it
bro,
is-
and we know this.
because you have the Alliance tournament that they were giving out. Now those are just for fun. Like here's NFTs for the kill mails, whatever. I don't care if they do that.
They weren't just for fun when CCP was going to get a commission on their sales.
Whatever. I
Don't
don't
josh me, bro. Don't josh me.
The thing is, like, you know what? If they're giving out NFTs for kill mails at the AT, whatever. It's a handful of them.
They were freebies. It was cool.
But then there was mention in that other article. I think it was Massively OP or so, or Massively. Is that OP? Is that the article?
I assume that's what it's. yeah.
That they were talking about how Pearl Abyss is looking into blockchain stuff, and then also EVE Online was potentially open to blockchain stuff in their games. But they did mention that people from CCP said that it's just what the not the market, but the ecosystem or the whatever is just not right to do it right now. So it's not coming now. Probably not
We're
even
not-
coming soon.
We're
but
not
it is
ready
a
to play to earn. Or
It
you
is a
suggesting that?
potential future for even the pay to or play to earn or pay to earn model,
Play to earn. But
play to earn,
Maybe pay to earn. We pay a sub.
where they incorporate blockchain shit into the game. And I think the feedback on that has been almost unanimously, hell no, don't do it. And then you see this tweet where it was this guy who's a Web3 guy, but then it's like a group of like Web3 guys, crypto guys, NFT guys, and they're all meeting with Hilmar to discuss blockchain stuff. And so it's like, now what was discussed in that meeting was not released. Who knows?
Bunch of
But it's
dudes
like
in a.
bunch of
in a
blockchain
high-rise
guys talking with
hotel.
Hilmar, who Hilmar obviously loves the blockchain stuff, and is probably wanting to find a way to incorporate blockchain into the game in some way. It's just like
So
it doesn't look good. The optics are bad. Now, what actual effect it's going to have, who knows? It could be being overblown out of proportion, very possible, but the optics
Yes,
are bad.
I agree. It's
Question, real
tone
quick.
deaf. One second. One second.
Just
No.
this is
One second.
important.
But
I
here.
can't lose this, Akaroth. I cannot lose this.
Okay, go ahead.
CCP higher ups was into BDSM. Would you think that they were trying to put that into EVE Online too?
Dude, you shouldn't share
No,
your kinks
but
with
the thing
people who
is, like,
didn't
there's
consult.
already been
Because it's the
NFTs
same
involved with the
thing.
game in a very mild way. But then there's also been mentioned that they talked about like that them and their ownership company Pearl Abyss is potentially interested in finding.
They're gonna
a way in
explore
in
it like every other developer
They're
has.
interested in the future of it in a game. So that's my concern. Like, do I think
Here's-
this is happening by summer? Probably not. But in like a year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe. Hopefully not, but maybe. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not putting too much into it.
Here's my thought.
I don't
and
like it. I would just rather just not even see them being involved with blockchain shit at all.
I assume you were done Redline, but if you were still going.
Oh
then-
yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you're
No, you're
still
fine.
Hit it, bro.
Okay, so here's my thoughts. Not only is it a little bit tone deaf, which you just touched on, it's bad optics. It's not a good idea right now. Most other developers who've tried to hint on it and touch on it, because it's a buzzword right now, and just like fucking anything else, these are businesses, and most of us like these businesses, and we want to continue and support their products. Most gaming communities, from what I've seen, have like very resolutely said, we do not want to see this integrated in ours. And a lot of those companies have walked it back and be like, okay, yeah, like maybe it's not time, maybe it's not the right thing. We were thinking about it, whatever. It was a buzzword, and of course, as a company, we're going to explore, revenue streams. That being said, my thought for integrating anything like that into Eve, some other sort of database and file checking and whatever the aspects of NFTs and blockchain and, how it can be receipts and records and this, that, and the other. Eve already has struggled since they separated the chat server. I don't know how often some of you guys play, but it's not infrequent to get disconnected and reconnected to the chat server on a pretty regular basis here and there. because at some point they separated it from the main game servers, which probably does help somewhere in like server loaded, this, that, or the other. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that it was a healthy change, but it's not fully fleshed out even many years later, and it's not perfect or this, that, or the other. Adding some other fucking database that's going to check transactions or whatever the hell they're going to do with blockchain in Eve, using some other third-party thing that's interacting with the game client and this, that, the other. I don't see it playing out smoothly or well, and it just seems like a bad idea to stumble into. Let's add more out of game things that try to communicate with the game that we probably don't do well, because let's be honest, because fucking passcode.
Yeah, I mean,
What?
I don't see it playing out well. You
I think
can't
I'm ready to
integrate
read
things with
the
these games.
message for Redline.
are you ready to read it?
If we can just knock this out.
Yeah, let's just do a live reading.
Was it $10? Did you confirm receipt?
I don't care right now.
I'm kidding with you. Sorry. Go ahead. You okay? You okay,
Yeah,
buddy?
no, I'm good.
Okay.
Read-
You sounded
you talk-
bummed when you said that.
No, I'm
You're like,
joking,
oh,
dude.
I don't care.
Don't worry
right
about it. It's all good. All right. Redline sent me a passage from the Raven, and I'm going to read it now. Okay. I'm already starting to feel silly. I dipped down into serious, but I'm already coming back out of it. So give me a second to dip down back into it. Here we
Oh,
go.
you need to be serious. Maybe that's where it was coming from. The depressing
It's
stuff.
yeah, because I mean I respect this, so I want to
Sure.
treat it.
It's a good. I mean, I'm not.
I wanna
much
treat
one
it
for
right.
poetry, but the Raven's pretty fucking.
Poe is nice
The
and
Raven
dark.
is good.
The Raven is
the
dope.
the
I
only
like it.
the only people that
People
are
still say
allowed to
dope?
parody the Raven is the Simpsons, and that's classic Simpsons, and they
Yeah.
did it, and it was great.
They
Yeah.
did
Okay,
do a
here we
good
go.
job, didn't they?
Simpsons did it.
All right. Fuck, I can't do it when you're watching. All right.
You want me to turn your camera off?
No, I'm gonna try to not look at the cameras. All right. Are you ready, Redline?
Yes.
User has begun recording. I'm sorry.
Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. Quoth the Raven, "Nevermore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore." That was bad. I sounded better
You were
when I
doing
was.
really good.
No, that
I was
was.
into
I
it.
did it so
I
much
mean-
better when I was practicing. That was not
I mean,
good.
Val already.
You almost had a little growl to it. I thought you were
I
doing really well.
didn't like that. I sounded better when I was
Val already
practicing.
busted nut on it. So
The deep part in the end was the best part.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
if
I
you
thought-
did the whole passage like that, it would be sick. You wanna
Yeah,
give it a
at
whirl?
least one little part you had like a little growl to it. Like it was good. It was
I was doing different voices for the Raven, and I
Okay.
just when I was practicing, I was trying different voices, and I
Redline is edging.
landed on the growl.
Let's try the growl from the beginning.
You want me to
Stick
do
it
the
from the
whole
top.
thing? The whole
Yeah,
thing in the
stick it from-
growl?
Well, do everything in the growl except for the last part.
Except for "Let My Heart Be Still."
Yeah.
You want me to do the growl? It's like the Christian Bale Batman voice.
Yeah, do Christian Bale Batman
Don't
the
go
whole
quite
time.
Christian Bale
Let's-
Batman
let's
because
put him
that's
Batman.
Christian
awful.
Bale Batman.
All right, here we go.
But
whole
yours was
time.
good.
Fuck. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. Oh God, I ran out of breath. Quoth the Raven, "Nevermore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore." Where's Rachel? That's actually part of the poem. Christian Bale was inspired by the Raven when he shouted the words "Where's Rachel?" It's
Where's Raven?
"Where's Raven?" That's so Raven.
Oh no.
Nevermore.
Nevermore. This is terrible. God.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I don't want to stifle your mode. I think you had somewhere between what you were just doing as like a hard Christian Bale, and
was
like the
too silly.
earlier. The
I
earlier
actually-
one was,
I-
I think, a little bit less intense, but it was more. gritty
I'm not
for
gonna lie.
me.
I like the first.
This one
reading.
felt forced. Christian Bale.
I'm fine with the growl on the Nevermore, but I think like because that's like the Raven voice. I think the first
Yeah.
was better, where it's like it was more
I
just
agree.
like because then it's more like the internal dialogue of the guy.
the narrator.
the narrator, and like he's doing his whole thing, and then the Raven
Can
has
we
the
hear it
like,
again?
you know,
The
like,
Raven
'cause
comes in
the
with his own
Nevermore,
voice.
because that's almost like the of like the
Yeah.
of a Raven. So
Can we
Even
give it one
still,
more go? The
Your
combo
earlier
again?
growl was less forced. It was just raspy, and
It's-
that's what was
it's-
like good
yeah.
about it.
It's hard to do. It's hard to. The growl is very breathy, so like
That's
it's-
fair, but like
I ran out of breath really quick.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now though, you're pushing it, like you're making it a Christian Bale growl in my mind. Whereas before, you weren't like going. It wasn't that same like association. It was just like I said, it was a little bit raspy. Like that's
Yeah,
what made it
yeah.
a growl. It was more like measured and quieter and whatever. But like you weren't like, "Rrr," but like it was real gritty.
yeah, no, the first reading I thought was on point.
Do you want me to do it with like a Cockney accent?
Oh shit! Yes.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. Let my heart be still a moment and this mystery explore.
All right, so that was the first one that I got.
That
the
was
actual.
brilliant.
I got the
That's so
full
good.
recording without anything else.
Here's
So
the
thank
thing.
you.
I have to assume while
That's
he was
so
muted,
good.
he did his like actual like homework, and then was also like playing with it. And he was like, he got it. The Cockney went down, so he felt super comfortable being like,
all of my
"I'll kick that one
practices,
out too."
all of my practices were super serious. That was,
That was brilliant. You went so quick and so
dude.
strong.
I love doing this shit. I really do.
That, now do it,
Streamer-
Do random
oh yeah,
shit.
now do it as Brad Pitt and Pikey.
Oh, I can't do a pikey accent. No, I can't do that.
Well,
That's
neither could Brad
that's
Pitt, but
hard.
he-
It's
Brad
for his
Pitt's-
mouth.
Do it.
Brad,
Okay,
no,
do it
I
as Sean Connery as a Russian submarine.
I
commander.
can't do
Oh,
Sean
yeah.
Sean Connery. And that
I did want to
that's
hear
a
you
tough
say
one.
"You're the man now, dog," though. As Sean.
No,
You're the
it's-
man
I
now,
think
dog.
Sean Connery just
You're
kept
the
the
man now,
Scottish
dog.
accent
That's-
there. You
that
mean
one-
you mean Harrison
Sean Connery
Ford
is
is
hard.
Russian?
Harrison
I'll tell
Ford.
you when the mission is over.
Harrison. When I think of Harrison Ford's voice, I just think tired and cranky now because that's all he sounds like to me.
Yeah,
True.
he bitches a lot in everything, but that's fine. Which is fine.
I liked the Mark Hamill. He did an interview on some talk show, and they were talking because all the rest of the cast, the first Star Wars, they thought it was a joke. Like I mean, the guy that did C-3PO, he just was like he kept cracking up in his in his suit, so no one saw it. But like they all
Because
thought the
Star
movie,
Wars is fucking dumb and nobody wants to admit it.
I love Star Wars, but they all thought it was a goofy ass shit. But Mark Hamill was
Everybody thought
on
they'd be
board.
happy
Mark
to see the
Hamill was
checks
so
clear.
deep into it, and
I think Han Solo originally, like in
Harper.
George Lucas's original concept, he was supposed to be like a half frog, half man,
oh,
and then C-3PO was supposed to sound like a used car salesman.
oh no,
It was
wow.
supposed to be super like silly and goofy. So
Really?
yeah, like
That's hard to
Lucas has some weird fucking ideas. He needs people to rein him in a bit.
Chris Roberts.
Well, the
No,
the
George
prequels
Lucas.
showed that. I think the prequels showed
Sorry.
that quite a bit.
Yeah, the prequels are the result of George Lucas surrounding himself with yes men. Nobody's at that point. Nobody was going to say no to George Lucas when he was making the prequels.
But there was a thing where Mark Hamill was super into the things. Though he was like fucking line,
That
hook,
was
and
his first
sinker,
thing, right?
and he was sitting there and he was like talking to he was like trying to get a hold of the continuity person or whatever because like his hair and when they were shooting another scene, he's like, my hair wasn't like this in the other scene, and this is supposed to be like literally right after, so like my hair is just gonna instantly change. And like Harrison Ford was like, listen, kid, if they're worried about your hair, we're all in real trouble.
That was a perfect Harrison Ford impression.
It's like,
Which is pretty crazy because he was still pretty early on the scene himself. Harrison
Well-
Ford, if I recall, they plucked it. He was a carpenter for
He was a carpenter for Steven
Like-
Spielberg.
like at his house, and he was
Yeah,
like,
really?
He was like a contractor. Yeah,
huh.
I was like, I have a vision, and then now I'm gonna make
that
you
was-
fucking rich and famous.
I had
one
that
day.
no
was
clue.
that was Harrison Ford's first big
He
thing.
was a
was
carpenter,
Star
that's right,
Wars.
Uncle.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Well, it's brought
He
him
was
a
a
long way.
fucking
He
blue collar
was-
worker that somebody like was like,
he
follow
was
me,
literally
kid.
working on Steven Spielberg's
I wanna
house,
show you
and
the
I
world.
think Spielberg referred him to George Lucas.
Yeah, they're
Oh.
tight.
That's cool.
Those two,
Spiel-
they're in,
Spielberg
like,
and Lucas are like best friends.
Yeah, well, he did a
Super
hell of a
tight.
job, and then I mean, shit, we got cleared in present danger because of that, and
all sorts
Indiana
of good Jack
Jones.
Ryan movies.
Indiana
Indiana
Jones,
Jones?
of course.
the first three.
Well, sure.
I don't count the last.
we
one.
got Indiana Jones 4.
Harrison Ford's done a lot of great work and some
The-
mediocre work over the years, but I'm happy that he is not a
I
carpenter all
like.
his life.
I mean, there's a lot of people that criticize. I thought Air Force One was great.
I liked Air Force One. Harrison Ford's he's like a good action guy.
I have a vision in 40 years. Every basic white bitch at Starbucks will dress like
yeah.
you
one where
during the fall. What does that
Caesar
mean?
Call dies in the
Have you ever seen those pictures where girls will wear
Oh, the vest
Oh,
thing and the
leggings,
boots.
and
White
the
shirt.
boots
That's
and the vest over
right.
the white shirt, and they look.
I
all
didn't realize
handsome.
that's what he was saying,
Han
but you're
Solo.
right. Solo like fashion is very much a thing. That's so hilarious.
in the fall.
I mean, it's a good look. Solo pulled it off great. and
It's
a lot of women
such
do
a
too.
good look that Han Solo wore the same outfit for 40 years.
I mean, when you got something that works, you go.
You
with
should
it.
just stick with it. Stick with
Don't-
the one shirt, one jacket, one pair of boots, one pair of pants,
Yeah.
and
Like,
just
if-
wear that
if
for
you
40
had
years.
been, if you had been filming me for the last 20 years, like flip flops and sweatpants would be.
I have no
Oh,
room to
yeah.
talk. I have
I
like 4 pairs
wear
of jeans and
pajamas every Friday
12
night.
black t-shirts.
I mean, every time I get up to
Well,
leave
yeah.
the room,
Manic, apparently you
Pajamas
look
on.
the same for like 25 years.
I still dress the same as I did when I was 25. So
the only difference is I don't wear cargo pants anymore. I wear jeans now.
you finally let those
I
days go.
I wear cargo shorts when I'm
I wear
like
cargo shorts.
when
Plaid
I'm
many of
when
cargo
I'm
shorts.
doing like yard work, or if I'm like going to the farmer's market. I don't know. Sometimes cargo shorts are comfy.
Yeah,
and
How
I-
many of us
and-
still have some jorts around?
I do
I-
not. I don't think I've ever owned
No.
jorts.
You've never
No
owned
jorts.
jorts?
No,
I don't think I've ever owned jorts.
Really?
Although I'm not gonna lie, like the
Now
the
that I'm
jeans I
pushing
have,
40, I might have to buy a pair though.
I'm not gonna lie. The jeans I have.
Have you ever heard
get
the
American-
term Ranger panties?
What?
Whoa, no, I have not.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, it's time to introduce you to Ranger panties.
I gotta.
I'm
Should
ready.
I Google this?
You could. I'll Google it for you, and I'll put a link.
Hey Google,
So
I think
I'll
it's
find
safe for letting
Oh!
go.
do an image search for Ranger panties.
Ranger panties.
These pictures should match.
Oh,
So
okay, yeah, those.
that's my new favorite thing to wear in the summer.
Ranger. This is what every guy in the 70s wore.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
the short gym shorts,
true.
but
Very
with,
short,
camo
yeah.
patterns or
Guys
flag.
in the
My body is ready.
70s loved short shorts.
Dude, everybody
Yeah.
did.
But these are coming back because time is a circle.
Time, yeah.
close.
Everything
So-
old is new again.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking
So thi-
forward to seeing a lot of thigh.
This summer,
are
the
you gonna
town that I'm posted to is going to see a lot of flip flops and Ranger panties and tank tops, and they're not going to like it.
Did you link it somewhere?
No, I haven't linked it.
I just
Oh, okay.
Google Ranger panties.
I wasn't
Ranger- it's
sure
not
of what
funny.
it
It's
would
gonna be
bring up.
fine. It'll be
Fucking
fine.
hell.
Don't worry about it.
But no, like the
Yeah,
jean-
no, it's semi safe for work. Well, fuck, it's 9:30 at night. None of us are
Oh,
at work
that's-
right now.
I like it.
But no, I like the.
Yeah.
So I get the jean. I think they're like American Eagle jeans, but like, so I used to never like jeans because they're so stiff and rigid, and like they wouldn't let you bend in them, right? Like you bend your knee up and it like chafes you if it's too tight or anything like that. Well, now I get the things. They're not. I don't know if I'd call them jeggings, but they're like somewhat stretchy jean material.
They make stretchy denim now.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
not like it's
really
not jeans
nice.
where it's
My
like
wife has
like where it's
The
like
last
almost
couple of
like
jeans
yoga
I
pants,
bought,
but
that's
jean
what they
looking.
are.
It's,
I
it's
love
it's like
stretch
jeans,
denim.
but they stretch and they have give to them.
Yeah,
and they're so
stretch denim
fucking
is
comfy.
great.
And it's like
Here's
that's
the
all, that's all
problem.
I want to wear now. Like if I'm not
Here's
wearing
the
shorts,
problem.
I'm wearing those.
I love, like, have you guys ever worn raw denim? Like, it's denim that hasn't been treated. It's like straight off the loom. And
I
it's
don't
super
think so,
stiff.
maybe. Oh,
No,
well,
see,
yeah,
these-
like
these-
Levi's or
Like,
Wranglers.
no, I'm
Just
like,
Dungarees.
these things are like $200 a pair.
oh.
They
Like
call
I've
them,
never spent
cotton.
I
they
don't
call
think I've
them
ever
raw
spent $200
denim,
on any one piece of
raw
clothing.
denim jeans. And they because when you, like, if you go to a store and you get denim jeans,
They're very
They-
machine washed.
they've gone through a treatment to make them feel soft and pliable and shit. But if you wear raw denim, you can take a pair of raw denim jeans and stand them upright and they won't fall over. They're that stiff.
You could
Who
do that
would
with
wanna
Star
Like-
wear that?
There's
World
something
War II in the Navy, that kind of denim.
yeah. There's like
Will
I
they make
wouldn't
your
wear it
balls raw if you
I
like
wouldn't
go
wear it
commando?
every day. I wouldn't wear it every day, but I
Sounds
do
coarse.
kind of like the sturdy feel of it. It's like, man, these jeans are gonna last for decades. I love that feel.
So apparently, California Prime Pony Club.
I feel like that's like
he's
chafing
got it.
time.
He's got
I do-
VR in Jita turned on. He's watching our show in Jita VR.
I have a forehead. My forehead is about average size. I think it looks bigger because I have this
you're good.
really strong
Yeah,
widow's
no.
peak.
He's
No,
he's
widow's
in
peak.
VR, so it's probably
You
expanding.
have a forehead. I
stretching
have
it.
a 5.5, maybe 6 head. So like,
Yeah,
don't worry about your
y-
Yeah,
forehead.
don't be coming at me.
No,
I don't know
no,
why.
No,
Don't
just
have a
look
very strong
healthy.
hairline.
He's talking about your
Wait,
forehead. He's not
wait,
looking
wait,
at,
you
you
guys-
could mount solar panels on this and
You
power a
guys-
small town. It'll be fine.
Wait, you guys are
Yeah,
taking
but it's very environmentally conscious.
you guys are taking it out of context. He's watching it in VR in Jita, so it's probably
Yes, yeah.
stretching.
Oh, it adds
Oh,
to
yeah.
thumbs.
Yeah, so
And
he,
more
he
forehead.
like he imposed us in VR 3D in the Jita
Well,
station, and he's watching
For
that.
fuck's sake, now I'm self-conscious about it, so I'm gonna lean back so my forehead looks smaller. There, fixed.
But you look so tan in the shadows, so like that's a good
Yeah.
look too.
Well, Elby's got the Gian Turco forehead. Yeah, you already said.
This is why I don't get on camera, by the way.
Dude, I like it when you get on camera. I think it's bullshit when you don't get on camera.
I think it's bullshit when you think it's bullshit when I don't do something.
I think it's bullshit that
Well,
you
we
think
agree.
it's bullshit that you think it's bullshit.
You guys
I think
stop
it's
swearing,
bullshit that you
please?
think
My
it's
mom
bullshit
watches
that
this
he
show.
thinks it's bullshit that they
This is
think
a
it's
Christian
bullshit.
show.
I hope my mom watches this show at some point.
My mom does not.
She was in town one time when I did the show, I think.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I've told my parents multiple times that I co-host a weekly talk show, and not once have they asked, where can we see that?
Oh, mine
Dude,
have
I know my
watched
mom
it
goes to bed
before.
early,
Mine
so-
have
No-
watched it. in
She'd
the
be like,
past.
Never have they asked, oh, where can we watch it? They don't
How about your
care.
friends or your family?
No, my parents.
Well, it's
I'm
literal
joking.
parent.
I don't expect them to care.
I made my mom
no,
watch.
my parents have watched it a couple times, but that was way back in the day. But there was a couple times
When
where
it
they
was
like
worse?
came on, or there was a couple times where I was over there for holiday, like Thanksgiving or Christmas, and we did shows, and I was like doing the show there, and they were like kind of just hanging their heads in the door watching a little
Wait,
bit.
I'm in
You
the den
had,
streaming, Ma.
Yeah,
You had Papa
I'm
Presidente
streaming.
on the show?
No, they've never come on. Well, no, actually, my mom and my dad did come on the show one time. It was a Christmas Eve
Ooh.
show, I think. It was like 7 years ago.
Roll that beautiful beam footage.
I don't even have it. This is before. This is when BC was hosting everything. I don't even have the recordings.
Fair
If
enough.
only there was a way to store these recordings.
Back in the
on internet
day.
forever.
Back in the day.
Oh, that was good and gritty too.
He's back when it wasn't even
Somebody
called
make
Open
Elvis
Comms yet. It
read
was
some
still
code
called the
poetry.
DJ Big Country Show.
We were having all kinds of back in the day discussions at work today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is
We
it
were talking
because
about
you?
rations?
Is it because you're
Is
feeling
that why you're
old
taking
because
pictures of
your
your
recent
rations
September
today?
birthday?
No, it's because we're training. We're doing a basic training circuit right now. So like, all the recruits on the course are like born in the 21st century.
Oof.
I joined in 2000, so these guys joined after, or these guys were born after I joined. So like,
Isn't that weird?
yeah. So
Very
I'm talking with other instructors on the course, and they're like, "Hey, remember this ration, this MRE, this individual meal packet?" And I'm like, "No, yeah, I remember that one. I was around for that one." And then they Googled like what rations were around in 2000. And they were like, "Ew, look at this one." And I'm like, "Yeah, I ate that one." "Oh my god, look at this." "Oh, yeah, I ate that one too." I'm like, "Whoa, when did you get in, Warrant?" I'm like, "In the 2000, like pre 9/11." And they were like, mind blown. I'm like, "Fuck off."
They were
Fuck
like they
that old-
recorded history before 9/11.
I mean, that's
Oh, speaking of which, this year.
Did they have the internet then?
Well, no, this year, September 12th. This coming up fall will be the first day that people were born after 9/11 can drink alcohol legally.
that's
What do they have to
That's
drink
a
about?
really
They didn't
weird.
live
That's a
through
really
9/11.
weird. I'm just saying, it's weird that like
What could
you
even
can
stress out their lives?
You can start seeing people in the bars that were not even born during 9/11.
Don't know where they were.
I mean,
Not only
but-
don't know where they were, weren't existent.
they
when
they
9/11
You know
happened.
what?
could not have known where they were.
How
Just a gleam in your daddy's eye.
I was
it
in
is
high
so
school when that was
feel
exhausting
really old,
living
that's
through
for sure.
history like this?
Dude, getting old sucks. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, no,
Why
I've
did you
lived
stop
through.
living through
Nah, dude,
history?
getting old
I've
fucking
lived through
rocks.
2 Gulf Wars,
Medic, that's because you
A
don't age. I don't
9/11,
want to hear anything out
a
of your mouth.
pandemic, and potentially World War III. Potentially.
My I,
Medic has fucking Keanu syndrome, and I,
can
don't want to hear
only
anything
I
other
can
than
only speak to my experience. My life has only gotten better with age.
that. Medic was like,
like,
I'm basically already 40. Like,
Holy
he can't feel
shit!
his
Like,
joints already or something.
if I'm being honest with myself, my life has only gotten better with age. People say getting old sucks. Fuck no. I don't want to be a dumb kid again. I was
That sounds-
dumb.
That
I
sounds
was dumb
awfully
and I
same.
couldn't
anecdotal.
afford anything and I wasn't allowed to do anything. Being young sucked. Getting old is awesome.
To a point.
I get that it
I don't
has
look
its
forward to getting
appeals
old, like,
if you're
60.
Once it gets to the point where I can't feed and bathe myself, then I'll check out. But right
Well-
now, it's really fucking cool.
Dude, 130 is gonna come before you know it. So
Right, I gotta make sure my
Dude,
my
you just
Eve
gotta get
subscription.
that
I gotta buy a
relic
bunch
implant.
of Plex. I gotta buy a bunch of Plex to make sure my Eve subscription lasts for the next 133 years.
and make sure and set up your queue for once you go like dementia
Yeah,
or whatever.
Totally.
You're not gonna remember why you even logged in. You're not gonna update your queue.
Yeah.
I'll have
He'll
my.
still be
I'll
logging
ha-
in though. Rest
listen,
assured.
we'll all be uploaded to the metaverse
I was
with
saying, you gotta
Hilmar.
get that relic implant. Dude, I've been playing some
So-
Cyberpunk. I've been fucking
He'll
loving
be
it.
a
Dude,
relic
you have
implant.
been playing Cyberpunk.
I've been
I love it.
loving it. Like now
It's fun.
I didn't play it back when all the crazy shit was happening. Like a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's fucked up." But now that I'm playing, now I'm assuming they've probably fixed most. I've
They
still come
fixed the
across
top.
some bugs. Most of them are funny, and I think they're. I see them like what, but I think the best one I've seen was like you respond to like the generic like police like assault in progress or whatever.
Yeah.
And I go over there and I take care of the perps, and there's still like a police officer or two left alive. And one of them like got in the car and started driving off, and the other one turns like, "Thanks for your help. Would have been rough without you," or something like that. And all of a sudden he like sits down in the middle of the air and then just starts flying across the street towards
As if
the
he's
police.
sitting in an
towards-
invisible
Well,
car.
it's because his other officer got in the car immediately and started driving off, and then he's like, "Thanks for your help," whatever. And he waited till he finished his lines, sat down in the middle there, and then just started flying across the street and flew into the cop car, and then it carried off. I'm like,
That's the thing. Like,
all right, you know what? That's one way to get in a vehicle, I guess.
so Cyberpunk is obviously it's not the game that was sold to us, but it's still a fun game, and some of the
I've been
bugs
enjoying the fuck out
make
of it.
the game funny.
Yeah.
They make the game more enjoyable.
Yeah,
I have
it's-
no problem with Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I've
CD Projekt Red,
I've
man,
been
they're good
really
things.
digging it. I like the storylines. Judy is awesome. I think I'm gonna romance Judy up.
Are you
Judith?
playing male V or female V?
Female V,
Okay.
because
Nice.
you can romance Judy up. So
Scissor me timber.
Judy is so
She-
I'm a simp for Judy.
Yeah, Judy-
I'm
Judy is-
totally a simp
Judy is
for Judy.
best girl in Cyberpunk by far.
Which
Oh
one?
my
Which one
God.
is that?
She's like
She's like the hacker girl.
she's like the
Well,
she
no, I
sets
didn't
up
play the game, but I know one of them was like modeled after like Megan Fox or something, which like she's okay.
No, she's got like
I'll pull it
the
up.
like one side comb over,
like
like
it-
the shave on one side, and the one side comb over. It's like green and purple, green into purple.
I like 'em curvier.
strands, and
That's all I'm saying.
she's kind of like she's like the hacker kind of chick that like sets up the brain dances and like edits every. She does like all the. She's like the video editor extraordinaire type chick.
Nice. She makes good memes.
I put the link in chat. Judy
So, and-
Alvarez.
Yeah,
Oh,
Judy Alvarez.
God,
She's
this-
cute enough.
this character model was designed for me. I feel like she was designed for me. Like,
I mean,
Yeah,
I know it's.
she's
this
so
is
I
the
know
kind of
Cyberpunk
girl
is-
that I'm into.
Yeah,
I know Cyberpunk is already like an inherently kind of alt girl and et
Oh,
cetera, but,
totally.
like,
Yeah,
I bet
there's a lot
she's-
of like, yeah.
I bet she's a good lady.
cool
Yeah, because
themes
I
and-
was playing the game. I just made a female character, and then I was looking. I was like, "Oh, Judy, is she one that you can romance?" And I looked, and it's like you can only romance her if you're a female character because she's lesbian. I'm
she's
like,
lesbian.
I
Yeah.
was like, "Done. I'm set." All
I
right.
would have known that.
Sign me
Tried
up.
so hard.
Yeah, because some characters are gay, some are not, and some are bi, and then so that determines whether you can like.
Redline, you said you tried so hard. Like you shot your shot. How'd it go? What'd she say?
Not well.
Well, obviously, but how did it go? Were you a dude when you did it, or were you like a
love,
lady?
I love Redline sounded so indignant. Not well.
It's like it didn't happen, but
It didn't
you know, I guess I'll
happen.
tell you
No,
about
she's
it
not-
if you
no.
want.
Fucker.
She's not the girl fixing the car. The girl fixing the car
I
is
didn't want to
Claire.
talk about it, but since you brought it up,
I think the girl fixing the car is Claire, Ash.
Redline, tell me how you failed to bring that fictional girl from that game home from the bar. Tell us about that story.
what?
No.
You said you failed when you shot your shot. That's what I'm talking about. man.
I haven't met Pan Am, Val.
No, he's talking about Redline.
Judy.
You talking about Judy?
Redline hit on Judy and he shot a shot. He failed, but I want to hear
Yeah.
it. He sounded very disappointed, so I just wondered how it went.
It didn't went. That's the thing.
I'm fine. It's nothing.
Yeah, the girl fixing the cars is Pan Am. She's the
I was thinking Claire because like when the first time you see Claire, other than she's the bartender at Afterlife, but the first time you see her for a side mission, she's fixing up.
no,
She's fixing up the beast to go on the street races.
Yeah,
that's Claire.
no,
that's
you're
the
totally
bartender.
right.
That's the bartender from Afterlife. That's Claire.
Yes. Pan Am is the
I have a
she's-
mission to go call and meet Pan Am, but I haven't done it yet, so I've never met her at the moment.
She lives on I can't remember the clan name, her group.
She
her
one of the
team.
nomads?
The nomads, yeah.
Okay.
They live out on the
Yeah,
ass end of
outskirts.
the city, yeah. But no, you're right. Claire was the
Okay, I
mechanic.
need to see that then. I think I'm thinking about her.
Pan Am is cool.
Yeah, I like Claire. Claire's cool. I like
Apparently-
her. She's-
Uncle says I highly recommend visiting the adult toy store. There are things in there that will haunt you.
I've
Yeah,
already
oh.
been,
dude.
what haunt you? Why? Like, there's
I've got a
nothing.
pretty
There's nothing
active
in there. That's,
imagination.
It's a
but-
bunch of giant,
it's a bunch
weirdly
of
shaped
dildos. Like,
dildos.
what's the
Like,
most crazy thing in there? The double-ended dildo.
if you've been to Vegas, nothing in that shop should
yeah, like
surprise
and
you.
like all the
If you've been an adult,
advertisements.
anything's a dildo if you imagine it.
all
yeah,
the-
anything's
or
a
like-
dildo
it's
if
a
you try
dildo
hard
shop.
enough.
It's like
Sorry.
it's a dildo shop.
Sorry to interrupt. It
Oh.
was Pan Am that I shot my shot with
Pan Am.
and did not
Oh,
go well.
Pan Am. Okay.
Oh,
Pan
Oh,
American.
there was a spiky thing in the dildo shop that looked
there was
uncomfortable.
a spiky.
There's
dildo.
There was a
spiky
spiky
things in
thing that I'm
regular
like, I don't
sex
know.
toys.
Really? I mean, it's like
It's like, I don't know who would enjoy that, and I don't think it would be physically
there's somebody
possible
out
to
there who
actually
would
use
enjoy
that
it.
effectively. But
Do you have anything that says "Daddy likes leather"? We have one that says "Leather Daddy."
there was a, I forget where, but there was a mission somewhere where there's like some Joy Toys around, that not like usable Joy Toys, but like, and then there was like some dude in a gimp suit just walking around in this.
Did you do the
He's sleeping.
mission? Did you do the mission where you have an intimate moment with one of the Joy Toys?
Not a mission. I was walking around and like found a Joy Toy, and it was like, I was like, oh, interactive. It was like the little kiss symbol, the little lip symbol on the thing, and I was like, I just did it
Okay,
just
yeah.
to see. So
No,
I've done the sexy time with a Joy Toy.
There
But-
is a mission where you have, and when I say an intimate moment, I don't mean sexual. I mean
Oh,
This is
just
one of
like,
the-
like
this is
Like
one
a
of the
deep
most
moment.
deeply intimate moments I've ever experienced in
I
a
have
video
not that.
game.
no.
It's such a good mission because it's like this character
I don't
that
think
you're
you will, Ash.
talking to. Okay. No,
Yeah,
Ash
no,
is right.
I
It
appreciate
is
that.
one of those things where it's like it's hard to talk about without spoiling it.
Yeah,
no,
no,
Ash
because
is,
I'm
Ash
in the
is
middle
right.
of playing the game, very
Okay.
adamantly, and like I've been
Oh,
taking a
man.
while because I'm like one of those people. I want to finish all the side missions before I progress the main launch.
Yeah, I do the
And
same.
so I'm doing all the stuff that I can, unless it's like danger very high. It's like, well, I'll just fucking die if I try and do that. So I'm doing all the missions that are available, all the gigs, and then every time I see like, oh, police report in progress, I'm like, fuck, I better stop and kill these fucking tiger
Oh,
claws.
those are like randomly generated.
yeah, those will never end. But
Those-
like if I'm
those
driving
aren't
down
even,
the
like-
road,
yeah.
I have to stop and be like, you know what, that's loot. Got to get the money to afford the new apartments and then I'm driving and it's like, and then I waste a lot of time because I'll be like driving and all of a sudden the song comes on. I'm like start jamming and it's like, oh, my quest's over here, but the song's not done yet, so I just keep going.
Can't get out of the car yet.
It's like I can't get. It's like I'll take the long way around.
Sit in the drive.
It's like, oh no, I got to go over to Watson. No, better swing back over to Japantown, do a loop, and like come back and.
So
Now I
real
can
quick
do
for the
mission.
uninitiated, because I've never played Cyberpunk and I didn't even follow its development. I know the memes and I followed its release and stuff like that. But is it, if it's a spoiler, you guys can refrain. But what in the hell is a Joy Toy?
A hooker.
A sex robot.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
no,
wow.
no, no. They're not robots. It's a hooker. They call them
Goodness.
Joy Toys.
No,
in
hold on.
there. You could pay for sex with them. That's so
Wait, let me finish eating.
okay. Not the dolls. The dolls are different, Manic.
Because I can explain.
The dolls are okay.
They are cybernetically enhanced. So they are people, but they're not completely human.
Okay.
The Joy Toys.
Like pelvic upgrades or
Yeah, you
Well,
know,
like, everyone in there-
better
everyone-
suction because this is a world where you can modify your body in any way imaginable. Like
Oh well, I just,
technology has reached that point where we can fix every problem we have with our bodies. So yeah, people have modified their body like and the world is very like sex positive. So you'll see
Sure.
people
All the
modifying
ads.
they've got like extra mouths. You'll see ads for Joy Toys that have extra mouths so they can service more than
the
one
three
man at a time.
mouth
Yeah.
wonder. Yeah.
Yeah, so shit like that.
But I mean, like the things like so. Yeah, they're cybernetically enhanced, but they're still a person. They just have. But almost everyone except for the
But
monks
are
in the
they,
game.
Drayden? See, this is
The
now we get
vast
into discussion. Like, at what point do you lose your humanity
But
when you modify your body so much?
I think it's when you modify your brain because your humanity is up here.
Is it?
Yeah, because this is where all your cognitive processes are, and this is what determines your personality, your reactions to things. This is all just
So
action,
like, but
reaction,
if-
impulse. This just
What
sends
about
signals
in
to your
here,
brain. Your
Drake?
brain interprets them in reaction.
if you suddenly had 4 arms, would you feel more or less human?
You would still be a human up here. You would just be a
No,
human
I'm
that has more.
I'm saying I'm not
appendages.
talking
Fake
like
appendages.
biologically. Like would you feel more or less human if you had an extra set of arms?
I mean, I don't know. But
See, here we
the
get
Joy
this.
Toys
These are
don't,
the
though.
these
That's
are
what-
the questions. The Joy Toys, they have multiple mouths.
Well, that's true. The one does. I think she's famous.
Well,
for it, though.
at least one of them does.
She's
But
she's
I
on the
mean,
billboards.
Listen, they've got like motorized arm movement, so you can get a handy for 3 hours and she won't get tired. Like
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about.
But yeah, so there's the Joy. Well, but okay, so I mean, like but I feel like the vast majority, aside from the monks, are cybernetically enhanced to a degree, and so the Joy Toys are probably more, aesthetically cybernetically enhanced. But then there's the dolls. The dolls is actually disturbing. I don't like the idea of the dolls in that.
Oh, yes.
Because the dolls,
I
they was called a doll chip, and so basically
just
it is
remembered what
a
you were talking
thing
about,
at a
yeah.
certain establishment to where they go there. And you remember that movie with Bruce Willis? That
Sixth
had-
Sense.
Sixth Sense.
No, that had the
Die Hard.
It was
Die
like the
Hard
thing where they
2.
like jacked into like their fake the fake alternate.
Death becomes her.
It was almost like Jumper, but it was a different
12
one.
12
I know what
monkeys.
you're
Tears
talking
of the
about.
Sun.
No. It's the one where like Breaking Benjamin had the
Looper.
song for it.
I think it was
Surrogates.
Looper.
Surrogates.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's think of like surrogates where it's like to
don't
where
remember that one.
you remember like there was the surrogates that but then the real people would go into that one area and they would be taken over mentally and they didn't have control of their body
No, that's
anymore.
gamers. That's gamers.
No, he's right. It's
With the
surrogates.
dude
I'm
from
looking
No,
at
it's
it.
Surrogates.
It's
Surrogates.
Bruce
movie.
Willis.
No,
They
This
have
looks
robot
terrible.
bodies.
no.
Gamers is the one where you go into the play
Gamers
zone
had
and rent yourself out. I'm telling you, I own them both.
no,
His wife was like an
Gamers
e-stripper in the
had
meta world.
the guy
He
from
was in prison.
the
Dexter.
Scottish guy.
Dexter. Oh, you're talking about the other
No.
guy. God,
It's,
what's his name?
um,
Clive Owen?
Gamers
No.
had
It's the guy who's plays
It wasn't Clive Owen,
Leonidas.
but it was something like that.
Wasn't-
Yeah.
It was.
It was something like that.
I know. What
It was also in that one where they inside
Gerard
Manhattan-
Butler. Yeah, so Gamers had Gerard Butler. No,
Gerard
this is the one
Butler,
with Bruce
yeah.
Willis. And there was the one girl that she went into that area, which was like a thing where guys would take their surrogates in there, and then they would interact with the real people that couldn't afford surrogates, and they would get paid by basically letting their bodies being taken over by a program.
Oof.
And then the surrogates could do whatever they want to them. And remember, like the guy goes in there. There's like the one lady that breaks their leg, and she's like the look on her face is like, "Oh my
That's
god!" But she's like
Gamers,
laughing
that's
because
weird.
the person that it's where the people instead of taking over surrogate, they take over them. That's what it was.
Yeah,
They take over them, and
Gamers.
so the thing is like they broke their leg, and the person that had taken them over was laughing. So the girl was laughing, but she was like horrified and feeling pain. This is kind of
like
like
this.
that. So the
I'm-
dolls have this chip to where
This sounds stupid, but I'm getting this movie so I can watch it.
Yeah. So the doll chip
Disturbs
is like
me.
the person
Gerard Butler
rents
is in
the doll
Gamers.
in a space, and then the dolls they basically take a mental link from the person that rented it, and then their desires and wants get imprinted on the doll, and they are forced to do those things, and then the doll's memory is wiped afterwards, so they don't have any PTSD about it.
Give
later.
it time. The upper class will be doing
And
this to
so
us,
it's like
guys.
that is
Just
really
saying.
disturbing because it's like, I really didn't
Yeah.
like the whole doll thing
Yeah.
at all.
This sounds incredibly
it's
disturbing.
super
They
fucking dark.
I might watch it
They
for a
touch
morbid
on that
reason,
in
but oof.
Cyberpunk.
It's super dark, but
It's very dark.
yeah.
So this was Surrogates. That's the one you're talking about.
Surrogates
Surrogates-
is the one that had that area.
Robot.
I forget what it's called.
2009 with Bruce Willis, Ving
The whole broken
Rhames.
leg thing.
No, that's
Oof.
Gamer
That's
with Gerard Butler.
Surrogate.
Not. I am watching it right now.
Drayden
Are
is talking about surrogates.
Well,
He's
Unless
describing
I'm wrong.
Gamer.
In
talking
Gamer,
about
in Gamer,
surrogates.
his wife's like
Exactly.
a forced like sex labor in the meta world or whatever. But
oh,
like, you
okay.
know,
well,
some
then maybe
fat
I'm thinking
dude's
the
like,
wrong movie.
like
Okay, so
making her do
it's in
things
Gamer
and-
then.
yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
it's
you
They
in
touch
Gamer.
on
describing
that somewhat
Gamer.
as well, but is
Yes.
it that Gamer
Oh, okay.
that you're talking about?
Yeah. He's right. And Uncle
I
Online.
know,
Because
is-
I did
right?
watch that, but I didn't catch a lot of it.
It's
I was
called
here and there.
Society. I
Surrogates
thought it
is where they take over a robot body,
right.
and then that's they race. That's different. It's Bruce Willis.
Right,
It's robot
yeah.
bodies. It's
Oh,
good
I mean,
too,
that's
though.
not so
I
dark.
Like it.
Yeah, because Gamer, it's like they have the death row prisoners, and the gamers take over them and go into a death.
But his
match.
wife has to be like a sex worker.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's
yeah,
got-
it's
the
Gamer.
bad guy in that is somebody who becomes famous later in life. He's really good in it though.
Yeah. It's Gamer. I thought it was Surrogate, but
Can we all admit
It's
that?
not surrogates.
it's Gamer that I'm
Called
thinking
Gamer.
of.
Yeah.
Can we
Who's
all agree
playing
that
you?
Dexter did a terrible, like, twangy Southern accent in Gamer?
Is that Dexter?
Michael C. Hall. Yeah. it is.
Yeah, he does a great job in Gamer.
Michael C. Hall's
I mean,
not.
he does very creepy evil, but
Hey,
he did a terrible Southern accent in it.
I'm thinking of
Well, I
Anthony
believe, but he was
Michael
It
good.
was
in
like
it. I
Southern
liked him in
billionaire,
it. It
whatever,
was
who
good.
runs the company or something.
It's
No,
got,
he read it
I was,
both.
I was
Sedgwick, like Kira
confused. I thought
Sedgwick's
you
in it.
guys said Anthony Michael.
Although
Hall
Surrogate was
was
a
on
good movie.
Dexter.
I mean,
Michael
like,
C.
I
Hall.
don't think he was on Dexter. Maybe he played like a smaller part. I've never seen Dexter. Maybe Anthony Michael Hall was on
No.
Dexter.
Not Anthony Michael.
Ma-
Michael C.
maybe
Hall.
Dexter's
Michael
a great
C.
television
Michael
show.
C. Hall. It would
It
be
had its
great.
moment.
It would be great if those two were in a show together. Anthony Michael Hall and Michael C. Hall.
They would call it
It
Hall
would-
and Hall and Oates. And he
Hall
would,
and Hall and Oates.
Oates would cameo here and there, but really it was about the Halls.
It was
all
really
along. We
about
knew
the
it.
halls. All the
We knew it.
halls.
Would we
I'm-
call it Kids in the Hall?
Kids in the Hall? That was a good show.
It was.
Kids in the Hall was a good show.
Thanks, Telby, for making sure to share that with us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Canada.
You're
Thank
you're
Dude,
you
shots to
honorarily
Canada.
carry
Okay.
Canada on your shoulders,
I'm
on
not-
those broad shoulders of yours.
I'm at my 3 drink. I'm
Kids
at
in
my
the
3
Hall.
drink maximum.
Canada shared
so
that with us.
I want to do
Is that
I want to do a
allowed?
shot to Canada. I
Is
want to
that
do a
allowed?
shot.
Shots
all
for
of-
Canada.
Shots
I'll
to
drink to
Canada,
Canada.
Fuck
for
yeah,
giving us
bud.
some
What we're
of
saying.
the best
Oh, fuck
comedians
yeah,
you
bud.
can name.
Oh God, Canada does put out some good
Canada
comedy. Let's
pumps
be honest.
out some of the best comedians.
and then Nickelback and things like that. So you know it is what it is.
Alanis Morissette.
But Shania Twain,
You know,
come on,
you win
Justin
some, you
Bieber?
lose some.
Brian
That's
Adams.
I like your attitude. Bare naked
Big
Ladies.
Lady
ladies.
Ryan Reynolds. That's right.
That's right. He's
Ryan
a treasure.
Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
Jim Carrey,
I didn't know Ryan Reynolds was
Jim
Canadian.
Carrey, sure. He
Can we
is.
He's
just
from
be honest
Vancouver.
with ourselves
John
for a
John
minute and
Candy,
Fuck
Nathan
yeah.
Fillion.
John
that
Candy,
even though
phenomenal.
people say they don't like Nickelback, you can sing Rockstar.
Look at this graph.
I love it. I love that meme so much.
Wait, Nathan Fillion's Canadian?
I don't know the words to Rockstar, so I disagree with you there, Redline. But what I will counter
If you
that
heard the
with,
song, you would know
this
it.
is- I don't think I know nearly enough of the words as you're trying to play. But here's what I'm saying. I feel that way about Goo Goo Dolls. There was an era of my young adult period where people were like, Goo Goo Dolls?
And I don't want the
I
world
was
to
like,
see me.
I was like,
I
don't
remember
tell me
that.
you don't know all the words to a motherfuckload of Goo Goo Dolls songs. We're not going to give up on Goo Goo Dolls just because it's trendy.
To be broken. I just want you to know who I am. Yeah.
Baby's black balloon makes her fly.
Welcome to Open Comms, everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the
So
after show. We
I
can do
get what you're
whatever we
saying
want.
with
Yeah, we can do
Nickelback,
whatever we
but I don't think Nickelback is as real in that as the Goo Goo Dolls. I think the Goo Goo Dolls went through this like people just like got to an era of like I'm gonna say like their 20s or something where they gave a shit about what people were thinking and they were kind of an adult, and they were like, no, that's not cool. And I was like, what? we all know a fuckload of Goo Goo. Like Goo Goo Dolls are like you will sing Goo Goo Dolls when it comes on. They make
Yeah.
I won't.
enjoyable music.
No,
And now
I
I'm
won't.
happy to
I
be
just-
like in my adulthood period where I'm like cusping back around where it's like making sure nobody gives a fuck because I'm like I know all the fucking words to Goo Goo Dolls. I love
Yeah.
those songs.
I-
Why would
I
anybody
only
stop liking the
know-
Goo Goo Dolls?
I only know Goo Goo Dolls because of City of Angels,
Oh, but
Mm.
you
The-
know
I knew
3
them
good
before that,
songs.
though.
man.
the movie with Nicolas Cage.
What
And
was
good
the
old
mo-
Meg
so
Ryan.
that was the
She
Iris
used to be
song.
so
What was the
cute.
song because they had a single before that. I knew them.
They
from
did
that one.
Iris, Black Balloon's a big one.
I don't
Name?
remember.
And I won't say your name or whatever. God damn.
I think
Ryan
Name's-
Adams is Canadian. Shit on
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Ryan
Bryan
Adams is
Adams,
Canadian, yeah.
Damn.
100%.
Dude, there's so much that came out of
Yeah,
Canada.
Bryan
let's
Adams.
be honest. Never
And-
was there ever a better top hat for America than Canada.
Seriously.
Thanks, Canada, for providing.
Thanks,
me this-
Canada.
You know,
Boy.
we do the best we can with the tools we got.
Pamela Anderson.
Dude, punching above their
is-
weight
is
for
Pamela
like
Anderson
300 years
Canadian?
now.
Yes.
I don't think so, but
Was
maybe.
she?
He is.
I'm
I
Canadian.
thought she was just from Los Angeles.
Somehow I doubt that. Rebel.
You're not Canadian, Redline.
Prove it.
No, you prove that you
I
are.
was gonna say the
No,
onus
the
is
burden
on
of proof
you.
is on you.
The onus is on you.
No,
You made
No,
the
it's
statement. You made the
not.
claim.
No, it's
your
not. You're making a
nationality
claim.
is in
You gotta prove
question.
it.
You must
We're
prove.
calling you on
sir.
your claim.
You don't get to decide that.
It's not about deciding.
That's how the
It's about
legal
facts.
system works.
And
You have
facts
to
don't-
prove.
Facts
You
don't
have
care
to
about your
prove your
feelings,
innocence.
Redline.
Wait, Jim Carrey was Canadian?
Jim Carrey.
Yes,
Or-
you
Or
know,
I guess,
said
I guess
that.
is Canadian.
Drayden, did you think he
He
was
is.
joking when he said so
Yeah.
many talented
I mean, he
comedians came
was,
out of
but he
Canada?
is.
I didn't know-
He's still Canadian.
Keanu Reeves is fucking Canadian.
Keanu Reeves is Hawaiian.
Is he fucking really?
Well then maybe I didn't look at it.
I'm
No,
not fighting
Keanu
it.
Reeves is from Hawaii.
Oh, I typed in Canadian
Waikiki?
celebrities and it's just showing a list and it
Dude,
just
Google
says
don't know
celebrities
shit.
/ Canada.
The celebrities who've been to Canada?
Okay,
yeah.
hold on.
It's showing Keanu Reeves,
Wait.
Seth
Ash, I'm not going to
Rogen.
provide my birth
Seth Rogen
certificate
Canadian?
to anybody. I'm sorry.
Birther movement right now.
Seth Rogen is Canadian.
I believe that, yes.
Oh wait.
People have
Nationality
mixed opinions
Canadian.
on him, but
Keanu
I'm okay
Reeves
with
is Canadian.
Dude, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves is a treasure for the
I mean, that-
globe, and Canada
That
would
means
be right
Canada-
up their fucking alley.
That means
They'd be
Canada
like, yeah, we
produced
put
the
out one of the
best-
most loved people
Canada
ever.
produced the best person in the
Did you
world.
notice that? Did you see that? No big deal.
Why
I
can't
mean,
you keep
you're
the
not
people
Canadian,
moving?
are
How
you,
come y'all
Drayden?
keep moving down here?
I'm not Canadian.
He's
You're
trying.
the
He's
best
He's
person in the
almost
world.
Canadian.
I'm.
Oh, wow.
I was told by LB that they
You got
would
a little
accept
something
me.
on your-
They would
on your
accept
lip
me as a
there.
hoser
I
up
was
there.
just being nice,
so,
dude.
I'm assuming that
Totally.
means
Wait.
an honored guest. Is that what a hoser is?
No.
fucking hose.
Guys.
Shit,
LB.
okay.
What's,
Did
what,
you
LB,
Guys.
what-
Hoser is a Canadian.
Guys.
Oh, okay.
What?
Then he said I
Yes,
could
Manic,
be
how
Canadian.
can we
Yeah,
help?
because I remember.
Keanu
If you and
Reeves-
if you and I were in the car and we got pulled over by the RCMP, you could pass for a Canadian.
Could I? Oh, fuck
Say
yeah.
fuck yeah, bud.
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh fuck yeah, bud.
There you go,
Guys.
dude. You're doing.
Red line, I don't know.
See,
I don't
that's the
know.
thing.
Can we
Everyone
talk
thinks
about
that
it?
Canadians just say A
Can we
all the
talk
time.
about-
They
Talk about
don't.
it.
They say it sometimes.
That's more of a North Dakota.
I think
North
Bud
Dakota
is
thing.
much more common than A in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bud. There was a lot of A, and I will admit that within 2 to
Not
3
saying
weeks
people
of being
don't
in
say
Canada
A.
for work, I had already picked up A, and I liked it. It was good. Like people were like, what are you doing? And I was like,
There's nothing wrong with it.
it's in my fucking vernacular, dude.
Yeah,
it
it's
like
like-
rubbed off real quick, and it's pleasant.
Until I had to show my but here's the thing, Val. Val's Canadian as well.
Canada.
Val is Canada. No,
Shouts to Val Canada.
Val
So-
Canada.
yeah, no, but he's like until
I did.
until you show your ID. It's like
I met Tom Green, who is from Canada.
Tom Green's
That's right.
Canadian.
It's
yeah.
another Canadian.
No, if I had to show my ID, I'd be like, hey, bud, I was just out for a rip and left the old ID back at the hut.
Dude, I want to say cop be like, you fucking with me right now?
Would that pass, LB? Would that work?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh, fuck
Listen
yeah.
here, bud.
Oh
I
fuck
was
yeah.
involved in a big old Donnybrook.
We're just out
I
for a
wanted-
rip and
I
we're
wanted to
gonna-
say
we're just out
I
for a
just
rip and
wanted
go
to
have
say
a
that
dart. So
Keanu Reeves was born in Lebanon, so Keanu Reeves is technically Lebanese.
oh well, I was just looking
A
on
Lebanese
Google.
blonde?
It says nationality Canadian, so maybe he
A
got
Lebanese
Canadian
blogger?
citizenship.
So
I said
his,
blonde.
is
It's
that
the name
where-
of an album.
Where it's from?
His let's see.
Is
He is
Judy
the
Alvarez
he's the
Lebanese?
son He's the son of Patricia Taylor, a showgirl and costume designer, and Samuel Nolan Reeves, a geologist.
Ooh.
Keanu's father was born in Hawaii of British, Portuguese, Native Hawaiian, and Chinese ancestry, and Keanu's mother is originally from England. So he's all over the place.
Right,
And
right.
He's a
he,
man of
and
the
he was
world.
born in Lebanon? Like after
was-
all that
he was-
patchwork already?
Well,
September 2nd, 1964 in Beirut, Lebanon.
okay.
Dude,
So what I
couldn't go
looked at,
wrong.
it didn't say his ethnicity. It said his nationality.
fuck.
Nationality says
national.
Canadian.
So,
So that means that he's Canadian
he's
citizen.
he's a Canadian citizen.
Yeah, so he has Canadian citizenship regardless of whatever his ethnicity is and where he was born. So
Like I can accept giving Canada brownie points for Keanu. I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, like who cares? It doesn't matter.
it really
It does matter.
Manic,
We're referencing all the amazing people that Canada puts out.
Okay, all right.
Manic.
But I will
one of
accept
them
that
is
on their
not
level.
I'm saying
Lebanon.
I'm saying you don't need to
Yeah,
be
really
Canadian
much
to be a good actor. Is all I'm saying.
No,
we all know
I
that.
don't think that's what we're saying.
It probably helps, but it's not a requirement.
Right.
We
I
all
don't,
know
I don't
that. I
think
don't
we're
think
saying that you
anybody's gonna
have to be
dispute
Canadian to be a good actor. I'm just
That's
saying
exactly what I was saying.
Manic, we literally did a shot to Canada. Like, why can't we just nod to
The
Canada?
desire to get out of
No,
Canada
Canada
drives
is.
people
Why are
so
you so
hard they
anti-Canada?
become better actors.
I am not
Let's-
anti-Canada.
I don't
Let's
think
get to the
anyone- I
roots.
don't think
I
anyone here is
work for a
anti-Canada.
Canadian company.
Yeah, no, I was just saying like I'm just saying like I am always surprised because there's so many whether it be actors or musicians or it's just celebrities in general like that I probably just have no clue that they're Canadian because
What's
you
that
wouldn't
supposed
know.
to mean?
You wouldn't
I've
know.
never met a
So
Canadian
surprised.
before, so I don't know.
Manic, I do have a
'Cause it
real
doesn't
quick
matter.
question
You talk
for
to
you.
Elby?
What are you saying? Canada couldn't put out
Elby,
good
a
people? You're
Canadian?
super
Yeah.
smart.
What? That's
Little bit.
crazy talk.
A little bit.
Elliot Page is Canadian. Okay.
That's right.
I don't know who that is.
Matthew
Trailer Park Boys.
or
Among other, Juno.
it says Elliot. I think they mean Ellen Page.
No, they mean Elliot.
No,
Elliot Page.
Elliot.
Oh.
She's
But you're
transitioned.
thinking of Ellen.
Or sorry,
Correct.
he has transitioned.
Oh, okay. Didn't know
Ellen
that.
Page
I
was in
did-
Trailer Park Boys
Yeah.
and Juno, among other things. Elliot Page is
I
the
didn't
current
I didn't
person.
know a transition had happened.
As far as we
That's news to me. Matthew Perry is Canadian.
well,
Yep.
you're gonna have your ups and downs.
Oh yeah, Avril Lavigne. Fucking A.
100%.
Fucking A.
Dwayne the fucking
Also, I
Rock
think
Johnson.
Sum 41
Boy.
themselves too.
Dwayne Johnson.
The hottest man alive, Ryan.
Well, if
Reynolds.
we're
mean,
if
I don't know
Canada's
if he's
still owned
Canadian.
Hawaii, I don't think so.
Well,
No,
he's
he-
on the list.
He played in the Canadian Football League.
Did he really?
I don't think he's Canadian.
I'm just looking at the Google list might be fucked up because it says William Shatner is Canadian.
He is.
Oh,
That's
I think
true.
that one's right, actually. Yeah. I don't think
Uh,
Dwayne the Johnson is Canadian to my knowledge.
Hayden
I don't-
Christensen,
You
Oh,
did
she's
mention
Canadian.
that.
Christensen is
Yep.
Canadian. Yeah.
Definitely
Mike
Kirk is
Myers.
Canadian, right?
Mike Myers is Canadian.
Yep. And I touched on it earlier. Shania Twain.
Dan
Shania
Aykroyd. That
Twain.
Beautiful
Dan
performer
Aykroyd's
from the
Dan
90s.
Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd's in the negative side.
What?
Dan Aykroyd went
Just
crazy.
because of his recent beliefs, I don't want to hear about it.
He's
I'm
a
always
li-
going to remember him
okay.
in his best years.
He did great in Ghostbusters.
He's gone off the
and
deep
some
end, I
other
know.
things, but he's a little crazy.
He's super
we can
conspiracy
we can
theorist at this
we
point.
can appreciate the work that he did.
Yes.
We
The
it's-
art without worrying about the artist.
You can separate the art from the artist.
Oh yeah, Dead Mouse. Dead Mouse is Canadian.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that his legal name?
No, I
Although
don't.
USC
I forget his actual name.
Well, he's not.
I
in
used to
USC.
know it.
Fucking Kevin.
You
Steve.
talking about fucking Kevin?
Daryl.
East.
Like, dude, man, Redline's like, I was in
Daryl
third grade with
Mouse.
fucking Kevin. He picked his nose all the time.
No,
like,
I
who knew he'd
forget
become
his
a
name. I
fucking
used to
DJ
know
legend
it.
in a mask.
If only there
Dude
was
used
a
to
way
wet his
to
pants
access
all the
the
time.
wealth of knowledge the universe
Oh,
has
Joel
provided.
Zimmerman. That's Dead Mouse.
What a weird name. Okay, sure.
No, that's the guy that did
Joel.
the he did the soundtrack for
Donald
Inception.
Sutherland.
That's his dad. dad,
Donald
Hans.
Sutherland. He's Canadian?
The
Apparently,
Sutherlands
him.
are Canadian?
Chad Kroger's Canadian. Do you guys know that?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's the guy from Nickelback.
That's
singer for
Nickelback.
Nickelback,
We were
yeah.
talking about Nickelback like 5 minutes ago.
I know. I was.
Look at this fucking girl.
Tom-
Tommy
you were making
Chong.
that joke?
Tommy Chong is Canadian.
I think that's
I'm not
probably just for
sending their
legal
best.
reasons, so he could like enjoy Bud and flee the law.
Odetop, thank you for applauding my bad joke.
They're not sending their best.
I mean,
The best jokes.
okay.
Neil Young.
Yep.
That's the guy that walked on the moon.
No, what? No, that was
That's
Neil.
Neil Armstrong. He was not Canadian. Neil Young was a musician, wasn't he? Like,
Yeah.
I'm coming to America.
That's
Neil
Neil
Diamond. No,
Young.
that's Neil Diamond. I take it back.
Still dying.
Neil Young was a musician though.
So was Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond was too, but Coming to America was Neil Diamond. That was not Neil Young.
Neil Young sang Cinnamon Girl.
I don't know that song.
Wasn't
And,
also Neil Peart?
Old man.
Neil Peart?
Neil Peart was the lead singer for Rush.
I was gonna say,
No,
I
the
don't
drummer,
No, he's the
for
drummer. He was the
Rush.
drummer.
Drummer for Rush. I'm sorry.
Drummer
Rush.
for Rush.
And
Rush,
Rush is a
such a
Canadian rock
good
band, and they are
fucking
good.
band.
yeah.
I
Oh,
was thinking
fucking
Piss, and
Rush.
Redline had a fucking zinger,
Rush.
and nobody
Young
acknowledged
Tom
him.
Sawyer is a mean.
Thank you, Redline. That was a good one.
Oh,
Something
man.
Yeah,
mean,
nobody
mean,
fucking-
mean pride.
They didn't touch it. I was listening,
Listen to
taking
them.
a
It's a big
piss,
second.
and I was like, "You guys, what? You missed that?" Yes, Neil Peart. First
I'm
one.
surprised I was
Good.
looking at this.
Rush.
I was looking at that whole list. It did not mention Alanis Morissette, but she is Canadian too.
Also
Yeah.
Canadian. That's right. She wants to suck up the sun or
I
something.
actually,
Like,
a lot of people like give. I don't like now.
Just
You
gotta
listen to
take a little
Alanis
pill.
Morissette, it's like, oh man, it's like very nasally, very like hard to listen to. But like back in the day, I liked Alanis
I mean, it's
Morissette.
great if you just broke up with your boyfriend, though.
I liked Alanis Morissette. I thought she was good back when I was in.
Yeah, there was
like,
a lot of
junior high.
music in the '90s that made you just want to sit in the corner and be
right?
sad.
Yeah.
It was angsty, but I loved it.
Yeah.
Dude, I fucking love 90s music.
Like a lot of Goo Goo Dolls is very
Nothing's good.
I don't think it. I don't consider Goo Goo Dolls to be super angsty on that level, but Alanis Morissette made an entire album. It was like before Adele, you know, like Adele had
Oh, yeah.
like her breakout album was like, "Let me bitch about my last relationship," and I don't mean that in a rude way because like it was apparently a phenomenal album. And she has,
I don't know.
but that's what entirely like Alanis
Don't.
Morissette was like. I'm gonna make a career out of like talking about the shit I just went through, and like it worked. She made fucking Lilith there. Like she got a music festival circuit out.
I mean, she was huge. Like that's the thing, like I mean,
100%. She's
say
talented.
what you want about Alanis
Alanis
Morissette,
Morissette's
but
awesome.
in her heyday, she was like one of the biggest
I'm just saying that's
musicians
what
in
that
her
was.
genre. But
Oh, she was phenomenal. I love
She was
90s
huge.
music and I love Alanis Morissette too. Jagged Little Pill all day.
yeah,
I'll feel your pain while I listen to your music about
Eve
my
6?
fictional
I
boyfriend.
remember Eve 6 a little bit. I can't remember what
sang
song
about
they
Eve
sang.
6 at Vegas. Inside Out, Heart in a Blender, bro.
Oh, see that? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I-
yeah.
I sang it at
Garbage.
Vegas.
yeah, we
Some
did, we
garbage?
did. Or you did? Did I? No, you did.
I did.
You did. We did a lot of duets in Vegas. I can't remember all of them.
We
There
did.
was some good.
We did. We did.
We did like a dozen duets though.
Me and Mace Windu did Wrecking Machine.
Yeah.
That was a permaband song we did. Delana and Rain sang WAP.
Yeah, that was good.
You
course.
did you
course,
did
of
a
course
you
you
did
did.
a
As you
duet
do.
with Rain, didn't you, Drayden?
Well, there. So it was weird.
like Neil
it was
Diamond,
when
like,
the,
"You
the
don't bring
cheese
me
guy was being
flowers."
like Rain was trying to sing her favorite. I almost felt bad for even like going into the song at all. I kind of like in hindsight, I probably should just not even done it.
What?
But I don't. I think it was fine.
What was the song?
But it's like her favorite Loud Luxury song, "Body."
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
And
that shit.
she starts, and this is like when Cheese, this guy, like walked up and just like took the mic because there's two microphones.
Oh
She
my
starts singing,
God.
and he like took the mic, and she's sitting there trying to sing her
Jeez.
song, and while she's singing, he's like, "Everyone, fucking thank your app and like do this." And I was like, "Yo, dude,
Yeah.
can you just shut up and let her sing?"
Oh
like,
my God.
It's like
That sounds shitty.
'cause he was sitting there, he's like,
This is like the first bad story I've ever heard about you guys like meeting up.
This was cringe.
But
But
so-
somehow you
so
guys
We
still
I don't know if
brought
we
the
wanna
show
talk
back
about
to
this.
a
It
meetup.
was
he was super drunk, and he was just in a mindset, and he wasn't like
Sure.
trying to be a dick. He was just talking over people while they're trying to do their songs, and he was like, he just walk up there, grab a mic, and be like, make sure you
That's-
go on a Yelp, and like the corporate America wants you to like this. It's like, yeah, people are trying
Was
to
he
fucking
fucking
sing. Stop.
grandstanding?
Yeah.
he was like he was
He was
I-
grandstanding while people were trying to sing their
Old
songs.
boy had a cause?
I don't
I
know.
so I got up. I can't even remember what song I was up there to sing, but he tried to take the mic away from me.
Yeah,
Should give him a
And
little 1-2.
I'm not a violent man.
he pushed him.
I was
pushed-
ready to throw
He
elbows.
pushed him.
Like,
He's like,
you
you
do
took the
not-
mic. You like just like pushed him. You're
You
like,
do
"Yep,
not take the mic from me, son.
But yeah, so Lorraine started doing her Loud Luxury song, and then he started
Cheese
doing
came
that. And
out
I
of
was like,
nowhere.
"Hey, dude, can you shut up and let people sing?" And he's like, And he walks over, he's like, "You do it then." He like hands me the mic. He's like, "Go up there." And then I started just because I like
then you
I like
joined in the song.
Well, I like the song too, so I started singing it, and I was like,
You were
I don't know,
obligated
it's
by
like- it's-
chivalry.
I was like, well, it was kind of like it was Rain's song. Probably should let her sing it, but at the same time, I was like, I don't know.
It sounds like you saved the day.
I think people like duets,
We all,
so
we
I
all
think
had fun. It was
duets are
fine.
fun. Like I don't think it's rude if someone's like, "Hey, can I sing
I'm
this with
totally
you?" But
doing
I don't
Vegas again this year.
Here's
I'm
the
gonna
thing,
do it
kid.
right this time.
Dude, I'm doing Vegas. What do you mean do it right?
I'm gonna actually go to things.
Oh.
Around people.
Oh,
Oh.
you mean not
What
sleep
did
in
you
your
do through the
hotel
whole
for
thing?
40% of the time?
Look, I was jet lagged as fuck.
Jet lag.
No, I get it. I get it.
A 2-hour time zone at most. I think it was a 1-hour time zone.
No, I mean, okay, maybe it wasn't jet lag, but
Sure.
it was like it was the
Fatigue.
fact that I didn't
you get
think I was
hungover?
going,
Couldn't recover.
and then I got on a plane all in the same day that everything was happening.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Mr. No Cam. You don't have to explain your stage fright
It-
to us.
Well, I mean, like I was surprised he even went there because I remember like literally the morning before he's like, "I don't know if I'm going or not," and then like we're at the bar the next evening and he just shows up. I'm like, "What the
Redline
fuck?"
starts
Redline, you're
texting. He's
here?
like, "I'm in town."
That was
No, he
so-
didn't
it
just
was
say like, "Hey,
great.
I'm in town." He like
just
he
showed
literally
up.
he literally came up behind me, tapped me on my shoulder. I turned around, I was like, "Oh, Redline's like
He
here."
just appeared.
Yesterday you said you probably weren't going, and now you're like literally here right now. So I was like, "Holy shit! What did fucking?"
It was literally, and Redline, you told this story, so I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here, but it was literally like 24 hours beforehand. You asked your wife, "Can I go to Vegas?" And she said, "Yeah, go." And you like paid for the hotel that night, and then you were flying out the next morning.
That was really cool.
No, incorrect.
Wasn't that what happened? You said that's what happened.
What happened was I texted my wife, "Hey, can I go to Vegas?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure." Later that day, I was on a plane.
Yeah,
The
he went, like,
same
the same
day.
day.
That was
Yeah.
pretty close.
That's what I was saying. It was like he said he wasn't going, and then he just all of a sudden showed up and
It
was
was like, "Oh, look at these rates," and then just boom.
yeah, no, it was
These
fun.
rates, it cost me like $700 to fly there.
Oh, flying on the same day sounds terrible, no matter what the
Yeah, no,
situation.
I
is.
remember we had a Malkath recorded. We had the Manic and I had the duet of the Tenacious D song tribute.
Oh yes,
it was-
we did tribute. Yes,
That was
I want to see that video.
It was
Yeah,
good.
Malkath
I
has it.
like the part where it's like we kind of like do like it's like, "Are you angels?" Like, "Nay, we are but men." We just turn to it, we're like, "Rock, rock!"
like, dude,
fucking
it's
belted
great.
it.
Yeah, well,
It was good.
you have to belt
You
that.
can't not belt
You
it.
can't hold back at
Yeah.
that part of the song.
You either go or you don't do it.
You give 110% in that
I'm glad you
moment.
came in though, because
Yeah,
I
no.
thought I knew. I actually normally know that song, but I think I was a little toasted, and I was like, I forgot.
We were all
I
toasted.
forgot a bit of the lyrics, and so like I was like, and then like you were just going like, "Cool, you'll fill in the parts I don't know," and then I'll just sing the parts that I do remember.
You know what? I had this realization the other day, and if anybody else is like this, please let me know, because I hadn't thought about it until just a few days ago. The way my brain works, so I can type and sing a song at the same time, no problem, but I cannot talk and type at the same time. I can't
I
carry
can't
on.
do
I
either.
can't carry on a conversation while I'm typing, but I can sing a song
So-
from start to finish.
That's two different brain points.
I'm wondering if there's
put on your
something to
Jack
this
glasses.
psychologically.
So first off, for conversation, you have to cognitively be available. You have to be able to think and process and respond. And obviously, you're doing two different speaking
Yeah.
forms. For a song, that's literally locked into memory, and it's such a
Okay.
fascinating, beautiful thing. How
That makes
a
sense.
song you haven't heard in 20 years, you could like belt out the lyrics to it. You're
Yeah.
like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Because it's locked into a memory cell somewhere.
I am
You don't need
so,
to. You don't need to process. You just put it on autopilot because you're like, I
Yeah,
knew that.
no, that
I'm
sounds
s-
totally right.
I'm so one track
And
minded.
I'm
like,
a neurologist, so you can trust me.
I'm not good at multitasking anything. I mean, like, I can walk and chew bubblegum type of thing, but like, if I'm playing a game, let's say, and then like the roommate walks in and he's like, "Yeah," and I'll take like my headset off and I'll be listening to him, and I can either listen to what he's saying and pay attention, or I can play my game. I can't do both. My mind is focused on one or the other, and so usually I'll be like, okay, I need to listen to what he's saying. And so then I'm just like running around the game. Like if I'm playing like League or something like that, it's like I'll just be fucking dying and not doing anything well.
Don't die.
Well, I do. But so the thing is like, I have a hard time like, and also it can be a boon and a detriment, because sometimes it's like I am doing something and people think I'm listening to them and I'm not, because like my focus is on what I'm doing and not what they're saying. But then there's other times where it's kind of a benefit, because if there's distracting things that would normally distract, like, oh, I can't think and do this while this noise is going on over here, I can like actually literally tune it out into background noise. And even though it's loud and obnoxious or whatever, it just becomes this sound that like I hear it, like I audibly hear it, but my brain just isn't really processing it as anything important, and therefore it just like ignores it, and I can just focus completely on what I'm doing.
Sure. I
But that's
we
bad,
have,
because
like,
then if someone's
lanes
trying to
our
talk to me while I'm
focus.
doing something, I don't listen to them. Or if I listen to them, now I'm not focused on what I'm doing, and I will either like fuck up shit that I'm doing or just not do anything at all. So I can't multitask mentally most of the time.
It's tough. Let's be honest. For some of us, it's tough. I'll join you on that. But there's aspects of it. I can multitask on some things, but like you said, like trying to do two different communications, and in this world, it's funny now that Discord and like for years we use Slack and things like that. Like messaging things are so prominent. But you can also try to be like keeping up a conversation, but like talking in multiple conversations. Like, no, of course it's a struggle for some of us.
Yeah.
I know Dominar's sitting there just judging the shit out of me. He's like, dude, I do 8 things at once.
ADHD, that part of the brain is. I don't know if he's. Actually, I don't know if you're talking to me about that. I don't know. I've never gone in for a test for ADHD. I don't think I have ADHD.
Just ADD at this point.
Possibly ADD, because I do have trouble paying attention to like keeping my focus on things. So now a lot of people do, and that doesn't necessarily count as ADD. But ADHD, I don't think, because I think that's a little bit more of like a hyperactive, like
That's correct.
elevated level of like just constant like boom boom boom. I don't think I have that, but ADD maybe. I don't know. Never been tested.
I would venture to guess that a lot of people in our age group who've grown up with how the internet and devices and stuff are developing, if nothing else, are getting some shade of that because of how distractible we can be and the world has become. Just go down a limb there, though.
Oh,
And of
okay,
course,
so,
the kids super distractible because now.
Okay, so if
there's
you've
so many
seen one of the
devices
things
and so
about
many input.
ADHD is you can't tune things out, then I definitely don't have ADHD, because I can totally tune. I can tune things out that are right next to me sometimes, to where the fact where it's like, you know, there's times I'll be like focused on doing something, and someone will be talking to me, and they're like, "Hey," and they like tap me, like, "What?" They're like, "I've been talking to you for like 10 minutes." I'm like, "Have you?" Oh, that's I didn't even realize it was just literally.
Sorry, that was just noise.
It was sounds in the background that I was like, I understand there's sounds there, but they don't even register. I'm not even paying attention to that, and so it doesn't matter. My brain takes no notice of it, essentially. So ADHD, I think, is a no-go for me.
You seem pretty low key and chill, so I'm sure that's reasonable enough.
I don't know.
I just realized, thanks Redline, I just got your poke from 1106. Stop saying the word, even if it's a quote, it could still get these cats in trouble. I caught it afterwards of myself, but I'm pretty sure I know what you're referring to.
Respectfully as possible. Someone direct messages you something. Typically means it doesn't need to be shared.
Well, it's way after the fact, dude. I already addressed it myself. I'm just appreciating that you poked me with that, because I didn't see it until just now, and I appreciate that you were looking
He's
out.
appreciative of your advice.
Oh,
That-
that was useless.
Redline, that was awfully Canadian of you, and I do appreciate it. Those guys are so
I'm going to
swell.
get some food. I'll be right back.
Super swell.
Yeah. Oh man, speaking of food,
Don't you judge me, Astarothi. I
had
didn't
the
know. I was
best
reading it out loud as I was processing it. No, I
Pre-
processed it. but I
pre-show.
appreciated it.
I had the best cereal on the planet, I think.
Really?
What
Do
cereal is
tell.
that?
Yeah, I'm engaged.
I put it in the white the food channel. Not the white not the white food, the white Zinfandel.
What are
food
you saying?
the food channel. We should probably take that off. Anyway, Dolce de Leche toast crunch.
Oh, I did see that, and I
So
am
there's
in
cinnamon. There's
Dolce de leche.
Dolce de Leche.
Dolce de Leche.
honey-
Thank you.
honey
Yeah,
cinnamon?
okay. I knew I was butchering it, but so there's
close.
cinnamon toast crunch, but now there's
Dolce
Dolce
de
de Leche toast
Wait.
crunch.
Real
Well,
quick,
honey, right?
does
Honey
the milk that
No,
you
it's like
add
caramel.
become the
It's
fourth
caramel and
leche?
milk.
Or do we count one of the leches because we know dulce de leche
It's-
has regular milk in it? Do we count that as still the same
It's
leche?
it's amazing. It's caramel.
Food for thought. I want to hear what the chat has to say.
Well, I'm saying it's dulce de leche it's caramel, but with milk and cream kind of infused into it.
You made this yourself?
Oh, I'm thinking
No,
of tres
it's
leche, by
it's
the
a
way.
cereal. It's
3 milks.
cinnamon toast crunch, but they made a dulce de leche toast crunch version. So
I've
it's like
never seen that.
think of it as like a caramel. It's almost like a caramel cinnamon toast crunch, but no cinnamon.
Made
Yeah,
by
it
the same
translates to
people?
like sweet milk. and
Yeah,
then-
it's
infused
literally
with,
it's
like,
literally the
sugars.
cinnamon toast crunch brand. They just made a different flavor of cinnamon toast crunch, but
I
since
wonder
there's
if
no
it's only
cinnamon
available
and it's
where you
dulce
are.
de
I've
leche
never seen it.
instead, it's dulce de leche toast crunch. It's fucking delicious.
I'll look
It,
for it.
My
now,
mind literally went to tres
I will say
leche.
there is a
and I'm
ton of
disappointed now.
sugar. It's so much sugar. Like,
fuck yeah.
if you don't have diabetes, you probably will after a box of this. But man, is it
Yeah.
good? It's good.
I just don't know if
Holy
that
shit!
affects
It's
you.
probably the best.
Dude, cinnamon toast crunch is already so good.
I know cinnamon toast crunch is good, but this is
Up there, maybe my top 2.
it's.
I'm gonna go out there.
Do you like caramel?
I'm okay with it. Yeah, I
You're
enjoy it
okay.
plenty.
Well, so if you're okay with it, now
I enjoy it
because
plenty.
there's no
I'm sure I would
cinnamon
love
in it,
this
so
cereal.
it's definitely a different flavor than cinnamon toast crunch. It is caramel toast crunch, basically.
You don't have to soft sell this to me, Drayden. I'm sure I would love this cereal.
It's the best cereal I've had in a long time. I'm usually a fan of like honey nut stuff, honey nut Cheerios,
okay, yeah.
honey nut.
I like clusters.
Yeah, I like honey bunches
As I
of
get
oats.
older, I'm loving these
Yeah,
clusters.
honey bunches of oats is probably my favorite cereal.
It's solid.
Now this probably beats it. Now also honey nut Crispix is delicious.
I don't know if I've had.
They
Is that
make
the one
Honey
that they're
Nut
like
Crispix?
Chex Mix
They
almost?
do. It's hard to find, but they do make it, and it's fucking good.
Crispix is my favorite. cereal.
Crispix, but it's honey. Honey
Oh, I
Crispix.
gotta get that. I
It-
gotta
Cris-
get
Crispix are kind of like Chex Mix, right? Like they're like a
It's
that. One
sim-
side's rice, one side's corn.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's like
and they're
I
very
think I do remember
they're
those.
much more hollow than Chex. Chex is more flat. These are like much
Yeah.
more. They're almost like the 3D Doritos, but like
They're
in
puffy.
cereal form.
Okay.
Cook up the milk real good.
Yeah.
And they don't get
Crisp-
soft right away. They're good.
I love Crispix, but Honey Nut Crispix is probably one of the best cereals.
I've never
out
even
there.
heard of it. I didn't know they did that. I'm gonna look for
It's-
that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. It's so good.
Speaking of soft right away, so I will admit my favorite cereal is cinnamon Life cereal. But Life, the downside to Life is if you let Life sit for even a moment longer than you need to, that is a soggy
Yeah.
bowl of something. And it's like, I'll do it because I fucking love the cereal, but it's like, you better eat your Life cereal right when it gets
Yeah.
there.
Oh, so Caldari Prime
Cows.
Pony Club brings up a point. I did mention it earlier in the show, but we'll do it again right now. Also, I have to ask you, Dom, are you interested in playing D&D?
Yes.
Okay. So
Please
Dungeons
Please
and
don't
Dragons.
wait
Tom.
3 to 4 weeks.
Let's make sure we're clear that
I
this is
would say, like,
Dungeons and Dragons.
So Dungeons and Dragons.
I know what the kids have called.
I guess
D&D,
is what
but-
what we're gonna call it. So I'm gonna host
Oh, I thought you were talking about we get a bottle of Southern Comfort and 7-Up and we go drive around drinking.
No.
Oh, is that what D&D is up there?
Yeah.
Drinking and driving, right?
Oh.
Dude, the Midwest is nuts.
But yeah, so we're gonna be doing a D&D campaign on this channel. Now, we have to find out a time. So, like I said, I have a rough outline of the main storyline, and I have some ideas for side quests and stuff. I still have to flesh that out a little bit.
What version?
5th edition, because it's nice and easy, very simplistic. Third edition or 3.5, which is Pathfinder. Well, Pathfinder basically was D&D 3.5. Those were the old standard, but those are really complicated and like 5th edition simplifies so much stuff. 5th edition is nice, so we're gonna use 5th edition. So I'm gonna run a campaign, and I can right now give a very basic outline of the setting.
Don't do it.
No, it's fine. It's gonna be basically the thing that I'm going to announce in the very beginning of the first session. But the first session, I'm gonna have it more fleshed out. But this is like a very simple situation. I'm talking about like 3 sentences here. But I've thought about a general plot line. Now, I'm not going to give you guys that because that's you're supposed to see it as it develops. But and then I have a bunch of I have a bunch of ideas in my head and side quests and stuff, and I need to flesh them out a little bit. And then once I get those, I want to do like some world building, some background lore, some other stuff. Another week or so for that, and then we're gonna do like a week or 2 of you guys to build characters,
I'd say we're gonna
character
build characters
creation
together?
and stuff like that, and then we're gonna play. So I would say maybe a month from tonight we start.
I think that's safe.
What night? On Saturday,
Like,
Friday nights?
Don't feel like we.
Well,
need
and
to
then,
rush it. I
well,
think
that's the
safe.
thing is like we have to find because there's other people that said like it might be rough to do Friday. I was hoping to do Friday nights just after the show because everyone's here anyway.
Yeah, but that'd be too fucking.
But
Sometimes-
yeah,
yeah,
and
I
that's
was
the
gonna
thing.
say,
Is, like, I mean,
sometimes it's troublesome.
depending. So it might be better to do it when we're not all drunk. It could be fun, but
Could
also
be fun,
if
also
we-
drunk, but not
if-
after a show.
If like at this level, like I'm not hammered. I'm like lightly buzzed or heavily buzzed, lightly drunk. But
Sometimes though.
I think that if we get a little too carried away on the main show, we just won't be able to function for D&D, and I don't want to skip weeks because of that. So
Yeah.
I think it
Don't
might
get me
be-
wrong, it could be cool though.
I mean, it could be fun, but
Being
I think it'd
silly
be better if we do it on a different day. But then again, now we have to people have to set stuff up on their schedule to like set aside times. Now there's like 7 or 8 people that want to play in this, and I'm assuming that not everyone's going to be able to be there every single time. And I don't really want to skip weeks. So what we might end up doing is like, oh, we're going to play this week, and it's like, oh, 5 people showed up this week. Okay, then you 5 will be here this time, and then the other 3 are going to just not. They're staying at the tavern or whatever, you know.
I was gonna
And
say
then
that was a fun
another
thing
week
that
comes
somebody
around,
touched
so like
on.
people will kind of cycle in and out, but we'll usually have like 4 to 6 people at a time. It's gonna be rare that we're gonna have all 8, you know.
Or only have only 5 characters, and
Hey,
people take
Drayden?
turns running them.
Yeah.
You could have schizophrenic characters.
I'm gonna
One guy
sign
could
off
be
for the
visual,
night.
the other
That's
guy could
that's
be
a fun
reporter.
element.
But I want
Right.
to. I'm gonna watch the stream a little bit so I can see you switch the cams over. I want to see how well
Ah.
it works.
Yeah. Okay.
Did y'all do
Okay.
something like
That's
set
where you
something
go.
up?
I'm gonna.
No,
I'm
well,
gonna
he's got this
piece
whole
out.
new UI because he set this whole new UI up for me, so that's much more easier to manage. Takes a lot
Nice.
less time to fix cameras, fix names, and stuff like that. So, all right. Yep. Have a good night,
So,
Manic. And
I'm gonna drop
Yeah,
off.
Manic.
you watch
Peace
how
out,
easy
guys.
this is.
That Manic, he
Love
sure
you.
is a
Do you
swell
like
guy.
My new Discord logo. And he's gone. He's gone.
How about that, Manic? Just one.
We're losing
click.
him, Doctor.
Just one click and it's done.
Wow. Nice job.
Luckily, all the names
Oh,
are in the
wow.
right spot. Now, normally I might have to change a couple names, but that's super easy because it just.
No, I expect it to be just like
That's
that
really
every
good.
time.
Well,
Perfect.
I mean, there might be sometimes where like a couple names are off.
No
but
pressure though.
the
You
names
set
just,
the standard. I'm
just
sorry.
double
Drayden.
click, type in a name. Double click, type in a name. So I mean, even if I change all 4 names, it would be like 10 seconds. So,
Here's
but
some
That
good-
was slick.
this was
I
Here's
watched
some good
that.
information for your D&D game. So,
okay. So
my
yeah,
name,
so
Dominarch name was my first D&D character back in the 80s.
all right. Well, I mean, like, so my thing is like, so we're gonna do character.
So I'm calling
creation.
Dominarch as a name. I'm just gonna go ahead and reserve that.
I'll
but-
kick your ass.
sorry.
Yeah. So I'm saying like we'll
I said
do-
it first.
Well, I figure we'll do character creation in about 2, or at least I will give you the start of character creation here in a couple weeks. Now, one thing I'm going to look into is there's just because I think doing everything on pencil and paper is going to be rough. Also, I've been told by Malkuth wants to play, Vlad wants to play. They haven't played since 3rd edition, so they have all old books, and I don't want to make people go buy all new current books because those things are like $60 a piece
I
sometimes.
got them all on PDF.
We can get them all on
That's
PDF.
right, that's right.
But here's the thing. So, not only to
I didn't
make
hear
it
that.
to where everyone has all access to all the information. Yeah, I know about World 20, Ash, but here's the thing. So I know, but D&D Beyond is a site that it's very similar to Roll20. So D&D Beyond is a thing, and I'm gonna use D&D Beyond because I'm familiar with it because me and my friends have been using it for like a year or two, so I'm very familiar with it. Roll20 I've used for like 1 session, so I don't want to have to like learn a new program. I'd rather use something I know. So and it's kind of like Zoom. Like you get a subscription as the host, and then everyone you invite to your campaign just has access to it, and they don't have to pay for it. So I'm thinking about possibly just renting or getting a subscription to D&D Beyond. I think it's like $15-20 a month. I can even use Opcom's wallet if we want.
Sure. That makes
I
sense
think
for
since the
that
D&D
point.
campaign, I'll probably just do that. And what that does is like then I invite you all to the campaign, and it's basically you can sign in through Twitch, I guess. So you can use your Twitch account, sign in through it, and
Twitch or Discord?
I think Twitch, or you could just make an account without Twitch, but I think you can use your Twitch account to log into it as well. That's what I did. But so when I get the subscription and then you all join my campaign, it gives you full access to all the D&D books, like every single one.
Oh wow.
So all the the player guides, even the extended stuff, all that stuff. So that way people can look up on the rules, and also and then it's also like you can create your character online, and it brings you through all the steps, and it has all the stuff pre-made in it. So like I'm gonna take this character, this race, this class, and then it's like, okay, well this class has these abilities. So here's the thing you get at level 3. So pick one of the options you want to take, and it's like drop down menu. So it's like it knows everything, and it has all the equipment in the game, all the stuff, so you can manage your inventory. It keeps track of your stats. And also it has like very quick functions like, oh, we're going to take a long rest. You push the long rest button and it's like, it'll reset your health points. It will restore all your spell slots and everything that you get back on a long rest. It restores like the hit dice that you use on a short rest to regain health points. It restores all those on a long rest, or the ones that you're supposed to get back. So, I mean, it takes all the math and like thinking out of your head, and it basically is like you push buttons and it just does it all for you. So
you're going to turn us into F1 pushers.
Well, no. So the thing is, like, it does have
Done.
dice rolling functions in it if you want. I don't like you. I like to roll the physical dice. So you could be like, I'm going to do this attack, and you just look like, oh, this attack gives you like a +6 bonus with a 1d8 +6 damage. And
well,
so
LB
it takes all that
we
math out of it. So then and now you're just going to roll the dice.
Shield.
Like, okay, I rolled a 16. So you can roll your dice and just do your own math in your head, but it tells you like this is your bonus, and this. I've accounted for all your armor. I've accounted for all your item stats. I've accounted for your passive abilities, your class feats, your racial feats, your feats that you've taken, your ability score. It takes all that into account, so you don't have to sit there and like be scanning through tens of pages of shit to like do one attack roll. So, and also it allows. The other thing is it allows me to be able to. You all make your characters for the campaign, and I can see all of them as the DM, so I can like see all of your character shit and be like,
make dynamic game.
Have a little bit better of an idea of like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this, So I think we're gonna do D&D Beyond, and so I'm gonna probably be looking at a subscription in that in the next like week or so that I can get everyone on board, get them all logged in. But again, like I'm gonna be spending the next week. I got a good rough outline for the main quest and some ideas for side quests, and then over the next week I'm going to be like fleshing those out a bit, and then I'm going to do like another week for like world building. Now while I'm doing that, I might give you guys some info to like start building your characters if you want to do it early, but if not, then after I think a couple weeks from now I'll be giving you guys stuff like here's your character, like here's your stuff to start building characters if you want. Come up with a little bit of backstory. It doesn't have to be super in depth. I'm not looking for like 10-page book reports on like your character's history, but like just kind of like what kind of character personality type you're gonna do? Like what I might give you guys a little bit of helper stuff as well. Like this is a situation you might be in to start with, so maybe come up with something that might fit with that. I don't know, but we'll figure.
Are you gonna give me a hard time about like that gap between my employment, or like what was this all about?
The gap?
Sorry, I was making like a LinkedIn joke, but
LB
looked like he had some commentary a few times, and I'm curious what it was. I have a second thought, but I'm trying not to. Okay,
but yeah, so now there is Forgotten Realms is a really nice solid thing. So this is where I'm kind of torn on the world building side. Is I could go with Forgotten Realms because that's a very established world, has a ton of lore that I can just base my stuff off of, or I have an idea to just do like a homebrew world, and it's gonna be much more localized, not as grandiose as Forgotten Realms, and just kind of be more like this is the world and the situation of the area that you're in, and you're probably not gonna go outside of that, but like the area is gonna be fairly large.
That plays to the tavern idea well,
and I think it
like,
does
take
play
care
to
of the area year round.
Right, and so I think, and there's also like that we might just start in a tavern, but I think I have a little bit different of an idea.
So real quick,
I think I was thinking about having you guys wake up in a horse cart.
Fucking Skyrim or Morrowind or Oblivion or
no, I'm kidding. Yeah, so the essential setting,
it's a proven model. I'm not gonna fight it.
So the essential setting, very very basic setting, is that I want to have like these two nations that are on the brink of war. They are very very tense hostility between the two. And it's like on a knife's edge, and then there's going to be a third party, maybe a fourth one, but like a third party nation that might be taking advantage of the.
Has Oceania
disorder.
always been at war with East Asia?
I was sitting there thinking this all up, and then I was like, "Fuck, this is kind of like Russia and Crimea, or Russia and Ukraine." But it's not supposed to be like
Whoa,
that.
guy.
It's not supposed to be like that at all. But anyway, so it's gonna be like these two nations, that are very hostile, and there's like delegations and diplomatic talks going on between them, and you guys are gonna be put in the middle of that, and then things are gonna happen. So
Trey, I have to be a diplomat in my like
that.
day-to-day
Well,
life?
you don't have to be a
Can-
diplomat.
Come on, man.
I have a different idea for the party.
Can't I
but
just be an asshole and like fight them?
No. I have a different idea for the party. You aren't the diplomats.
I don't want to be fun
yourselves, but
police if I'm role
You are
playing.
not going to be diplomats yourselves, but you will be diplomatically involved to a degree here or there based on what you guys do. And then I have an idea of like where the storyline of the outcomes are going to go with it. So that's kind of like a basic rundown without giving too much spoilers or anything, because I don't want to give you guys the rundown of like, here's my plot I'm thinking of, because you're
No,
supposed
I think
to.
you did good.
So
I have something to say real quick.
Yeah.
So I have only about, I'm going to say it was roughly a year of Dungeons and Dragons under my belt. I would venture to guess that amongst the people, and I probably know vastly less than anybody, and have much less experience.
I've played once.
Yeah, I think
Well,
a lot. I
and-
mean, like
and maybe not,
Malkath and Vlad have played, but they haven't played since so they've played a bit, but they haven't played for like 5 to 10 years. Okay, go
Real
ahead.
quick though. So I joined in a game with some friends back in Houston when I was living back in Houston, and very cool people. I joined in after a game at like there's like a conference, a gaming like tabletop and role playing gaming conference at like a local university in Houston. I think it's at Rice. And we did a round of Hero Quest, which was like a very short mission, and it kind of reminded me of like the 13th Warrior, if I recall.
Oh,
Just some sort of little thing where everybody like they hand out papers and everybody like picks a character, and a lot of it's already laid out for you and whatever. And it was like you can knock this little short campaign out in like an evening, and it was a cool way to like, this is what
yeah, it's like one-offs.
role playing games are like. It was based on Hero Quest, but whatever. So that same group of people that my buddy brought me and introduced me to, they had a Dungeons and Dragons game going, a weekly game going that they integrated and let me, invited me to. But because they were already in progress, they kind of like gave me some parameters, helped me like create a character, whatnot. Where I'm leading with all this, I never have read any Dungeons and Dragons books. I don't
You don't
know
have to have.
any of the rules outright. They would kind of coach me through it, and also the DM was, obviously I have a one-off experience. This dude was phenomenal, and when you guys were talking about like the audible thing, like changing voices and all the little things, this guy like he made it such a really cool immersive experience, but also like very approachable for me, who was obviously the only guy at the table that like didn't know much of what was going on, but they like helped me through it and stuff. I don't know. If there's a lot of intricate knowledge, let me know so that I can school myself a little bit.
No, so
But I think because I joined after they were already in a campaign and like doing a thing, they kind of helped me just catch up and join the party, so to speak. And so I wasn't like bogged down with a lot of like, well, this is how everything's done. And they were also pretty cool and just casual anyway.
yeah, so
People weren't trying to like game rules or anything, but
right. So here's my envision of what we're gonna do, like when it comes to character creation, I think I want to sit down and just have like a quick like Discord meeting with people that want to play. If we can set
the
one up
tavern.
at some point. No. This is like before we start. I mean, like weeks when
you
people
said
are
we can't
about-
even drink while we're like creating our
I mean, like
characters
when
at the
people
tavern?
are no, because character creation might because I want to like here's the stuff to create
Sorry,
your
go
characters,
on, I'm sorry.
and then if you have any questions, ask me because I mean, I'm not the most knowledgeable, but I've been playing D&D for like the last 3 years, 3 to 4 off and on. So, and I've never DM'd, but I've played a bunch, and I know a lot of the rules enough to get by like pretty confidently. Maybe some of the super like intricate, like, oh well, technically, I might have to brush up on some of that stuff. But as far as character creation and things like that, I can help people if they need help. And so my thing is like I want to do a thing where this is the basic setting, a little bit more in depth than I went with now, but and then here's tools to make your characters, and I can go over like I can do like a screen share to like help people show how to do stuff a little bit better with the D&D Beyond program if they need. And then also, I mean, obviously I'm going to be open for like if people have questions, but also it's going to be more of a we're going to play. I know most of the rules enough to get by in most situations.
Well, you're the law, so it's okay.
Right,
if
right.
you
And
don't.
here's the thing: like the
I
DM does
promise you,
have law over
if
the game
anybody-
rules if he wants, but I don't want to like sit there and be like, "I'm God," and just.
I don't think you're not
I'm-
malicious enough.
I'm not gonna
but you can be
dis-
fun enough to be like, well, this is what we're gonna do.
Right, right. So my thing is like, I
Dude, if
don't
someone
want to.
tries to rules lawyer you, I'm gonna kill them.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think
so-
anybody in this circle would.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like, rules lawyering, I don't like. Now here's the thing: if I'm like, well, it works like
Oh god,
this.
it's a demon on the screen.
Well, I'm like, if it works like this, or like, oh, well, that doesn't work. But if someone's like, but my spell does this, I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So I'm like, if I'm saying this doesn't work, and the thing you're trying to do specifically says it should work, then let me know. I'm not saying that you can't be like, oh, well, but it should. So I'm not saying you can't counter what I'm saying. I'm just saying like, I don't want to get bogged down into like a 10 to 15 minute argument over technicalities. So generally, but the thing is, like, I think generally compromises will probably be made, and also the things like I will
that's
try
what
to
I'm
do my
saying,
best to know the rules, but I don't want to sit there and spend a shitload of time searching through books to try and find this specific
Yeah,
rule.
that's what I'm
lawyering.
saying. If someone tries to do that to you, I'm gonna kill them.
Right,
So
I
they
don't
can't
think anyone will.
talk
I
to
think
them
everyone
because
that's
they're
going to be playing is going to be pretty chill. And so my thing is like, if I don't know the rule to something, and neither does anyone else, I'm probably just going to go like, well, you know what? I'm just going to go with off the top of my head, like what makes sense to me, and I'm just going to invoke like, this is how this works in this situation, because that's how I'm going to have it work. And then we're just going to roll with that. And I think that most people are just going to be cool with that. So I think that's how we're going to do it. And I don't think that that's going to come up often, because I think that usually those really weird instances where like the rules are vague or don't really fit are pretty rare. And in those situations, we'll just deal with it as it comes up. And I don't think that there's going to be too much of like people going like, well, man, so.
I have a quick question, and
Yeah.
I think so. Again, I was kind of fast tracked through this experience, and so I feel like I might have missed some of the intricacies of what it is outright. But like a brief thing that was explained to me fairly early on, and that I thought was literally mind blowing, was that they were like, and I'm struggling to convey the concept, but I have like a relatable memory of like an English teacher. I took like a community college English class where like we were talking about like sentence structure and like poetry and this, that, and the other, just how like writing styles. And they were like, all your growing up life so far, you've learned how to write in all these various ways, and there's rules to writing. And they're like, and some of the most famous writers
Break them on
break
purpose.
all the rules. And they were like, so and this particular professor was like, so the reality of of like literature, English, whatever, is that it works if you make it work. And like that's kind of like vague, like way too vague, but like it's understandable if you like break that down to be like, you can make it work if you make it work.
Right,
Like,
right. And
do
so
it well. And so like that, so sorry, where the parallel for D&D, when it was explained to me, they were like try things out. And they were like, don't worry too much about like what is or isn't possible. They were like, just kick things out and try
Throw
them out,
ideas.
because like, yeah. And they were like, and like worst case scenario, it's like it's infeasible, whatever, that's not a thing, whatever. And best case scenario, the DM has a fun time with it and just throws shit right back at you. And they were like, and that's the game. They were like,
Yeah.
it's not nearly as stiff as like you're imagining it to be. They were like, it's literally just like, let's like roll with the punches and like see where it goes, because hopefully you're creating a story actively together that it's like, okay,
It's a
well,
dynamic
because
system.
this guy was like, maybe, sure, let's try that out, and like I'll give you some like terrible odds, but like let's see where this goes.
So it's a dynamic system. And the thing is like, so I'm going to have things that happen, and there's usually when it comes to like the rules, like that's usually like encounters. Like, okay, you have 25 feet of movement. Well, we're on a square grid, and like 25 feet of movement is a very set thing in there. Like, it's usually 5 foot squares. So you can go, 25 feet, or 30 feet is usually standard for medium characters. So you can go 6 squares, but diagonal is like, it's every other diagonal is 10 feet. So you can go like, if you're going pure diagonal, it's like 5, 15, 20, 30.
But that's only if you're a knight, right?
That's
Not
no.
like the rook or the bishop?
It's any character. So if you're going straight, like forward, straight sideways, it's 5 every time. If you go a diagonal, the first diagonal is 5, the next one is 10. So it alternates 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 10 if you go diagonals. And that's everybody. Everyone has the same movement rules. So I mean, like, that's like things where like there are set like concrete rules in the game like that are very just like straightforward, and there's no fudging them, because it's like, well, there's no reason that you can just be like, well, I'm just going to count this as 5 and not 10 feet. It's like, well, but why? So, but when it comes to like the role play aspect of like, I want to do this, like this guy did this, and I want to like, make this, I want to like, when he's talking to him, I'm like, I want to sneak around, like just look in his pocket for it's like, you can just like decide to do things that you might do in real life. There's no game mechanics for the role play side. The game mechanics are more for like the action side. And then the mechanics as far as, oh, well, you want to like dig around his pockets, well, make a sleight of hand check. And there's like skill checks where it's like, roll that. If you roll high, it's like, well, yeah, then you dig his pockets and you find this, and he doesn't know you're digging around in there. Or if it's like, oh, you rolled a 2, you start digging around his pockets, you turn, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And he catches you, and it's like, now all of a sudden, like it turned from a conversation to he caught you trying to steal out of his pockets, he thinks, and now there might be a confrontation. So
How the turntables.
And now that has evolved the situation that might be out of what I was thinking of doing. And now I have to adapt my whole roleplay and your guys' roleplay to everything. It was like, this is now very different than just you having a conversation. Now there might be, maybe it can still be diffused peacefully. Maybe the guy starts like trying to fight you. Maybe you kill him, and now like the guards are after you because. So I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that builds off of that. But also, there's times where like, I wanted to kind of do this, and it's like this weird thing. Like I want to jump up and bounce off this wall and like try and see if I can grab this ledge and pull up here. It's like, okay, I didn't expect anyone to try and do that, but hey, make an athletics check, and we'll see if you get it, or if you fall on your ass and take a few points of damage because you like ate shit on the concrete. Like. So I mean, there's
look at this.
That's very minor examples, but yeah, it's like if you think of something in your head,
the reality. Like, oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so it's like the described scenario, setting, and everything. Like if you think of something in your head, like I want to try and do this, it's like I will either be like, 1, yeah, you could do that because it's allowed, or 2, no, you just can't do that because that's too outlandish, or 3, interesting. Sure, maybe we'll let this do this, and then I'll have this happen, or I adapt stuff to it. So, yeah, when it comes to role play, do what just kind of go with what you want to do, and as far as the rules and stuff, I will probably do like a base before we even start the campaign, just a very basic like, because I know Malkuth and Vlad and a bunch of people they're not comfortable. I mean, like they're not knowledgeable about 5th edition. I don't know 3rd edition. I know 3.5 because I played Pathfinder, which is I think an evolved 3rd edition. But 5th edition is much more simplified. It's now some of the classes and the character builds and stuff might be different. And that's why I think I want to go with 5th edition and give people access to the D&D Beyond early so they can start reading up on stuff if they want on how their class works, how their spells work, and stuff like that. But as far as just mechanics, it's so much simpler. It's just so much simpler than 3rd edition was very convoluted and tons of weird subsets and sub rules and all kinds of bullshit. And 5th edition is just very simplified. The advantage disadvantage system is like excellent. It's so there's advantage and disadvantage. So there's like straight rolls. D20 is usually the dice you use for like most checks. It's a 20-sided dice. Disadvantage or advantage. If you have disadvantage, you roll 2 d20. Disadvantage or advantage, you both those situations. You roll 2 d20s. Advantage, you roll 2 and take the highest result. That's what you get. Disadvantage, you roll 2 and you take the lowest result. That's your result. And that just basically simplifies so many modifiers and weird offsets and stuff they had in 3rd edition. So like that is probably one of the best changes to for 5th edition, is just that whole system makes it a million times easier.
Drayden, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
LB's been fairly quiet. LB, do you have any intention of
LB, you're gonna play? I know you said you haven't played, but
jumping
do you
in
want
on
to?
this?
I don't know. I have never played D&D before.
Would you want to?
LB, I think it would be incredibly entertaining to play in D&D with you. And I'm a fairly
If you
new
wanted
guy,
to, it'd be
but
fun.
like you seem like a very fun guy to put in a situation like my experiences with D&D.
I kind of want to try it, but I don't know if I can dedicate.
I think.
Well, that's what you're saying. Like,
I think that's going to be a juggle for us.
We'd have on and
we need
off
to figure that
sessions,
out.
so you wouldn't have to like be there every week and play. You could like dabble in here and there. I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back.
You're fine. And as he's gone, I keep making jokes about the tavern. Somebody mentioned once we talked about, so Drayden and I stayed up after hours last week after we shut down the show, and actually I think we just kept streaming without realizing for many, many hours. But we were talking about our experience with D&D and just the idea of D&D after it came up a little bit at the end of the show. And at like, the sun was like just starting to crack or something, and it like we had a very fun time talking about it. But so many people at the next day, like when it was like mentioned, like, so how many people would be about this that were listening and talking about it and stuff, like 8+, I'm gonna say, which I venture to guess is a lot to manage in that kind of setting. I played one, like I said, 1 year of D&D with one little circle of people, and it was like, I think it was 5 people maybe. And I think one of those was the DM. So like that's plenty enough to juggle. That's plenty enough of people to talk and create and add to the tapestry and whatever, in my own opinion. But that's 8+, and even at like the availability that we may all be able to bring to the table, that's where it becomes a concern in my mind. So like we were kind of chit-chatting and joking about it. It was like, well, what if we try to keep campaigns or ideas of like kind of a portioned size, not necessarily a huge emphasis on it, because obviously Drayden's he's omnipotent, but the reference was like go back to a tavern, and I'm thinking like a bunch of cutthroats and this, that, and the other, just all walks of life, just hanging out in the tavern, and each little adventure that you go off on for a few hours or a few nights or whatever, a couple people come along and join in on that, and you try to circle back to a communal area, which is essentially a metaphor for Discord. But
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be like an ongoing campaign. It'd be like, let's go on a quick 20-minute adventure in and out.
That was
right. So
that was my idea anyway.
that's-
So Drayden, like I said, will have his own vision for it.
So here's
We
my
didn't
thing.
go into depth about that.
Here's my thing is that there are the one-offs. That is a style of D&D where I forget the term they call it, but it's basically like where a DM comes in, and in whatever group of people, they have characters made from other campaigns and stuff like that, and they just come in and they show up and they just play and they do one session, and it's a one and done. Like the start of the conflict and the end of the conflict is all in one session. I don't want to do that because I kind of like the progression of like a much more, because those, if you're doing a one-off, it's much more like a dungeon crawl. It's like, oh well, we got to go destroy this wizard, and then you go through a few fights and you do a couple RP things, and then you find the wizard and you kill him, and then game's over. I like a little bit more of like a story arc where you have this much more in-depth thing and people's actions change outcomes and all this stuff. So I want to do the campaign thing. Now there's going to be side quests. I think that might be a good thing where like I feel like there's going to be a core set of players that are there almost all the time, and then there's going to be some people that are there off and on. And so if like,
Call them regulars in the tavern.
yeah, there'll be regulars and there'll be
Call it tonight, guys.
some here and there's, and then
You going to bed, Dom?
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed. I'm kind of passing out here.
all right, see you, Dom.
Hey, Trash Shot
Please, buddy.
Tuesday's back this week. Dom, make sure you're there.
Are you fucking serious? You fucking
Oh,
serious
Drake,
right
I
now?
just saw your message. We could have done more giveaways. Damn it.
Oh yeah, well
Next week we'll give away like 10.
Dude,
yeah, we
but
get
now
one more.
he set it up midstream. Now you guys have the tools in place.
There you
Like
go.
We're
you
good to
can
go.
weaponize.
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
So
I
you
know,
can be like,
I know how to do it. It's very
we're
easy
fucking
now.
doing skins for everyone. Like
it's-
play with your
it's-
skins.
Yeah, I know it was very simple to set it up, so I
Sorry.
can definitely do
We
it.
got a whole bunch of
whenever
in-game.
I want.
I like that. But in-game
Trash
skins
Talk
giveaway, and I've
Tuesdays
got a
at
bunch
Camp.
of cards.
LB
that I
judged
give
me
codes
like
for,
real
so-
quick with his eyes.
Trash Shot Tuesday's a cam show now.
All right.
Oh,
You won't. I say
Ooh.
you won't.
He says that all the time. He never does it. I know.
It's
I
just
don't
to get
think you
people to
will.
watch.
And I want to watch because I like it. And I
You like the cam
hope
shows
you-
better?
I
do.
really liked when you guys let us crowdsource the cam show and then tried to do it. And I'm still gonna grind this fucking axe. Billy's a bitch, and he didn't come on a cam. And I said, wear a fucking mask, be a man, come on a cam. Even if you're in a mask, we can appreciate the effort. But
Well, he
he's a
also
bitch.
left the server because I wasn't gonna be a CCP bootlicker and not do the blackout. So
You heard it here second. Billy's a bitch. I said it. Go on. I'm sorry. I hope you guys do a cam show. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was a little
Yeah,
salty.
good,
That was
guys.
unlike
Later.
me. I didn't mean to put
all
that.
right,
up.
see, Dom. Let's see if so here's the switch that I was thinking of. So I gotta change two names. Very simple.
oh wow.
So Drayden, I touched on it while you were headsetless and in the bathroom. So my recurring thing with the tavern was kind of a reference to that Hero Quest thing that I did, which was at it was at the university like gaming night, and we did like a short campaign where we all like it felt very 13th Warrior, if you recall, like the plot from that,
yeah.
or Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, I
Perhaps.
mean, you can have fun
But,
one-offs. It's just
well, and so I'm not suggesting
Honestly,
that
that
we
just seems
aim for
dope.
that. I'm not not
Like-
suggesting we aim for. Wait, what?
Little bite-sized things that make up the whole campaign itself.
yeah. Well, that's
I think
that's what
there's
figure
merit
side-
to it,
'cause
but
I
here's
was
the-
gonna have a bunch of side quests. And I think that's what those could be.
And
But there's
so
the
here's
main campaign arc, and then there's side quests where if like, okay, we have some people. Let's just go save this farmer's land from, like, you know, it could be like
There's
a
a
family-
criminal report nearby.
yeah.
Let's
It's
go
like
kill
there's
some
been
tiger
raiding
claws.
going on from these things, or like, you know, unknown things, and like, you got to go off into the woods and, you know, 13th Warrior style. It's like, go save this farm. It's like that could be a side quest, and it could be a whole encounter, a whole session. But as far as like the main quest, I don't think I could do. I have this idea for a main quest that I think would be fun, but it's not going to be something that can be done in like one session. So I want that
That's
to be
fair.
something that carries over, like, you know, several months, probably 2 to 3 months. I think is going to be. Now, if there's side quests, it might be a little longer, but
Sure.
I think
there's merit to an overarching story.
I
I
think
do
the
think
overarching
there's
story is going to be a good 6 to 8 sessions is what I'm going to plan for, and then side quests might be another 4. So I figure like maybe 3 months worth of campaign, 3 to 3.5, and then half of that will be main quest, and half of that will just be like going and doing whatever. So that was my
And
whole
you'll write
thing.
the story
And then
after every session, right?
the what? Say what?
Story after every session, right? Keep track of what happens
breaking-
and make sure that everybody who can't show up knows what happens.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
like
we'll,
minutes, yeah.
Yeah, every session will probably have a recap. I'll do a recap session of like, this is what last week had, and you know, go with that.
No,
so,
I mean, people can read the story as it progresses without actually playing.
Oh, he's saying turn it into a novel, a short story. Yeah,
oh
sure.
well, I mean,
The
there's
Discord
pods.
channel where you just write AARs
Totally.
after the dungeons and
Totally
Dragons session.
trading.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I need you to summarize the entire campaign.
I could do. Yeah, I could do a quick summary. I mean, like, you could probably. Here's the thing, like, when you have a I'm not going to do like 4 or 5 hour sessions. I think that's too long. Now some groups do that, and that's probably standard is 3 to 4 hours. I'm going to probably aim for like 2 to 3 hours, because I think it's going to be more of a digestible chunk, as
Right.
well as like people have shit to do,
Yeah,
and
they're
I don't
chunky
want to like
projects.
sit there and be like, everyone needs to like try and plan to have like half their fucking day taken up by D&D. So I think 2 to 3 hours. I would just say, like, let's plan for 3, and I might aim for shorter. I will try and not make it go longer than 3, so that way, you know, people can find time in the day to do stuff. But so that's my thing. And then yeah, I will probably, you know, have like just a post summary of like a quick, like, you know, 2-paragraph summary of like, this is what went on, so that people that didn't play, and I can post it in the D&D channel probably, so that people that didn't play can get an idea of what happened, so that when they come back, they might be in the know, and they can just be like, at the tavern you were like, they told their tales of the day, you know, so you know what happened, type of thing. But yeah, so that's my thing. And also when it comes to the role playing side, because I know that some people have done plenty of role playing, and some people have never played like LB, or have only played a couple times. So like, I plan on probably doing a bunch of voices and stuff, voice acting attempts. Like I said, I haven't really done too much, but I'll probably trying to do some voice acting attempts at some stuff. But I don't want people to feel pressure that they have to like make a voice for their character and all this stuff. They could just be like, well, I'm gonna try and do this.
Wait, are we doing D&D talk? Did I miss it?
You missed
We're just
a bit of
doing
it. So, well, so we haven't gone over too much, Rain, but yeah, so I'm saying, like, let me just quick recap for Rain. So here in I'll give
Middle
it to,
Earth. We're just
Okay,
using
so
that as a placeholder.
I'll give you a quick rundown.
I'm kidding.
Basically, I haven't done too much world building yet, Rain, but essentially the basic setting, without giving too much of the plot line away yet, and I'll have a little bit more of this later on, is the setting that's going to happen is there's these 2 nations bordering each other. Tensions are high. War is imminent. What the conflicts are, I will get into the more detail a little bit later, but like, they're
Is it in
essentially like on the
space?
brink of war, but war hasn't happened yet, and there are diplomatic
Ooh, space
back and
opera.
forths going on between them. And you are going to be in one of those nations, not necessarily allied with that nation, but you are going to be in one of them and somehow get involved into the diplomacy of it. Not necessarily that you yourselves are going to be, you know, ambassadors or anything, but like you are going to somehow get tossed into the middle of things, and then
Is this in space?
conflict ensues. No, this is like, you know, standard fantasy medieval
What?
stuff because
Yeah, really?
well, I
Alright,
know-
so 2 conflicts, and we're trying to be the, like, go-betweens, which may or may not work in our
maybe not necessarily
favor.
go-betweens. You are just going to be involved in the diplomatic. I have an idea of how you're.
We kill some people. We
No,
don't
no,
kill
I already know
Yeah,
how you're
and
going to be
if
involved.
You do
in-
impact
Chill out,
whether
Ray.
there's a war.
I know how you're going to be
We're gonna
involved.
do like
Holy
Eve
shit.
style where we assassinate the leadership of both, and they all wide out under our adventurer guild.
Yeah, no,
This is a
I
diplomatic mission to all
I know
around,
how
like,
you're going to be
cool your
involved.
jet.
I don't want to say it because that's part of like the first session. So, but yeah, you're going to be
Just
involved.
give us that
Well,
hint. Just
some-
that one
You
hint.
have to give us something like so if we know there's 2 sides of the war, so that means or 2 sides.
But he
and we talk-
mentioned a third party earlier. Finish.
Okay, well, yeah. So
Well,
there is
sorry.
going to be a third-party nation that is taking advantage and possibly raiding things. You know,
As you
while,
do.
while the 2 sides are weakened. So
Called
hold on.
But it's
opportunity.
not in
I have a
space.
note. I have a little notepad thing. So
So when we're
Redline,
picking our
it
character,
could be in your imagination.
so I was thinking. So Farron and I made these names up. Farron and Norvasil. Those are the 2
Sure.
nations.
okay, so Pappy and Imperium are fighting,
Right.
Wow.
and then we
really?
got Sicko as the third party. No,
God
I'm dumbing it down for the non
yeah.
nerds in
So-
chat.
And
They didn't need any help. These people have been following along
Just-
for an hour
What
now.
was the
real
second?
quick.
What was the second
Real
group?
quick though.
Norvasil.
Is it possible for this campaign
It
to
sounds
be
like
set in
something that
space?
would be an ad on TV, like ask your doctor about Norvasil.
Dreadline, just make a
Yeah,
character
well,
that
they're-
perceives
they're
everything
the-
as
they're
though
the
you're an
Norvasil is not
astronaut.
for everyone.
So one of them is going to be a bit more of a tyrannical, oppressive nation. That's not the one you guys are going to be in.
If
That's
wait,
the one that you guys will be going to.
you say tyrannical, but like if you have blood pressure, high blood
I mean,
pressure,
we're not-
or on blood thinners, like is Norvasil right for you?
I mean, like, yeah. So not like
Ask your
fully.
doctor.
We're not talking Nazi tyrannical. We're talking slightly
Side
oppressive.
effects may include
Yeah.
anal leakage.
Like
I mean,
microaggression.
should I not make it Norvasil because it does
not,
sound like a
not,
medication.
not like
I
No,
mean, I'm not going to be
Drayden,
able to
okay.
associate it with anything
It
else.
sounds like I need a
Oh.
prescription for
Drayden,
Norvasil.
Drayden, no matter what names you pick, we're either going to call them something else or make fun of them in some way, shape, or form. So you're gonna
That's
have
not
like this,
true.
you're gonna have like this
That's not
advanced NPC name, or we're gonna be like, yeah, Jim Bob over here or whatever, or you're gonna be like so and so the Crimson, and we're just gonna call him Crimson Dude.
Look, don't get me wrong. I feel bad because I see you looking down on a notebook, and I know you can't just Control F and replace words easily.
We're gonna
But-
go with
Norvasil does sound like either a topical cream or various other products that you might need in your life. Anybody. These are just normal
Something
people.
I
These are
need to
just-
control my Lyme disease.
So Drayden, all I'm asking is, so like when you're building this world, so there's gonna be 2 nations. So I just want to make sure, like, if I'm understanding
Norgan,
3. Norden's fine, sure.
Norden.
Farron, and Norgan.
It's
Norgan
okay,
Morgan.
it's okay to have VPNs. We're
Yeah.
fine. There's nothing catchy enough about Norden. We'll be
yeah,
fine.
Norgan's
Highly secure. They're a very hush hush nation.
Norgan's messenger
Spies,
protection
cloaking.
is top notch.
Well, that's why they're so good at it, though.
Yeah. But anyway, so
And all I know is that now you got me wanting to roleplay some random person in the Eve universe, just
God damn
living
it.
my life.
So Ithaca Hawk did a EVE Online fantasy D&D thing, and he literally had a character called Sister Bliss, where she was a religious person.
Like a
So
zealot?
funny. Yeah, and like you know
Wow.
his D&D map, so he had like the whole D&D map out, and like the Triglavians were the bad guys, and like all this other crazy shit. It was really cool.
But yeah, so real quick, so that's the very early gist of the thing. I'll have a little bit more info later, but my thing is like I am assuming I don't want to do the whole thing like of a group where like you're in multiple parts, you have to come together and like meet each other. I kind of might just run with like whole like you all kind of know each other, and you're just to smooth things out and
So,
just make it go quicker early
That
on.
can be part of the session 0. So when we're making characters, you can say, "Oh, okay, so your character did this in their history. Do you want to say your character and this other character teamed up And like,
Yeah.
so I've seen it where we do that. So then that way it's like we're somewhat acquainted.
And what I might do is like for character creation, I think what I'm gonna do is like because like I said, I'm within this week I'm gonna be doing probably a D&D Beyond account so that everyone can have access to it and get everyone invited to the campaign, so then they can start looking over the rule books and stuff. Because I know Vlad and Malketh said that they have not played since 3rd edition, which we're using 5th, and so they don't have any of the new rule books, any of the new class stuff, so they can start looking through some of that stuff if they want. Also, when it comes to character creation, I think I'm going to give people a heads up, like here in a couple weeks, just be like, hey, here's the situation, here's the world, here's some stuff, and then you can create your character, start looking at stuff for your characters that you might be interested in, and then a week from then, we'll be like, okay, now let's make characters, and then hopefully you guys have looked at some stuff and found out, like, okay, I want to do this class because this class sounded cool, or this race sounded like something I want to play, so that way you're coming in with at least a little bit of like idea of what you want to do, and then we can fine tune it from there, as opposed to just starting a character building thing where no one knows what's going on at all. So I was figuring that, and then after we do the character building thing, then we'll start later after, like the next week after that. So the other thing I was gonna say, and I think I was already talking to you about this, right? Is like I don't think anyone's gonna do like the rules lawyering thing, and I think that I know most of the rules. Like I'm not new to D&D. I've been playing D&D for like 3 or 4 years now. I know how most of it works, but there might be a few instances where like I'm like, oh, in this specific case, I don't know, and no one else knows. I'll just come up with something and just be like, hey, it's good. Maybe a compromise or something. Like, okay, we'll do this, or roll this check, and we'll just run with that, and we just go with that. So that's where we're gonna do that part, and then as far as people cycling in and out, I do want to just run a long character arc or storyline arc of the main quest, but there's gonna be a bunch of side quests. You were giving me some ideas, and I already have some ideas based on those that I want to do, and then some other ones too. And so I think that if people are like, oh well, you know what, because I feel like there's gonna be a group of people that are like a quote unquote main core group that are there like every week, and then there's gonna be people that are there hit and miss. And so if there's like a good chunk of the main core group missing, and maybe people don't want to do the main storyline quest progression, they can just find a side quest and just run with that. And so that could kind of almost be like a one-off style D&D night where they do that. And so we'll just kind of go with that. And then I'll be taking notes and stuff, and I'll be making like a summarization of each session so that people that weren't there for a week can just read it and be like, okay, get the gist of like kind of what happened.
Honestly, in the streaming medium, it should be pretty easy to like.
And also, I mean, there's
clip
the
and
VOD
either
too.
transcribe it or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there'll be
that
VOD.
can help.
Like you can always watch the VOD to get like, a very in depth of like I know everything that happened, or you can read the summary if you don't want to watch the VOD.
Real quick, I think you should share with her how you mentioned we were going to start out. Like that part was pretty important.
How are we gonna start out? Like that you guys all know each other?
We're just waking up and we're waking up and what?
Oh, yeah. I figured everyone's gonna wake up in a horse cart, and they're finally awake.
Finally awake.
I'm out. I'm out.
Everyone's.
I'm sorry, I wanted to touch on it now. That
everyone is a horse thief. Like, you all tried to steal one horse, and you all failed.
Dude, what if that's like our introduction? Is we all committed crimes and we're all in jail together, but then like this is our redemption
Yeah, or
arc.
escaped
Like,
prisoner. That's back to Oblivion.
Literally
Well,
the
what's
same
that?
horse though. Like God, how awful are all of us?
But yeah, so
Elvis, like, I would have stole
No,
3
so
horses by now.
we're
Like, what the fuck's wrong with
Suicide
y'all?
Squad D&D edition.
But yeah, so that's my thing. I think everything's gonna be run pretty smooth for the most part. So I think it should be fun and fine. And my thing is like, I will try and find out like a few days beforehand, like who's gonna be like, and we'll have to find a time and a date because I think right after the show might be rough because 1, it's late for some people, and 2, depending on how the show goes, it might not be a great idea to try and run the thing hammered if I drink a little too much or something. Like, I mean, in my state now, I'd be fine running stuff, but in my state last week when I'm talking about like, you know, penis anatomy, might not be so
It was
great.
a good show.
Yeah, I mean, like
That was a solid informative
everyone
show.
learned about
Don't you feel
cockaballs,
bad about that at all?
But
I know slightly more about the reproductive system.
yeah,
as a
yeah. So
result.
I'm like,
Maybe.
I think that if we find another day to do it, would be good. Now I understand not everyone's gonna be able to make that. Maybe we do it Saturday. Maybe we do it. We'll find a day. I think once we get everyone together and do a poll of like what time and day works best for everyone, then we can try and do it that day. And then we'll just try and do it that day every week. If I'm going to be there every week, I would say weekends work best for me. So
And obviously, I think it's understandable. It probably will be a little bit freeform in that, you know, you've got a lot of different elements here working, but
yeah, and so
I agree there.
Because there's like 8 or 9 people that are interested in playing, but
Tavern.
I assume that there's not going to be 8 or 9 people there every week. I assume that there's going to be like 4 to 6 people there every week, which is a nice manageable number for a campaign. But I would like to know if like is there going to be 4 or 6, because that is going to change, you know, the difficulty of an encounter potentially, because, you know, if you're planning for 4 people,
As you're
and
struggling, oh shit!
Yeah, if you
Look
plan
at
for
these
4
two new
people and
people that
6
showed
show
up
up,
this
then
week.
you're just gonna smash the encounter, and it's not even gonna be a
Where
sweat.
the fuck did you come from?
Or if I plan for 6 and only 4 show up, I'll probably just wipe the whole party. You know, I mean,
Jordan, is it
wouldn't do
unreasonable
that.
if I drop breadcrumbs every adventure we go on so that our mates can join us if they find the way, like Hansel and
Yeah,
Gretel
I mean,
stuff?
like honestly, if
Can
I was
I write that into my character?
if
Like
I
I
planned
just
for
carry an
6
abundance of bread. Like maybe I'm French or something. It's a
It-
baguette and I have a lot of ammo.
yeah, I mean, like,
Can
if
you
I
put
plan
like cheese for my character? to
if I
follow?
planned for 6 and
Yeah, I mean,
4
that
show
sounds-
up, I can make
If
it
I'm
easier.
French, I'm bringing both bread and cheese. So
Yeah.
rain.
Well, hold on. So if I plan for 6 and 4 show up, I can make it easier. Like, okay, well, there was going to be 3 enemies here. I'll take 1 out, and that might make it easier for 4. Or I'll be like, okay, well, this guy, I'll cut his hit points down by down to 2/3 of what it was,
Just
and
do it
maybe
on the fly,
maybe take
baby.
his AC down like 1 or 2 points, and like
We
now he'll
don't
be
ever
like,
need to know how many monsters there ever
No,
were
Drayden,
there.
fuck that,
Some
dude.
of them
So-
are still in the
Fuck
fog
that.
of war.
I
You
can
keep
balance
that
an
monster with the
encounter.
same strength, okay?
I can
Because
balance
this-
an
we are
encounter
you
towards the
players.
party.
That's
Uh,
how
Red
we
line.
get more friends.
But that's
Well,
what I'd like
this
to
is
know,
a
like, you know, a day or two before, like, who's going to be here on Saturday? And then if 5 people are like, I'll be there, I'll be like, okay, I'll plan for 5. Whereas, like, you know, as opposed to, like, I'm going to plan for 5 and, like, 9 people show up, it's like, oh, shit, well, you find 2 dragons. You know, like, I don't know, it's like,
Fuck!
we'll figure
Look
it
at
out.
this other one crawled out from the pile of gold.
But, I'm excited for it. I've been working a bit on it, and next week for this show, I will have, I think, a pretty solid breakdown of your situation. Because right now I have like
I thought we decided we weren't going to call it that anymore.
I have a page or so. Well, it's a
It's a
notepad.
disorder,
It's a
but-
page on a notepad, so it's like I have a good solid set of notes for like main campaign stuff, and I have some good ideas for side campaign stuff. And then so I'll give you guys some better info next week on that. And then the week after, through that next week after that, I'll be doing world building, so then I can give you. I want to come up with a map and some general info of like the third nation, and just some surrounding areas, you know, rural areas that might be like just kind of like they might technically fall in a nation, but they aren't really like officially governed or
Can we
ruled by anything. They're
call
kind of like
them
their own
flyover
like
states?
their own autonomous
Just to piss people
spot
off?
that's like, okay, like a Taiwan where it's like China says we're part of China, but you know we don't really listen to
Whoa,
them.
too real.
Maybe I won't go that real, but
I'm kidding.
things like that where it's like, you know, I'll have a little bit more of like a world setting to knowledge yourself in, with a little bit of like, I'm not gonna make like Tolkien books worth of lore, but I'm gonna have some basic background lore on some shit for you guys. So, and then after that, then you guys can start using that for like character creation, and then I think I want to have like a Discord meeting at some point for the people that want to play, and we can go over like
And my
ideas
axe.
for characters, questions about the world, as well as because I know, like I said, like there's people that haven't played 5th edition, so any kind of, I might just go over like a generalized, like this is some general rules for 5th edition, like how, you know, your turn works, like, you know, movement action, standard action, reaction, quick action,
bolt action.
reaction, free action. So it's just some basic rule sets of like, this is how the game works in general in combat, and in general things like this is how saves work, this is how like skill checks work, stuff like that, so that people have a little bit better of an idea of how the game mechanics themselves work.
So real quick, not to put too much pressure on it or anything, but like Ellie, you're committed, right? Like you're in. What could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Like just do it.
I mean, my schedule is not predictable.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You can be someone else some of the time. I believe in you.
Yeah, that's why it's nice we can cycle in and out.
Holy
So, like,
shit!
Yeah, that was the thing we were
cat
going with.
comes into the camera.
Yeah, that's the thing we're going with the cycling. So it's like that's why like I know that some people
That is a
will
girthy cat,
make
I
it
like
or
it.
not make it on certain weeks. So that way it's like as long as I know a couple of days beforehand, like how many people are going to make it, I can plan for that and also see who's going to make it and plan for that.
and
So
one thing to do too is like I think all of my D&D sessions are like, okay, does somebody have a recap for last time?
yeah, I'll
So
have a
like-
recap each time. Yeah,
Well, I mean, you can ask the players to say it too, and then it shows how much people were paying attention.
that too. Yeah, I can be like, okay, everyone give a recap, and then I can give like a summary if we need. But at
Last
least a summary
week
of the important parts that it's like people shouldn't have forgotten this because this is really important. So I don't want people to like not know it. But maybe some of the slight details, if like, hey, if you guys don't remember, you don't remember it. Maybe that'll come back to bite you in the ass. I don't know. But and then so when you came in, Rain, we were talking about. I was like, I'm gonna try and do some like.
Voices! Yeah, you gotta do voices.
I
You
was,
do
I was
at
like,
least,
I'm,
right?
I'm gonna be doing my best.
Medic did a
I'm
good
gonna, I'm gonna
Cockney
throw my
earlier,
best
so.
fucking attempt at like voice acting and doing different voices for different characters and like actually doing the full in voice role playing thing. But what I was saying is like I don't want people to feel pressure that they have to do that. Some people want to do it. That's fine if you're comfortable like throwing voices or like just doing a full on role play thing. That's cool. But people are I know that people that don't play often or are new to it or some people just aren't comfortable doing that. It's like you can just be like, I'm gonna say this. Like, I'm gonna ask them about this topic, and that's their role play. It's like, well, I mean, they didn't like so like, oh well, I have a question for you, and they start talking. Like, there's two different ways to do it, and I'm fine with either. I'm not gonna like try and pressure people into like play make believe. So it's up to each person individually. But I, as the DM, I'm gonna do my best, Matt Mercer, and try and do some voices. So, but yeah, so I mean, that's what I got for now. I'm excited. I've been putting some work into it. So,
Is there any way this campaign can be in space?
no. So here's
No, stop, Jane. You're saying it wrong. Redline, create a character that thinks he's an astronaut traveling through galaxies, and everyone he interprets
Thank
is in a
you,
spacesuit
space jam,
or has a galaxy background, and instead of cities, he's visiting planets.
That is literally your quirk. That is your
Yes.
character.
yeah, you could be a space
And
jammer.
anytime somebody makes a reference to anything that is like fantasy or like whatever, like a fucking lantern, you'd be like, "You're fucking plasma torch."
They,
Like,
they,
what do you?
they
like,
actually made a
just-
space
that's your
thing for
quirk.
D&D. It was
Do
I think it was second edition. They made it was called Space Jammers, and it was literally like galleon looking ships that flew in space with an air bubble around them that people breathed with, and they literally flew through space to other dimensions and planets and realms and stuff like that. And it was like
Yeah,
some
I mean,
weird psychedelic
your
fantasy
campaign-
space shit going on.
The campaign that you're describing would work well in a space setting.
Well,
That's
so
exactly
here's
what
the
we're hearing.
Saying, so
Yeah,
I'll
Spelljammers.
I'll imagine it's a space setting then.
But here's my thing is like I said, I know the rules pretty well, but this is my first time DMing, and instead of like trying to DM something where I'm tweaking the whole game into like a sci-fi thing or so, I feel like that would be a lot
No,
tougher
that's
for
him.
me.
It's
Like
in
I
his
would rather
own
just stick
brain.
with the fantasy medieval stuff because it's what I know, and if I run further campaigns in the future, which I might do, I'd be willing to dabble in that. But for my first attempt, I would rather just stick with what I know and I'm confident with, and just do the fantasy thing
Drayden,
first.
it's perfectly fine. Like, that's in his own head.
Yeah. So like I'm gonna do. Yeah, you can keep that in your own head. Like, you can-
He's got the illusions. Like, we tried to
Yeah,
like
you
treat him
can
like a
run
witch
with
and like
that.
weigh him with like a piece of wood in the lake, and
Yeah. No,
math-
you can.
the
You can
math
run with
is
that. and
tough,
Everyone's gonna think
so-
you're kooky, and it's
does
fine.
he float? Does he sink? It's hard to say.
But yeah, as far as like the world, like I mean, like there, Rain was showing me a thing where there's mods for like steampunk and space and 50s like atomic, like Fallout style atomic.
Yeah, they have
era.
everything.
Yeah, it's like
I hope Redline leans into this, and I hope that we all remember that he's a fucking heretic on a regular basis and be like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is he
I hope
talking
he
about?
plays just like one of those Eve players, and he just referred like I jokingly said, okay, Pappy versus Imperium or whatever. I hope he just like does that, and then just like has all these delusions, but he's a good combat pilot, so we just keep him in our team anyway. It'd be so much
yeah, I'm
fun.
the pilot.
Yeah, so don't fuck up. Be a good combat pilot. That's all.
You
she's
call
saying.
yourself a pilot, and we're all like, "What the fuck's a pilot, bro?" And you're like, "You'll understand in the future." And then you put on like some goggles and run off.
Oh my god,
Whoop, whoop,
I'm
whoop,
from the future.
Yeah, Redline, you gotta do it, dude.
oh man, because technically Earth.
So
You could be an
There has to be-
artificer.
There has to be
Artificer.
conflict of sometimes listening to him, but sometimes not, and being like, he's like, I know, I'm from the future,
'Cause
but
technically-
apparently it's the distant
Drayden,
future,
you have to give me
so he
very
doesn't know what's
specific
happening
rules
in the
on that.
dungeon.
Well, here's the thing.
We'll
So
bring a ray
technically, in the D&D
You
universe,
think
everything is
you
in different
thought.
planes, and our world exists in
That's the
D&D
point.
as a plane
Redline.
that just you don't ever
You're
go
living
to.
in that world.
But I remember there was a campaign arc, like one of those campaign books, where it's literally you go through a plane shift and you appear in like, I think it was like World War II Earth.
Dunkirk, man, rough.
Like D&D, you appear with like
Music's all
bows and
hidden and you run
arrows and
across the
swords
field.
and shit, and you come into Earth World War II, and everyone's like, "What the fuck?" Like they have lightning weapons that kill people. You know, it's like, and it's like
Roll for initiative.
it's like lightning weapons. They have thunder and people. It's like they're guns. I mean, so I remember my roommate was like wanting to do a thing like that, and we never got into it. But he was talking about it, and I'm like, okay, so Earth, this world that we live in right now, technically exists in D&D, but it's a plane that no one ever plays on because it would make it really complicated.
Boring. You're saying boring.
Boring, yeah. Like who wants to play Earth? Who wants to play
So,
real
Redline.
world?
I pulled up 5e tools. So there's a class called Artificer, and it's all about like building things and putting stuff together. So you could be like that pilot that came back through the past, and you have a ray gun, but the ray gun just does like normal crossbow damage and stuff. So like it completely incorporates in, and you're like trying to use all this stuff and like tinkering and adding things together. And we're like, yeah, man, he's just this weird quirky wizard we have. That's he's probably just like from a different
Dude's
guy.
out of his gourd.
And we just like
But he
roll
gets
along
things
with all
done.
your shit. Yeah. It would actually be like hilariously perfect, Redline. You have to role play
I'm
this
telling
guy.
you could live a space opera in your brain and still live in the same canon. So like I agree 100%. And I'm
I
very
mean, I'm with you.
noob to all this, but
I'm imagining the campaign in space.
I know
no,
you
I
want to
think
I know you want to
that's
play
what
out a
you
space
do.
opera.
The reason that I'm imagining it though is because I want to tell that story. So I think I'm
I
just
think
gonna
that could
tell
be
that
fun
story
too.
myself.
Well, you've got a pretty cool community yourself.
You
Going,
could be a
so,
bard.
Like, I think that
Well,
could be a fun.
You should be a
Also,
bard,
you
Redline,
know,
and tell the
space roleplay.
story.
you could do that, or what you
Wait,
could
wait,
do is
wait. If he's a bard, he has to sing. So don't commit to anything.
You don't
just
have
yet.
to sing as a bard.
Don't you say that.
gotta play an instrument.
You either have to play an instrument or sing.
I do
But-
both.
I mean,
Well,
but
then,
it would also be
As long
good
as
if
you roleplay it, I'm down.
because Redline, if you want to tell a story, either you do a DMing session or you document everything as your character. So like when I role play some of my characters, I document actions other people do and if I like or dislike them because of it. And then that affects how I treat them. But then I also document important notes. So while Drayden's like introducing characters or introducing plot line to the story, I'll be like, okay, these things are important because it's important to my character.
Character development.
Yeah. And
Beautiful.
so then that way, if you're ever like retelling the story, so like, we're doing the session and Drayden's like, hey guys, let's give a recap. You can jump in and you can be like, we were traveling through space and we found these space orcs and we shot them dead and we looted their corpses and like, I don't know, something like that.
You'd be like Warhammer 40k, like I was in the WOG.
And like your character, maybe you can give your character like a helmet and every time you walk into like a building, you take off your helmet like you would a spacesuit inside of like an airlock. It would actually be like, it'd be really, really cool. Like, and we'd all be like, yeah, he's weird. Like, just takes his hat off indoors. It's polite or whatever in his culture.
Everybody else just playing along. They're like, don't worry about that guy.
See, that makes it sound like I have a problem.
I mean, it kind of would be.
In
it's just you're
our
different.
era, we would call it a disorder.
It's
but
just I'm
you're
different.
touched.
Yeah.
That's what we like to say. It's
So,
very
so a lot
tactful.
of people don't
touched.
realize like the races within D&D also like hate each other. So like minotaurs and centaurs hate each other.
A lot of racism.
And so if like in one of my campaigns I was a centaur and someone else was a minotaur and we'd always argue about things just in character. Like I would just like immediately
Just
disagree
say
with him.
everything.
Yeah, like we would just like pick at each other and like it was all done in good faith and character, but it helped with the story, right? And
They were
so
like, I
it's,
think we should do such and such. And you're like, no, that sounds awful.
yeah. And so even though it may seem like our characters are making fun of yours, it's because our characters don't understand yours.
Like she's trying to empower you, and I hope you can feel that.
Yeah, because like I'm gonna play
I
a
get
very
it.
I'm gonna play a very non-traditional
Furbolg?
character too, and I'm excited. Yeah, I'm playing a Furbolg.
Furbolg. I've
and I
never
think
played with a Furbolg. It should be fun.
me neither, and I'm like super excited for it.
Because
And
I
I've
always
never-
think
I've never done
Furbolg of like other. Because in most fantasy, Furbolgs are like kind of like not demonish, but like weird little.
Yeah, they're
Little
bad
rat.
guys.
They're usually bad creatures, whereas like in D&D, furbolgs are like actually pretty like good aligned and
They were fine in Dark Age of Camelot.
as you said, wholesome.
Yeah, as humanoids related to the Fae, Furbolg have long lifespans. They reach adulthood around 30, and the oldest can live 500. And they're between 7 and 8 feet tall, 200 to 300 pounds. So it's one
Pretty
of the
lanky for like 7 to 8 feet, though. That's pretty.
yeah,
sweet.
but like that's one of those things where I could just like kind of play as like this gentle giant creature and be like, "It is okay, small man. I do not understand, but I will help you." And it's like super wholesome.
Smile and nod.
Yeah, so I'm figuring like 3 to 4 weeks. Maybe we'll try and play, but in by next week's show, I think I want to have enough information to give people so they can, and then like I said, probably this week, probably this weekend, I'm going to look into getting my D&D Beyond account set because it's like Zoom. Like you pay for the subscription as the host, and then you can invite people to your campaign, and all of the people that get invited in don't have to pay for it. They just
Right.
get access to it, and you're paying for it, and so they get access to all the current books, all the information and everything, so they can just no one has to go and buy D&D books and stuff like that from stores because that shit's expensive. I have
Well, 100%
I have
expensive
books
to the show, but if you need donations to the show,
it's like 15 a month, I think, 15 or 20. So I mean, we can do
like I
that.
said, I mean, cover it with the show because I think it's content that will be shared with people, but
the show wallet
if
has
you
the
need
right to that.
contribution, obviously.
And like
CC.
I have most of the D&D books. My roommate is and that's the thing. Like I was saying, like my roommate has DM'd like
He's a nice guy. You mentioned earlier he would knock and say, "You baiting?"
yeah. Well, no, he just
Super nice.
He has DM'd like 20 campaigns. He knows like everything there's about D&D. He's got every single book they've ever printed, and that's why I'm gonna set up my phone on a thing for like like the Critical Role. They have like the overtop camera for like the board. We have tons of he has boxes and boxes of like models, and I mean I have models here and shit too, but so we have tons of models for like monsters
I'm going
and
to bed.
encounters. All right, CLB.
That'll be.
So we have tons of models for that, and then we should have plenty of options for models that people can use as their own characters. For the campaign, so I can like get them all set up and painted too. I have a bunch of paints. I can paint people's models quickly if they want.
Sick.
It'll be like just I'm not gonna go super in detail, but just some good like colors here, colors
Dude,
here.
I want to see all my jewelry. Paint
colors
my
here,
rings.
colors there, dry brush. Get some basic stuff on, but
like Rockstar
like I
jewelry.
said, like he's got like 4 or 5 like whole big boxes full of like models and shit to use, and he's bought a whole bunch of like the big old like dragons and elder brains and like all kinds of demons and monsters and stuff like that. So he's got tons of stuff, and he's got big board layouts, big mats, he's got a whole book of like 50 or 60 pages of like different terrain layouts and all. So I mean, like as far as props and stuff to use for, that's what I said. Like Rain was telling me about like a digital. I know about the Roll20 digital maps you can use, but like I have 10 times more than that here in a physical form, which is probably much more easy to manipulate based on people's thing, and I don't have to figure out the technicalities of it. And all I have to do is like just take my phone and
do the top-down camera.
I mean, the top-down camera on the phone, and I'll just connect it to Discord and just use it as a camera to put up on the screen, and then everyone in Discord can see the camera as well, so they can see the board itself, and then people on the stream can see the board, so that way it puts that into the production where they can see the battlefield and everything like that if we were having that. So that's what I plan on doing for the thing. I'll just have to find like a weird table thing to sit next to my camera so I can like reach over and like do it over here. So I should be able to find.
Do you
that.
need me to move my stuff? Like, if you're gonna be.
No. I mean, it's me like for like the camera of the playboard. I can just have it here.
No, I know. So like my stuff's over in the way, kind of a little bit.
Oh well.
I'm joking about us having a
It took
his
me a
and
lo-
hers desk,
it-
and
It took me.
apparently
a
we're in
little
the
bit
same room, which I appreciate because
Yeah.
I can see it. Because I'm also a terrible bachelor and I have no art or anything.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a
on
second
my
to pick up on
walls.
that. It took me a second to pick up on that, but yeah.
Drayden,
That
if
was
you
touched
have
on earlier, Rain. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you guys have it in a physical form, give us like a little mini map though, with just like an outline of like our tokens and where bad things are.
Oh no,
'Cause
you'll
it's
be able to see like the whole board with
no,
a
we
grid
need
layout.
we need an electronic one because otherwise it's gonna be impossible for us to measure distances and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna
Yeah.
be holding up a rular to my screen to see your
No,
map
no,
and
no,
then
no.
just be
This-
Also,
told.
for
has-
week to week, like posterity, I
No,
think
no.
it's good
These
to
have
have
the
a
square.
visual
These have the square
form.
grids on them. Each square is
Drayden,
5
I
feet.
know, but like a radius and where I'm at versus where things
People
are.
trying to figure their own stuff.
Like
Yeah.
I can sit here and
It-
do it
I-
instead of like, oh Drayden, can you move that? Can I see?
Actually, I think he's
Well,
right though. If it's
no,
pretty
it has
well
a s-
gridded out, I think you can do
It
it.
has a grid,
well
and
enough.
each
But he
square
is
grid
gonna
is
have
5
to
feet. That's how
orchestrate.
the grids work.
Alright, you're gonna have to show it all to me then when we're doing radiuses and stuff like that.
Yeah, because each square is 5 feet, so you'll be able to see.
Yes, but like a circle. So in normal other games, I can just click a 2 buttons and I can see the aura around my character.
Well,
the
right.
aura
So I mean,
around
like,
like an
if
effect.
it's a
Yeah.
20-foot aura, you just have to go like 4 squares out in each direction and be like, that's the
No,
circle.
because
Yeah.
it still includes tokens, which may or may not be very easy to see. Trust me, we've
Also, we have templates. I can put a circle template over.
okay,
like, this
but
is
that
your-
means
We'll see
you
how
have
it looks.
that means you have to control it though.
Yeah,
So if
yeah.
I'm sitting here planning out my move, I can't do that unless I'm talking to you and
Oh,
having
Right,
a
right,
well,
right.
discussion.
yeah.
And we'll have to plan out the moves because people are like, okay, move
I
me
mean, you can count
that
grid
direction
squares,
because
but-
and we could do that. They'd be like, I want to move 10 feet over to the left over there, or like I want to move away from that thing but slightly diagonal, and I'll just like we'll
Knight
figure
to
it out.
C2.
And
Alright,
it's
I'm
like,
just kind of thinking it's gonna be real cumbersome.
I don't think it'll be as bad because when we play, it's usually the map is so far because we have a big table and the map is so far away from us. We usually have to just like give directions to my
Yeah.
friend, like, and it's not too bad. It's usually like, okay, I want to. I'll show you. I can give an example.
If nothing else, we'll give it a try.
And I don't think it's gonna be as cumbersome because honestly, I tried doing the Roll20 map thing. It's like it was cool looking, but it took so much setup to like the background and the layout, and then you have to like
So you
build the
don't-
maps
you
on
don't-
it, and then like
Yeah, but you don't do all that yourself. You find preset templates.
You
So like
can
right
find
here,
templates.
right here, it takes me 2 seconds to figure out Bearman on the far left is 20 feet from the gargoyle thing.
Right, but the thing is, like, if I want to have like this is what the setup is. If I have a thing in my mind, I can build it physically. Be like, this is exactly how I want it to look. Instead of like,
but
me
see,
trying to
now if
figure
I
out
wanna
how to
draw
build
s-
it on the thing.
No, you don't need to figure out how to build it because you can literally click, "Hey, I want to build a circle. Hey, I want to build this," and like you
Wait,
just
so
click
wait.
2 buttons.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with like if you're on the same screen that he's displaying though with a grid, like you can still plan out those same moves and or
Okay,
like
so
you
okay.
can math
So how
left,
far away
right,
is
whatever.
Bearman from the second gargoyle? So 1, 2, 1, 2. So
What's
2 by
what's the
2
range?
is 10 maybe to the edge?
Yeah.
Okay, so what about the other edge? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
25.
So 3 by 5.
That's
see, 3 by
15
5.
15 by 25.
Okay. Oh, I did 3 by 5, not 15 by 25.
Wow, that's too small.
Well, but 3 by 5. Well, each square is 5 feet, so 3 times 5 is 15. And
But
20,
like, do you see that mental math I have to do myself? Whereas like right now,
It's-
I click a button, click over there, it's actually 20 feet.
yeah, but I mean,
It's
mental math
understandable
isn't that hard if it's all on
convenience.
base 5. I mean, it's not that hard. If
I think
it's
the
like-
grid is not terribly difficult.
It's like my range
but
on this
I
is
appreciate
40
the
feet.
convenience
It's like,
that
are
that can
you 8
provide.
squares?
Yeah, so I'm not asking you to replicate this. I just say give us a grid with base tokens so it can be like a white piece of paper with a couple circles. So I can say, okay, if I move here, then I am still within like 10 feet of Akaroth, but
Yeah.
out range of the circle, and then I can still hit this guy.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I have
I think that's what he's
we
talking
actually
about.
have templates to where I have a circle where it's like, okay, here's a circle.
No,
I'm
a template on a computer is what I'm saying. I don't want your help doing it. I want to be able to do it by myself while other people are talking.
Oh well, I mean, I guess you can look and be like,
It
okay,
has
Like,
to be
in
on
my
a
mind,
screen
that's-
somewhere.
but
in my
I'm-
mind, that's just
I mean, I
planning
guess
out
the
on the
best thing is like,
grid.
it's like if you
Like,
have
you're
a
just
15,
theorizing what your next
15
move
foot
is.
radius,
Chess.
just go 3 squares out in each direction from where you want
And
to
then
do
when
the
this
thing. And just-
okay, so the problem is when you do that with the circles, you have to be able to show fully in or fully out, and it's not always clear.
I mean, just go 3 and 3.
I think I
in each
see what
direction,
you're
just go
saying, actually,
diagonals
yeah.
each way. It's
So
pretty
here,
I
I'll
think I
cool.
see what
take
you're
another
saying.
screenshot.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
know what
think I
you're
see what you're
saying.
saying.
It's just, I mean, it doesn't have to be super exact like that. It could just kind of be,
So I can't modify
Well,
this, but you see where my character's in the 15 aura? So that gargoyle is in it, right? But also all of my friends. But now if I were, let me see if I can move my character.
I see what she's saying, and as long as obviously that's up to Drayden how specific he wants to get as far as
I
our
mean,
reach
and
and
the
stuff.
thi-
But obviously that is a
No.
thing sometimes where
Yeah.
like it's like you can't reach that, you can't do that.
So
It's not
now-
being like whatever too stiff on the rules. It's like look, like that's
And
just
it can
the
honestly
way the
be like,
map
it's,
is
it's like
playing out
without
right now.
getting
You-
super exact,
you
like,
can't
oh,
do
is this
this.
one square technically in or technically? It's like if it's that close to where it's like,
And that's your
eh,
freedom.
you
You're
could
right.
We could probably just be like, you know what, you're gonna shoot a fireball over there, and the guy's
well-
either barely in or barely out. We just say he's barely out, and just shoot the fireball and just.
And
blow.
funnily enough, that's the fun thing about the DM, right? Is you say, well, okay, let's
'Cause-
try it,
'cause,
and
I
then
mean,
you
like-
say, well, I'll give you half effectiveness
the
or whatever
thing
on
is
the
like
roll.
doing it online,
so you might
and
miss
not
because you're
having
right on the
everyone
edge of a
there,
wall.
and I don't want to have to do the whole technical thing of like having a separate
I think
program to
there's-
run like
I think you could
very
gloss
specific
over it.
things. I think we can just kind of wing it and just do it in a much more like
As a DM, you lower their odds
laid
because
back-
it's like you're shooting
laid back
around a
way.
corner or you're near an edge or you're whatever, the
Yeah.
edge of your range potentially. So like it might happen, it might not.
because
We'll give you like a lesser chance and go ahead and
the
try.
amount of like
that's the fun
the
of
amount
your
of
power.
production effort. I don't want it to be like so focused on like production quality as far as like just roleplay. So my thing is like, because I know that there are programs that will let you just run the stuff online, and I've messed with them. We did the whole Roll20 thing, and it was actually just, it was handy. It was kind of cool, but in certain circumstances, it became really cumbersome. And then we tried messing with stuff, and they're like, "Oh no, we don't do this." And then we spent like 20 minutes because we fucked something up, and then we tried to reset it, and then it didn't work, and then it fucked the map up, and then we like messed with the line of sight, and the fog of war got fucked, and like it's just like holy shit. It's like,
Yeah, if you
I
can
want to
turn
just
all
like
that
get rid of
stuff
all
off.
that and be like, you know what? If it comes down to a thing of like, I don't know if this guy's in or out. It's like right on the edge. Like, you know what? If it's on the edge, you're trying to shoot a fireball and you don't want to blow your friend up. And if he's just right on the, if he's like right next to the thing you're shooting a fireball at, and then he's getting hit. But if he's like out there, we'll just say you shoot the fireball and like it doesn't get him.
Roll for it. It's just a low odds that you fuck up your friend.
Maybe it singes him, but you take 2
Well,
damage. Like,
Well, yeah, but like you could still throw a fireball and have it hit all the enemies without hitting your friends. That's why like
Right.
you want to see the auras because
right.
we've
And
done that
that's what
before.
That's what I'm saying. Like you can, I think with the thing that I'm gonna do is like you'll get a general sense close enough, and if it's super like right on, I think you'll be able to just generally look at like he's in or he's out, and if he's right on the edge, then we'll just kind of go with like, you know what, you're not trying to hit him. You could probably
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna be so exact where it's like, well, technically he's 5 feet in and not 5 feet out. I don't want to do that. I just want it to like be a little bit more smoother.
Like I said, I mean that's
So-
the perfect opportunity for the normal like, okay, well, they're right on the edge.
Because like I said, like
Normally you would have a whatever you're gonna roll a whatever, you need to be this or above to hit. Well, now you need to be like twice that. Or
well, I
whatever,
mean, if you
like,
shoot a
because it's
fireball, it
questionable.
just hits it. Like everyone that gets hit
I'm not
by it
using that
has to do a
specific
reflex
example.
save.
I'm just
And if they make the reflex save, they take half damage. If they don't, they take full damage. And that's like they're either in or they're out. They're taking damage or they're not. But that's what I'm saying is like, I
fair.
don't want to get too bogged down into like super technicalities like that. So
I'm
and
just saying I think it could be simpler.
I
than
don't
even
want to
having
make the
focus on
stream
it.
too complicated as far as like me setting up digital maps and everything like that. Because I think I'm going to be. I don't want to sit there and have to try and manage too much stuff digitally. I kind of want to more make it to where like we're running this thing, and then anything that needs to be done visually, I can do over here on the table, which has a camera on it that people can see. And like honestly, there's like combat is the only time it's going to get into stuff like that for the most part. Generally,
Yeah.
if it's going to be outside of combat, it's just going to be like, hey, here's the situation. Let me describe it to you verbally, and you just have to like do a mental picture and like this is what's going on here, type of thing.
Right.
And we'll just run with it that way. So
I think it should be fine. You already mentioned that this is like a reasonably short campaign scenario.
yeah, I don't
whatever.
want
So
to
like
have this run on for a whole year.
exactly. Like if
like I
we
said,
don't need to overthink it.
I think I want to have the main storyline run about, I would say probably 6 sessions solely that. So that's about a month and a half. And then I figure like a month and a half worth of side campaign, side quests, just general BSing. And if people want to extend stuff out, we could do a little bit longer and put more stuff in. So I figure like 3 months, maybe 4 tops, and we'll be done with the whole thing. So, and that's what we play every week.
So excited for it.
Yeah, and so it sounds fun. And if we finish that and people are like, I want more, then maybe I'll do another one. I don't know. And also, I figure
Nice.
like this will be a learning process too. Maybe we learn things along the way and find better ways to do things. But
Redline, I think that would have a lot of merit and be fun. I don't think it's as easy to throw out as like a general like, hey, let's just start that without putting too much thought into it, because it would
I'm
roughly.
down with him playing a
you'd have to-
spaceman, a futuristic spaceman. Whether he's
I think that's a fun workaround. That
is
I
he
think
really
was
from the
brilliant
future,
idea
or
of
is he
Reigns.
just is he really from the future, or is he just fucking crazy?
Exactly.
No
I
one
think
knows.
that was a really brilliant perspective to take to it, and I think you 100% could play it and make a great time out of it, and for not only yourself but other people as well. But I do think like space opera would be really interesting, but I think it would require just a different train of thought where people are going to have to wrap their head around whatever different mechanics or different.
So you have to have
Um,
spaceships.
Well, sure, mighty steeds.
So, well, you'd need to, like, each ship would need to have stats.
Why not?
You mean each horse-drawn
Well,
cart?
they'd just be like enemies, I guess.
Chariots of War. That's right.
Yeah.
Drayden.
Yeah. So next week, like I said, this week I'll be probably planning a little bit more. I want to get a map drawn at least, or drawn up on. I don't know if I drop it on paint or by hand or something.
Are you doing a map of like New Nemasil or whatever that prescription was?
Yeah, no, I changed the name because yeah, it
Kidding.
was. I said
sorry,
Norvis.
I was just being silly.
No, Norvisil
Yeah.
did sound like a fucking drug.
I was thinking of Arrested Development. Temasil.
Farron, I think is a good nation.
I think that's perfectly fine.
Farron sounds fine.
And I think there's a lot of names that will be perfectly
I don't
fine.
know if I
so
like Norgan.
Rain was like, we'll make fun of anything. And I'm like, no,
Yeah.
there's plenty of things
No,
that
no,
just don't have
I-
a ring to them.
I'm really bad. So like so when the people or the DM tells me a name, I write it down based on how it sounds so I can repronounce it. But 90% of the time I'm like Billy Bob Jr. the gardener or whatever, like
Yeah.
whoever we're talking to. I just like make it up.
I mean, I'll have some. I'll probably just
John
like,
Doe, number
I'll
3.
either spell the names out or I can just put it in. I'll probably just type it in Discord so that you guys can like write it down if you want. And I would recommend either have like an online notebook or Google Docs or something open to type in notes, or have a physical notebook if you want, because taking notes in D&D campaigns is primo
Sure. Yeah.
important.
It's great for last week on.
Yeah,
Dragon
so
Ball Z.
I mean, it's really important for like because I might remind people of certain things if it's super important and no one remembers. But generally, it's like when I tell you stuff, it's like that's kind of like your job to remember what happens. And if you don't remember, if it's not like super crucial to the campaign moving forward and no one remembers, then I'll throw some hints out or just remind people. But if it's something that is not that, then it's like if you don't remember, then your characters don't fucking remember, and then you might go into something blind and maybe you don't have the advantage that you might have had with the info
Like
that
it.
they gave you, type of thing. So taking notes is a solid thing. I'm gonna
Recommended.
probably not. I'm gonna try and not get so in the weeds. I'm not gonna like I said. I'm not gonna give you a Tolkien.
It's fairly evident
esque
when you should
lore
write things
book
down and when
of
you should.
knowledge. I will
I
give
think.
you details
Yeah.
of things happening, and I think the details you should write down at least in like shorthand form, just like quick notes of like this name, this area, quick note about it, boom, and that's it. You don't have to like sit there and I'm not gonna
Hey, Red Light.
expect people to remember like the most intricate details of shit. So,
You want to write down fleet loot history.
and someone will have to be like the loot. Like,
And
that's
I don't mean that as a joke. I'm going back
So,
to Eve. You can
I'm
play your
not gonna
space opera,
say-
but fleet loot history is interesting when it comes to relying on items at any given point. So it's like
So
you
no,
should track all the random shit you pick up, but also what other people pick up.
no. So if we're doing group loot,
Yeah.
I want you to paste it. You're not going to read it to us. You're going to copy and paste it in a chat somewhere, or we're going to copy and paste it in our thing and sort it.
that
'Cause I don't wanna
sounds
be sitting
really good,
here Yeah, because I don't want to be sitting here typing the redstone of Gerber.
I
But you can't say
I
it.
like that idea because I
No,
probably
I'm just going to copy and paste.
I probably
and then
would have
say-
done that because that's what we do when we're playing with paper. But yeah, I like that better, so I don't have to sit there and like just list off group loot. Now,
Yeah, and then
fair.
then the only exception is with riddles. So if you're telling us a riddle, then copy and paste that to us as well. Otherwise, like,
what I'll probably do, since people are going to be watching this and they're going to want to know if anything important is picked up, if it's just general, like you get 2 short swords and a piece of chain, I probably won't list that. I'll be like, you get some various
Opened a
weapons-
common chest.
various weapons and armor loot, and then I'll just send you the paste. But if there's an important item, I will say that, just so that people watching will know that, oh, they got a stone of this, and they're like, what is that? I don't. And if it comes into play later, they're like, oh, that's that stone they picked up. So special items like that, I will specifically say. I will still give you a copy paste of the list, so that you don't have to write that shit down, because that's tedious. And if it's just generic items, I'll be like, you get some loot, some armor, weapons, some gems, and that's it. But yeah, like I said, if it's a special item, I will specifically mention it.
yeah,
just
gold value,
just so that people know.
and then gold value too. So if you're like, you looked at the bandits and you got
Right.
5 gold worth of shit.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of like D&D category of Twitch, or would you just do like a just chatting?
I think
or-
there's D&D, yeah.
There is. Yeah.
there's
Is there?
D&D.
Okay, I was curious. I'm like, when you mentioned, you were like, well, obviously when people are watching, I'm like, well, I'm sure some people watch. I don't think it's going to be the most popular thing since sliced bread, but I think if you were in that category and or like
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cal, I'll
whatever.
do top down.
it was recurring enough that people could like feel value in watching.
Yeah, so
I think just knowing the various people that chit chat here, like I think it would be very hard to just drop in and out and like be like, what's going on?
yeah, no,
But-
we'll label it as a D&D when we do it. Yeah, it should be fun. Like I said, next week I will throughout this week I will get D&D Beyond set up. Next week I will get a hold of people and find out who actually really wants to get into the thing, and give them a link to join. And you can connect with D&D Beyond like just through your Twitch. You can just like log in with your Twitch, and then it assigns you that way. And then if you join the campaign I'll set up, you don't have to pay for it, but it gives you full access to all the books, all the character creation, all the stuff. So that basically is like me as the host just does the sub, and then everyone else can just connect to it for free. So no one has to buy books or anything like that. They just get all the info for 5th edition right then and there. So, so next week I'll be giving people access to that, and then I'll give people some world knowledge, a little bit of background lore, and some of the stuff, and then they can start creating characters that they want to do. And then I'll probably do, if people want, just a little tutorial on oh, thanks for the gifted sub, Zach, brother. A little bit of a visual tutorial on how D&D Beyond works, so that people can learn how to set up characters and use the program itself, and then people can start looking into stuff, ideas on like what race and character class they might want to do. And then the week after that, I think, is when we'll get together and start actually building characters, because I want to give people that haven't played before like some time to think about like, oh well, I don't want to like just put people on the spot like, what do you want to do? You want to do a halfling wizard? Like pick now. It's like
tough. Hearing you guys talk about it the other day, where Rain was like talking about a firebolt. When I joined that group, they were already in progress, and they're like, "Here's something that we don't have. Like, here's a few things like that you might think about that would like accentuate the group." And they made it really easy on me with a few classes and whatever.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna be pretty open on. There's some DMs that are like, I don't like the like. Some DMs just really hate monks, because monks are like Swiss Army knives of everything. They can do everything. Druids too, but it's like, I'm not gonna limit anything. It's like, you can play whatever race you want to do, and you can play whatever class you want to do. I'm not gonna be so like, I'm not gonna worry about that. You know what? If you build an OP class, then you build an OP class.
not too stiff. We can.
And honestly, it's like Druids aren't OP.
I think this will
Monks
be
aren't
short
OP.
enough
I think
that it's not a
they're
huge
only
concern.
OP in certain aspects, but every class can be. You know.
I think if it's a short enough campaign, like that shouldn't be a huge concern.
Yeah, and I figure
You're not
like
gonna see anything like become glaringly obvious, or somebody like just beating the shit out of
we're
dead
not going to
horse.
be playing to like level 20. I think
Right.
I'm gonna. We're not going to be worried about like experience point. I'm just gonna be like, after this
In my
session,
opinion, just do adventures. I mean, obviously you can do that, but
my
I'm just saying.
thing is, I'm just gonna be like, okay, and we do this, and then okay, this session's over, and everyone, you level up to level 5. It's like who cares about experience? Everyone's level 5 now. You leveled up. So I'm just gonna like as the campaign progresses, there's level point breaks in my campaign where it's like at this point everyone moves up a level because that's where I'm expecting people to be at this point.
Are you
Because
saying the rules are made up and the points don't matter?
Well, the things that you're gonna go through the encounters, and the things like, because I don't want to sit there and be worried about like, okay, well, this many experience points, this people show up this week, this people not showing. Yeah. It's like, you know what? You're at this point in the campaign, everyone's level 5. Or at this point in the campaign, everyone's level 6. You know, I'm going to go on like that. So, but I think level 1's really boring because no one can do fucking anything. So I'm thinking about starting people either at level 2, maybe 3. I probably want to do level 3.
Are we pre-injecting the Magic 14?
Yeah, dude.
I kind of want to just like have everyone start level 3.
My body is ready.
That gives people like level 3 is where you start getting some fun stuff in
all
the
my
classes.
ships will be better.
Oh wait.
That's what he's saying,
Instead of-
Redline. All of our ships will be better. Your ships, I'm sorry.
And I'm thinking maybe go from like
Trade it,
level
trade it.
3
You
to
should
like level
say-
8 or 9.
When you're asking about the characters, say what adventures have you gone on where you would earn a level 3 or whatever. So we
that's a good
have some
point.
experience.
Yeah.
Are we going back to my LinkedIn? Because I don't want to talk about that like blank space between October and
But yeah, so
December.
so yeah, it's I think level 3 is a nice spot because that's for most classes by level 3 you get some cool stuff at least. And then
If you want to do some like really fancy stuff to see how people get creative, you just have us be like level 12 or something.
well, so I think I'm gonna have like a pretty fast track leveling. I might just do like everyone levels up after each session, just so we can kind of fast track to like 10, 11, 12, so you can get some, because like there's some really cool shit that starts happening later levels like that. We're not going to level 20. I mean like I think it's
Levels are an illusion.
because otherwise we
Not
have to
with
level
this
up
campaign.
twice every session or play for like half a year. So, but I think we might just level up fairly often and just get to level 10 probably. So I think
Early
we go
and
from like
often.
3 to 10 or
I
3
hear
to
you.
12. I'll figure it out based on whatever we do. But I think because I mean like some of the classes start getting some fucking OP shit at that point, and then I can start introducing OP enemies instead of like, oh, you're fighting fucking goblins again. It's like, oh, there's a lich. It's like, oh shit, okay, that's a little tougher. Or things like that. I want to throw some stuff at you later on that's like a little more intricate and not just orcs and goblins and fucking snakes and shit like that.
As I grow and sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say you can just make it up. Like if you want like weird ass fucking creatures, you can just make those.
I already have one in my mind that I've already made up that is gonna be. I'm not even gonna give you a spoiler.
Is it gonna be an ass eater?
I'm not.
Why would that be an evil character, Rain?
Did I get it traded? Is that
No.
my guess?
But I
damn
was just laughing because in the last
That's
session
only one
of
of
the
the things
campaign I played in, we walked through a door, and it was a joke way back
they
when
were
I
eating
first started
ass
playing
already?
D&D. One of our friends walked through a door and they didn't look up, and a dark mantle fell on his head. And it's like this like squid thing that like comes over your face like almost like a face hugger.
And they high-fived with their lips?
No, and so it attaches to you and it does damage, and it's like a CR half. It's like a really easy thing to kill, but they kill it. But it has a potential to infect you with something, and they lost their con save when they did a thing, but it was during the fight, so they thought it was like an attempt of a thing they was trying to do, and they're like, oh well, I lost it, so it did some damage to me. But they didn't realize they got infected with something, and they never went and it's easily cured with like lesser restoration or something like that, but it's a disease and it doesn't have any apparent effects, and the person didn't know it was on them, and no one went to check or find out about it, and so they just kept going. And after like several days, if you don't get it healed or fixed or restored, your head detaches and turns into another dark mantle, and the person dies. So
What the fuck?
yeah, so it's like level 2 encounter. They just
Boom.
went in, got a dark mantle. Like, oh, they killed the
Drop
dark
the
mantle. They
mic.
thought everything was fine, and then like 3 days later, they found their headless companion in the inn bedroom, and they're like, "What the fuck happened?" And then a dark mantle was on the ceiling and tried to jump on one of the other person's heads.
You know how sometimes when you wake up and you think everything's good, everything's fine?
Yeah,
And then your head falls off.
Like,
And-
check out that meme I posted.
That's an
please.
early internet meme.
And so it became a joke with our D&D group that every time we walk through a door that's in a dungeon, we're like, I look up. Because it's like, is there a dark mantle up there? And so we were just playing, and it's been
Just
so
stealing
long.
this time, but
It's been so long that none of us had done that. And then we walked through a door, and literally all 4 of us had dark mantles fall on our heads. And I'm like, but 2 of the people we're playing with have never played D&D before. So I'm sitting here metagaming in my head going like, holy fuck. We're all like, half of us are gonna like lose our heads later, and then because I know about it, but I'm a rogue, so I don't have lesser restoration. We have a druid and a paladin. We have someone else, so we have 2 people with restoration, but I can't be like, you should use this on all of us because that's metagaming. So I'm just
No, it
like,
depends. 'Cause your character could be like, yeah, my parents talked about it one time. You just like incorporate it into your character.
I might, because this was like at the end of the last session, so I might, just because they're like I said, they're new to D&D, and people that are new to D&D, they get attached to their character and they don't like dying. But so I might be like, can I do a history check or like a knowledge check and see if I know anything about these things? 'Cause I'm a dwarf, and like this is in the we were in the Underdark, so it's like, that's way down there. Dwarves don't usually go in the Underdark much. There's Durgar down there, but like it's one of those things where, like, I might know something about these to where I might be like, we should get healers and fix this. I don't know. But so, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, fuck, like, it might be real bad news for the party coming up next session. But I'm going to try and not do bullshitty stuff
you
like
get that
that.
on those big jobs, though.
It's funny, but at the same time, like, I will warn people that haven't played. It's like, you're not safe. I'm not one of those DMs that my goal is out to kill the party. Like, there are some DMs that do that, and I think it's shitty. It's like, you shouldn't be trying to kill the party. You should be trying to tell a story and provide
Have fun with your
challenges.
friends for a few hours.
You should
once
provide,
a week, hopefully.
you should provide challenges that they should be able to overcome. But here's the thing: there is like,
Make your friends be creative. Like,
I'm not
challenge
gonna
accepted.
sit there and like bend over backwards to not kill people. So like things like, I'm not gonna make it my goal to kill people, but there is a risk that you may lose your character in the campaign.
Are you saying that Manic can't like save us with his like strong jawline and just like
if
charge
the
into every
whole
battle?
party dies before the end of the campaign, then I think I've gone too hard on people. But it's like, if the end of the campaign happens and 1 or 2
What if
people
we just
have
get
died
incapacitated and
and
people
had
have
to
to
make new
drag us out?
characters, like that could be a thing. So I want to make sure that people know that it's like, get attached to your character, have fun with it, but also understand that they could die, and if they do, you have to move on and make a new character. It's
will they, like,
probably
wake up in their
unlikely, but it's
clone?
possible.
Because Redline wants them to.
Right. So
I'm trying to summon you back, Redline, but I think you might have stepped away. So
yeah, I will
let's
have
find
to
out.
emphasize that a little
I'm
bit
right
to
here.
people that haven't played.
Okay. I was trying to be supportive of your space opera. That's all I'm saying.
Drayden just been talking for like 15 minutes.
I
man.
know. I'm
He's
just
passionate.
I'm
He's-
rambling. I'm excited. It's
Here's the
gonna be
thing:
fun.
he's about to roleplay God, and that's a lot to take in.
yeah. Like, who gets to do that?
No, I'm
I
just
don't-
saying. I've just been.
I don't want
sitting
to
here listening
play
him
that
talk.
as a topic. It's so fascinating that like wouldn't last week literally Drayden and I stayed up till almost sunset for me, and we were just like going through and just bullshitting and talking about our experience with D&D and like theory crafting and brainstorming and stuff, and just like it reinvigorated. I was like, God, that was such a fun, silly, creative, just I did it for about a year of like Friday nights, and it was a ton of fun in its own unique way, and I don't know, I would love to see it happen again.
Yeah, I've been. Usually I play every other week, but I've been pretty much playing every other week for the last 3 or 4 years. So
That's fair. I joined a group that had been playing for years, but like I joined like way late, and that, like I said, they like fast tracked me, and they made it super simple, and it was really like nice, friendly people, and nobody was ever trying to be super uppity about anything. It was just like people were playing their thing, and I wanted to mention this to y'all earlier. So when I came in, I was obviously the greenest and like the most ignorant of concepts of Dungeons and Dragons. So I came into it with like an MMO player, like a fantasy MMO player mentality. And they were like, okay, well, here's some classes that like we're lacking on because we're all this, that, and the other. And so like maybe pick from one of these, and that would probably, you'd accentuate the group. And I picked an assassin. They didn't have anything like that. And one of the like character traits that I like picked up, or that I like basically professed for myself, as I was like I want everything. Like I'm super greedy. I want like all the drops. And like if anybody else earns them, like that's fine. I'm not gonna like fight anybody for them. But like I approached it like I approach it like Eve, like super hoarder, and like I'm the guy who like will loot all the cans, be like, hey, I'll use that eventually. Whatever, just like loot everything. And so then like they were like, oh, okay, like this, obviously they were playing it and being supportive of it. They were like, he doesn't play this and he wants to have like all the things. But as it played out, I like kind of got what the game was more about, but also like figured out how to make it fun for my character. And I was like, I was super into anything shiny, so like it didn't really matter what it was. I was like, I was just greedy, and also like, I don't know, vain and whatever. I just wanted all the shiny baubles, and it like would hoard things even if they would like weigh me down and stuff. It was a fun little character element.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was very MMO. Like I would loot all the cans, or I would empty everything, or loot all the
the biggest
the dead pelts. But like even if they were worth pennies, it was just like I couldn't help myself.
I think the biggest change from like MMOs and RPG games like that to D&D is that there is no like mana that you use for spells. It's more like you get this many, like there's level like 0, 1, 2, whatever spells. It's like you get this many of each level of spell per day or per long rest, and it's like, oh, you cast 2 of those spells and 1 of these spells. Well, you're out of spells now. Well, I mean, do I just have to wait a little bit till you get them back? It's like, no. You have to go to sleep. Like, do a full, long
like next
sleep.
session, we'll talk about spells again.
You have to do a full, long sleep, and then you get them back. You don't get to cast any more spells today. And that's kind of like... So you have... It's like, spell slot usage is like a currency type of thing, or a...
Sure.
Consumable. It's what do you call it? Not a metric. It's
a pool.
It's a thing you have to manage it.
Sure. You have a pool to work with, and you can deplete.
And the other thing is, some people are like, oh well, I cast all these spells. We'll just do another long rest. It's like you can only do
one long rest in the middle of battle, asshole.
Well, you can long rest in the middle of the day, but you can only long rest once a day. You can't just like long rest, wake up, do a fight for like an hour, and then just long rest again.
Look, Drayden, I hear you say that people can, but like, am I going to carry that weight? Like, if I see you taking a nap on the job all the time, I'm walking out of here.
It's like you can't just sleep 16 hours a day.
You're stuck in this dungeon with all these terrible creatures.
It's like you could do 1 long rest a day. Now you can do multiple short rests, and some classes get some of their spells back or some things back with a short rest. But it's like if you have a thing that's like you don't get your slots back until a long rest, it's like, and you use them all. Even if you do a short rest, like you don't get those back, and you got to wait till tomorrow to be able to use those spells again. So you might want to conserve some of those before you just start blasting them off in a mild encounter. But yeah, spam magic. Yeah, I mean, magic missile is always fun. I always love the thing.
Oh God, did you guys ever see that Reno 911 skit with Patton Oswalt?
I've not.
Oh, did you ever watch any or much of Reno 911?
I've seen.
Like, are you familiar with the gist of it?
Yeah, I've seen like probably a dozen
mockumentary cop show kind of thing.
Yeah, I've seen like about probably 50 to 20 episodes, but not in order, and I don't remember a whole lot about it. But
there's no overarching story, so you never need to watch it.
I get I know the most of the characters and the gist of the show, and it's
one time they get called out because of some call or whatever, and it's a D&D game where like a guy shot his buddy with like a bow and arrow or a crossbow or something.
Oh.
And it's Patton Oswalt, if you know the comedian and whatever. And he's like, they're like, so you shot your buddy with an arrow. Like they're doing like the, it's kind of filmed semi-cops-esque. I'm like, so you shot your buddy with an arrow. He's like, no. And he was like, he tried to open the chest and blah, blah, blah. And it had a this, that, and the other. And he was like, and he didn't have anything against magic missile. And so he didn't, whatever, he didn't evade. And like, they were like, and so you shot your buddy with an arrow. And he's like, no, you don't understand. And he's like trying to explain it all to them in super depth. And as they're like arresting him, he's like, no, like I live in a world of like cold steel and dungeons and dragons. And they're like, well, there's a dragon in the county jail and like you're about to meet him. And I don't know. I'll try to find it for tomorrow and link it or something, but it's really good and topical. I wish I did it more service.
I just like how like everyone thinks like magic missile is like infallible, and it usually is. Because it never misses, It always hits. It always just, you don't have to roll the hit. It's just like you cast it, you roll damage, and there's no dodging half of it. There's no, and it's just, it hits, it does damage. But there's like one or two things out. There's like one piece of armor and like one creature and I think like one ring or something that just says like magic missile doesn't work. And it specifically just says that. So it's like the one time, it's like, it basically is useless like 99% of the time, but then that one time you get magic missile cast on, you're like, I'll take 0 damage. And like the DM's like, the fuck? It's like, yeah, I got this thing. It says fuck you to magic missile and that's it.
So the one I just linked in chat is actually the second clip. There's 2 different skits apparently where this character comes up.
Yeah.
It's a minute long, so if anybody has the interest or the patience, it's worth clicking. Patton Oswalt's very funny, and Reno 911 is very funny, and these are fun little dips into silliness.
I'm gonna click it.
You should.
Dude, I'm
Oh,
trying to
that's
find the Reno 911 episode and I can't. D&D guy, is that what it's called?
It's something about D&D, and when I did it, it showed that other one, but
Coming. Just hang tight, eat some Cheetos, and we'll be right back, okay?
My
Some
name is
Cheetos.
Korgameth, the demonic god of conquest.
What is
That I
your
have-
real name?
Well,
wow,
on
I'm
this
struggling
plane
to
of
find
it-
this as
guys,
well.
you
That
don't
makes
see
me
this,
so
you're
sad.
still in
That
the
was like
sphere of
the
darkness.
easiest.
You don't see
Talk
what's
to
happening.
me. Talk to me.
On this plane of existence, I'm represented as the wizard Golgath. That's the form he takes.
Sir, so
Of the
why did you
whole-
why'd you
Reno
hit your buddy
911's a
with
really
the
good show,
axe?
though.
The axe was
Oh, I found it.
possessed by a demon because someone was trying to use a wizard spell at 2 levels above his experience. and he
Drayden,
knew
how are you
that.
gonna handle when the players fight with each other? Are you gonna do the thing where both have to agree for a negative action?
Well, I mean, verbally fight or like physically fight?
Yeah, like physically fight in the game. Like if we just argue in character, I think that's pretty
Well, I mean, like,
straightforward.
yeah, I mean, hey, if someone's like, if they get in an argument, it's like, I shoot him with my bow. It's like, then you shoot him with your bow. Okay, we'll see where this goes.
Well,
That
well,
could be
but-
interesting.
No,
that's
no,
gonna be up
'cause
to you guys.
So you're just gonna let people take hostile actions, because I've seen it before where DMs will say, they'll ask the other player like, do you allow this person to
I-
attempt to shoot you with a bow? And they're like, what the fuck? I didn't want to do that.
I think I
Is there
will.
like an
but
apple on their
my
head?
thing is that I really don't think this group is gonna do that because I don't think, aside from maybe Redline.
Oh no, you don't know our characters yet.
Well, Rain sounds like she's gonna play with all the fucking extra rules, so
Well,
I think that's
but
why she's exploring
she's
this.
a furbo. She's be a wholesome furbo. She's not
So
gonna
you
be
just-
shooting people.
If
Drayden
I'm
just shut it down. Just be like, nope. Can't
So
do that,
like
nope.
the thing is like I generally when you do a campaign, it's like here's your party. Like most people, especially people that are new to the game, they're not gonna be like, I'm gonna fucking shoot this person. I'm gonna stab this person and kill them.
Rain's gonna try to shoot us
like-
all, and that's all I
It's like,
know
you're all
now.
Drayden,
You're all part of a
Drayden,
group.
if
and
I
you're
build a
probably not gonna try and
character-
kill each other.
if I build a character that I want, my team may take actions where I will retaliate against them, and that may include
That's
attacking
true.
them.
So that's the thing. Is like so if people do things,
I don't like the cut of your jib.
I highly doubt it's gonna end up being a lethal risk. It might be I punched this person, or like, there might be a scuffle, and that's fine.
So like a non-roll initiative.
Swung at
I-
the
that- like,
NPC and then like
It's-
knocked your buddy
it
as
can
well.
even be an initiative thing. I would probably run it as a non-initiative thing. I'd probably just run it as like a hey, do a strength check, you brawl each other. It's non-lethal damage, and you beat this person's ass, and now you have animosity towards each other, but no one's killing each other. Like I don't think I'm gonna let the PCs kill each other in the party, because that seems really that means that something is really broken down at that point. And I don't think we're gonna have to deal with that. But if it comes to that, then I'll probably find some Deus Ex Machina shit to not let each other kill each other like fully.
All right.
Because I think that would be a major buzzkill to the campaign. But I again, honestly, I don't think that it's gonna come to that. I think that
I think having
could be- there could
non-initiative
be-
combat would
Yeah.
be good.
Yeah, I think non-initiative is a good way to do it, and I think it might. I mean, I don't think it's going to come to it, but like you said, like there are times where maybe something happens where people just get in a scuffle, and there might be a fight. But I'm going to probably limit it to like non-lethal physicality, like type of stuff, and out of initiative.
We're just joshing
type
around.
combat. Maybe just like some strength checks, dexterity checks, constitution check type thing, and then just it be over with that, and then like you now don't like each other in the party, but you know the fight's over. Maybe you make it up later. Someone apologizes. You know, water under the bridge type of thing. Who knows?
I'm not
But-
apologizing.
I was gonna say, I see,
Yeah,
I
well,
see
they're
you and
just gonna
Rain going at odds here.
They're just gonna space Redline and put him out the air dock, or quote unquote in a fucking bathtub in the bay.
Well, that's the thing is he perceived
Um,
that she tried to put him out the air dock. She tried to end him.
Yeah.
And so
But-
he's gonna
so-
start retaliating, but obviously we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
look
So
at
my
the
thing is
other-
like I don't
you know,
think there's gonna be much
historical
aspects.
conflict in the party, but if there is, I will probably make sure it's non-lethal and expedited type of thing.
Rain was like, you were 5 feet too far, bud. You were,
And then it
you
could
were
cause some
past the
drama.
grid.
And then there's some good.
And she's
juicy
like
drama
closing the
after.
wheel on like the airlock.
Pretty much.
Your eyes are
I'm-
starting to
I'm-
crystallize, and you're like, no, fuck you.
I'm stoked though. I'm like, I think you guys might like my character.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. You sound like you're gonna be a punk, if I'm being honest.
No, it's gonna be good.
Who is I saw the picture, but that's Tyler 1. But who's he looking at? Who's she?
She's just like introducing something, but like you see how tall she is compared to Tyler
yeah,
1.
Tyler 1's actually pretty
That's-
short.
That's my furball character, and like everyone else,
Wait, is this the meme of like what's his
Are
name?
furballs that big?
What,
I thought they
TT?
were.
they're
like,
7 to 8
Of like the
feet.
tall
Oh,
woman next
so
to them?
they're
Oh,
We'll
gonna
make a
Goliath.
mommy milker furball.
That's like an 11-foot woman.
a mommy
that
milker.
you
What are y'all-
posted.
What are y'all looking at? Is it in the
the
Discord?
meme, yeah, the meme in the Discord.
Yeah, I didn't know they were that big. I thought they were just like general sized. But
Oh snap!
they're like Goliath then.
You know, Jordan, I have a question for you. What are all these channels? I don't understand. Can you
In
explain them to me,
chat?
like what they are?
So
Yeah,
here's
but-
the thing.
So
you don't
D&D
need to know because you're not a prominent member
So
of
D&D
the
is for
community who
D&D.
streams or hosts a channel anymore.
D&D is for D&D. E-Vegas is for E-Vegas. Movie night is for movie night. Corona beer, no one knows what that's for.
think
Shui
it was for
Corner of
coronavirus.
Shame is for
That one guy posted news on
memes
coronavirus.
or discussion on things that are making fun of other stuff, or we're just showing like things like, oh my god, you see this. Food, White Zinfandel food channels for food related stuff. Eve Chambers for Eve stuff. Jaeger Photobomb is for any pictures or memes that you want to post that maybe you decided didn't want to go in Shui Corner of Shame. Although I think Shui Corner of Shame is like the vast majority of pictures anyway. And then Tito's Vodka Lounge is literally everything else.
General.
Just
Yeah.
it's the general chat. It's the cesspool.
I think there's a lot of overlap in these channels, and their
There
descriptors
is. There-
and their
that's
names
what I'm
is
saying.
not very strong.
Those are the generic ideas for each of these channels, but there's no guidelines. You could post wherever you want, wherever the fuck you want.
Well, that's the thing. The rules are more of guidelines.
You know what? Next time I make food, I'm gonna post it in the fucking
God damn it!
the movie night channel.
Are you trying to watch the world burn?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it all down. And then the secret back channels. Maincast is Maincast. Eve News is just the bot for the same thing as Eve Chamber. Guest show notes is just like Tito's Vodka Lounge, but privileged, I guess. And then the bot log is the bot, and no one looks at the channel because no one cares about the bot.
I care about Akaroth.
He's not a bot. He's a thought.
You don't know that.
He looks like a robot. Talks like a robot. I say we throw him in space.
That's what a robot would say.
I want to use.
I said
Is
we
he
vote-
heavier than a
I think
space
we
log?
vote Redline is the
Does he
imposter.
sink in space?
You wanna play Among Us?
Not really.
I've never played that game.
I got
Not a
played
very
out of
good
it so
game.
fast. It was
They
interesting
have
and
not a lot of
fun.
new stuff.
It was fun.
It was fun, but then like after a few sessions of it, I'm like, okay, it's like the same damn thing over and over.
Is that like a good song that like makes it to the radio when we were kids?
Probably something like that.
I mean, we wouldn't have known if it was on the radio. That's how we knew it was a good song. When we were kids.
I'm out of vodka. What's that about that? I probably don't need more
Oh
vodka.
no! Don't say that.
I don't need more drinks.
No, you're fine.
Except for this little bit of Kahlua. Anyway, do we just close the stream? I think we're
5
Say about
hours,
me in
15
str-
minutes.
I'm trying to
say
figure out
about
how
me in
to.
the streaming community.
Say again?
What did you say about me in the streaming community?
A moment ago?
Did I say anything about that?
No, Macross said something.
Oh.
I was making a joke earlier, like a moment ago, about how like we didn't need to listen to you because you like weren't a voice within the streaming community or something. Like
Oh yeah, the blackout.
because you shut down. No, not the blackout, because you shut down his damn show.
Oh.
I didn't shut down my damn show. I had fucking bronchitis.
Well, it kind of
Sounds-
seemed like you shut down your show.
sounds
I don't
like
know.
a-
Did you tweet it out or anything? Like I'm glad you feel better.
Sounds like a
I feel
shutdown to
bad.
me.
I'm not trying to be shitty. It just seemed like you shut down your show afterwards.
No.
And
Yeah,
other people
yeah,
thought that
yeah.
too, so I'm not gonna.
Did they
you know,
really?
This isn't about me.
We had the blackout, and then there was no show.
Look, I don't see every Tuesday, but I like a Tuesday when I catch it, and I'm like, oh, this is fun. I should try to do this more often. And then your show has not been around for a few Tuesdays. That's all I'm saying. People thought that you shut it down.
I think you're
People,
the only one who thought I shut it down.
A lot of people are saying, you know. I'm sorry.
Trying
that
to
was-
make a fur ball and it's really hard. Oh, I think I found it.
Well, that was a roller coaster.
How do I select
It's
it?
coming back.
I want to make a
I
fur
have
ball.
bronchitis.
Is your
Oh,
show coming
dang.
back? Is that what you're saying? Sorry.
Yeah, it's coming
It
back.
seems
on
like
Tuesday 'cause I
we
don't have
had a long
bronchitis.
pause, and then hey, well, goddamn cat. Wait, come in the camera, cat, because you've obviously decided the
That's
desk
not
is
the
the
wolf.
place. Well, can you see it yet? No.
Well,
Here's coming across. It's coming across.
Yeah, because like
Owl?
you have a white wolf and a white cat, so
I do. I have white supremacist pets.
Bro, you can't say that. It's racist now.
right.
Good language, bro.
It's a big cat.
That
Dude,
cat's never gonna
he's-
come on stream again.
He's literally just sitting down on my laptop.
It's
You're an
almost as big as
asshole.
my cat. It's probably bigger than my
You're
cat.
an
Well, it's not my cat,
asshole.
My roommate's cat.
Hey, Mike. Looks like a Mike.
Achilles is very big. He's a large cat.
Achilles.
So his name's not Mike.
His name is Achilles.
I think that's Greek for Mike, though.
Maybe. Should be if it isn't.
So it's a pretty common name in Greek.
Yeah,
Like,
Mike.
Everyone was named Achilles.
So my cat is named Achilles because we took these in from our neighbors at my best friend and I's first apartment when we were like 20. This is kind of getting to be an old cat. I'm 34 as of yesterday. Our neighbors across the hall was this nice Austrian family, maybe, or Hungarian family. The husband was like a fucking like
You just ghost
master.
me?
Wait, what?
You just ghost me?
I don't know.
I said
don't
happy
think so.
birthday.
Oh,
I might not have heard you. I apologize, but I appreciate that.
okay.
Thank you.
Seema
I'm
said-
sorry.
you
I'm
guys
dealing
do
with
a
like a cat
shot?
on desk.
Yeah,
and
we did a
stuff.
shot.
We did.
It was
Thank you.
Akroth's birthday, and it was Elby's birthday on Monday.
Manic-
No,
Manic's birthday recently,
Manic's
but also
birthday on Monday.
LB's birthday. You know, depending on which September you're closest to.
Yeah. So it was Manic's birthday on Monday. LB was like, "It's my birthday."
Whether you're
We
coming
did-
up on it or
we
leaving
did a
from
shot for LB, and he's like, "Yeah, my birthday's in September."
it. It was good though.
yeah, but
So
we did birthday shots for.
I took an
everybody.
Achilles from this nice Hungarian or Austrian family. I can't remember. The husband was like a master violin maker, which was fucking cool. Like
Oh.
way to come to America and just like make violins like a boss. And the wife was like super model, very attractive. But like also they had 2 kids and like they were just, it was a very cute family that we lived across the hall from in this apartment. And they took in a stray cat and she was inevitably pregnant and had a bunch of kittens. And the apartment complex is like they were dicks. And they were like, oh, you need to pay a deposit on all these cats that just popped out of this cat. You were just nice enough to like feed her a couple times and let in your house or something around on your deck. And so I took an Achilles and my roommate took in one and his little brother took in one. And those 2 were solid black and he was solid white. And as a young cat, Achilles, I'm coming full circle here. He's solid white, and like you could see a lot of muscle definition
Just
in
not on his
his.
ankle.
Wait, what?
No, or his heel. Sorry.
No, you're right. Yeah, correct. It took me a moment. I'm sorry.
I had the
But yeah,
wrong body
he
part.
was-
It's close though.
He was kind of swole looking. He was very defined looking in his white fur, and then luck be, look we had, he's also turned out to be like a fighty asshole, and he loves to go outside and like escape the door. Back in the day, I used to like quickly close the door. At this point, I just let him go out. But he goes around and he fights neighborhood cats because he's a dick, and he thinks he's big shit. And his name's Achilles.
Nice.
This is my white cat that's sitting on my laptop being a dick and probably pressing a bunch of shit that I'm not even gonna figure out how to like turn off these hotkeys tomorrow.
Yeah, all the things you're saying in chat right now are pretty vulgar.
Me?
Happy birthday?
Yeah, man. Your cat is typing all sorts of.
Oh,
things.
shit.
Can't you see them?
Well, I was gonna say now I see A's just going across, and
Wait,
I'm gonna
where?
brush them.
I don't see it.
The NSFW channel.
Oh, in Sinners?
Cool. Do you not have an NSFW channel there?
Which NSFW channel? What channel? What server? Like Open Comms NSFW?
No.
Then where?
In the cesspool.
Cesspool was one of the channels on the Trash Talk Tuesday
I don't
server?
have. Do I have to like do something special to get NSFW?
No.
I think you have to opt in potentially, but
Oh, it's just cesspool.
I think it's just adding like looking at available channels.
I see
It
cesspool.
doesn't exist.
I see memes, pet pictures, music, chimp zone. Is that the NSFW?
Traden, I think he just said it doesn't exist, but I'm not sure how to take that.
Oh, is he fucking with me?
I can't tell yet. I honestly can't tell.
I was like, I want to make sure I'm in all the NSFW.
I'm not on
channels.
that server, so I don't.
Yes, you are. Why? Why? What?
I'm on Trash Talk Tuesday server, or is this a different server? Are you talking to me? I get honestly.
Only
Now, I'm not sure.
NSFW channel I'm in is the Sinners one, and actually, it's not even that good.
Oh, are you not on the Trash Talk Tuesday server?
I'm not sure if. Are you talking to me yet?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm not sure that I am. I think I might be, but I'm not sure that I am.
There's no
I don't
NSFW
think I am.
that I see.
You're correct. It doesn't exist. I lied to you. It was a clever ruse. Happy 4th of July.
Oh
May
my
4th of
god, it's that day.
That was
it's
the best
fucking
Independence Day I've had
Day.
recently.
People lie on
Is it the best Independence Day? What?
No, it's
That I've had recently, though.
It's
just
the
last few.
fucking Independence Day. People lie their asses off on this day.
That's one of my freedoms as an American, Drayden, and I will not hear you naysay it.
Wait, did you guys finally believe me with Suetonia?
What?
I
Who's Tony?
didn't doubt because Manic
I
went
thought
on.
he's a dev.
Manic went on his rant that he
Is he now?
thought it was a ruse because there was the whole thing with Darwin saying, "Oh motherfucker, you got me," but then he deleted the tweet and
his
said,
tweet,
"I
yeah.
had known this for a while." So Manic had his doubts, but honestly, I was like, now if it was an April Fool's joke, I mean, obviously CCP wouldn't ban Suetonia for doing it because they're in on it. If Swift and all them are tweeting on it about it, so if they're tweeting about it, then they wouldn't ban him for going along with the joke. So I was like, he's not.
Oh shit!
But I was
So
like,
you just
but
said the CCP partner skins are
but I
Castro
was like,
highly sus.
not that I think many people would care, but there is the quote unquote integrity thing where if you say this person, if the company itself says, "Oh, congratulations, this person is now a CCP employee," and they're actually not, that could be a potential security risk.
Drayden, you say that,
breach.
and Rain said that earlier. That was her like tweet or whatever. Obviously,
yeah,
it's taboo to impersonate a dev. But here's the thing.
That's what I was saying. Like she was saying you can't impersonate a dev, and I was like, I kind of agree with the fact that now, like I said, like I don't think they would ban him for it since they're going along with it. But the fact that they're going along with it, I don't think that it's fake because, like, I think it would reflect badly if they pretended someone was a CCP employee and they're not, because that
I hear what
could
you're
be
saying.
a potential security risk for their company. And so the fact that if he says he's a CCP employee and he's not getting banned for it, I think it's actually real.
I'm literally looking up CCP cuss trolling game to see if it actually shows a CCP cuss troll.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So we hashed this earlier, but I appreciate that we're hashing it again because I did forget that like Rain wasn't on earlier. But
Because I know it's true, and it makes me
Well,
so
and that's
salty
fine,
that
Rain.
no one believes me.
Rain, see,
Yeah.
I believe it as well.
It's
That's
just
the
the
thing,
fact
I
that it was
believe as well.
announced on. No, because
That's the thing is, it wasn't though. It
It
was
wasn't.
talked about like
Not-
2
not
weeks
for
ago, and I get
us.
it. People were
he
like,
was literally saying, guys, I'm getting hired and working for
he
CCP. My
mentioned it
first
on his
day
own
is
stream.
April 1st.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Ash Sharathi linked me to his stream where he said
right,
it.
but that like that.
But that- that's-
people are
that's
saying
fine.
Could
That
have been
could
a,
be the long
that could have
con.
been a build up because like I'm gonna
Absolutely.
get hired by CCP could just be a statement. I'm gonna
That
get
being
hired and I'm
said-
getting hired on April 1st. Well, that's April Fool's Day, so that people could be like that could be a build up to a joke. And then when he actually announced it, now for most Americans it was March 31st, but in UK time, which is where Satonia is, it was
Fair.
technically April 1st, and so
Last night.
there is
Here's the-
room to have conspiracy tinfoil hattery about it being a April Fool's joke, but I don't think CCP would be okay with doing an April Fool's joke about hiring someone and making them a CCP employee when they actually aren't. Because then what if... I mean, Suetonia wouldn't do shit like that, but like, what if they did something like that for someone and then that person tried to scam people by being like, oh yeah, well look, even CCP says I'm an employee there. It's like, oh, okay, well then they...
The
Again,
funny thing
Suetonia
about what
wouldn't
you're
do
saying
it.
right
Probably
now,
no one would do it, but the thing is, like, technically, that could be a potential risk, and I don't think CCP would put that risk on the company. Integrity is because what's one of the biggest things when it comes to online or just gaming companies in general, but also online gaming companies. Don't ever give information or anything like that to people that are not actual employees. Then actual employees will never ask you for your password, all that stuff. And the thing is, like, they put a bunch of pride in the levels of security they take on integrity of their company, and jeopardizing that for an April Fool's joke seems kind of silly and like very short-sighted. So I don't think they would do that.
the funny thing about what you're saying right now is that if it was a complicit CCP joke, the level of humor is CCP of yesteryear. Nothing against CCP, and I love the game we play, and I'm still gonna play it every day. That's a 5 to 10 years ago joke from a slightly different dev team that would be like, yeah, and we're installing a QA department because like you guys are bitching about our QA, tracker or whatever.
And
That's a very self-aware joke if you're gonna go there, and I don't think they would be complicit on the joke in today of 2022. And if it got signed off on, I'd be impressed. But I'll give them enough credit because over the years they've been edgier than most while still tasteful. But
and I think most. Of
I think it's got to be legit, and if it's not, it's a fun ruse and whatnot. But I haven't seen anything enough that was like it doesn't play well enough as a joke. And if it did, like I said, that just feels very yesteryear CCP, which is perfectly fine. And I think that's more like on brand and funny for them, being like, we recruited one of the most widely like lauded and popular game mechanic analysts and approachable PvPers and this, that, and the other, and he's on CSM, and there's all these great things. Like most people have correct, maybe, right? So it's like most people have nothing but nice things to say about Suetonia, which is kind of like a CCP Swift thing, like we're recruiting this very loved community member who's a phenomenal, game mechanic wizard, and we're putting him in the QA department. And like that's a yesteryear joke for very self-aware CCP. At this point, I have to assume it might be a real thing. Like, one, Tony's a very smart and talented guy, and two, if people was like, hey, let's pull your head out of your ass just like a hair, and like let's have a QA department, and like so Tony was like, I know fucking too much about too much, then I like it plays for sure.
I just think it's...
You think so? Yeah.
I think it's
Wow.
too much to be a joke, and also...
Analysis is too much for me, man.
Yeah,
Fuck, dude.
I was...
Space operas,
I was
dude.
under the... Now, I remember
Even if it
the
is
other
a
week...
joke, you don't have to be on the up and up.
That's
Just
right. I thought it was
congratulate
Manic,
the
but
guy.
it was Rain that mentioned it. You
Absolutely.
mentioned
And I think
Kestrel
everybody here
last
wants it
week,
to be true.
And
hopefully.
I was like, okay, so you mentioned that he announced it. I'm like, okay, so I assumed, and then when he actually officially announced it, now I was like, eh. I didn't take it as a joke. 'Cause, I mean, they already put enough effort into their space Tinder
Dating app or whatever. Yeah.
that
Which is pretty funny.
that was their joke, not Satonia.
We
And
will
so-
never know until soon.
I'm
and then we'll know.
like, I don't think that's something they would joke about, honestly. And
I agree. I could
so-
see them doing it because, again, this is not outside of the capabilities of CCP. This is just not recent
think
CCP.
10
They're a little bit safer. They're a little bit more
or
mature. They're
five-
not going to play into that quite the same
5 to 8
way.
years ago, CCP, maybe they pull a joke like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Nowadays,
Like
I don't think
that
they
would have been
do.
very self-aware, and I think that would be something that a lot of people would not sign off on right at this moment. And I could be wrong, and I would love to be wrong because I love the idea that CCP is a very fun, and I'm not gonna say edgy in the traditional sense of edgy,
I
but
think
like
they're still kind of edgy, but
they're a little bit more than the common developer.
a little.
But like
yeah,
a
you
hair
can be
at
too
this
careful
point,
nowadays. But
harden the fuck up people versus whatever we are now, and I'm not gonna like bitter vet that. I'm just saying like it's different. Like we understand this is a wider pool of people that we're playing with now, and this is not the same climate necessarily. But
yeah. But I again, like I said earlier, though, I am
I don't
super
think it's a
happy they
ruse.
put him in the QA because, like I was saying before, Swift, Convict, great community devs. Aurora was a good community dev, and then she got moved to like actual game dev. Honestly, I think that's a really smart move on their part because she's really fucking smart when it comes to.
You're noticing that there's more and more actual Eve players going to be Eve.
Right?
dev.
Yeah, they're constantly going over it. But I'm
Aurora's
just saying,
one?
like, Aurora's move was really
Yeah,
was a
no?
really good smart move to move her to game development because she was a good community dev, but like man, her just integral knowledge of the game itself was really solid, and so putting her on actual development was good. And then Satonia, like Akbar said it before, but like Satonia knows the game in and out. Like he just has the mind for balance and just how the game works itself. And so putting him on QA, I was really happy because normally lately
he literally tests out things.
lately
as
it
they
just
come
seems like a
out
lot
and
of the players
learns
they've been
them.
hiring, they've been putting on the community team. And I just really like the fact that they're just like putting right on QA because if there's anyone that plays this game that really knows enough to be a good fit in that area, definitely Satonia. So
Real quick, I have to. I stepped away for a second. I have to correct Redline on something. So you mentioned like notice how they're like hiring some like prominent Eve players like to be developers and whatnot recently.
Aurora,
CCP and I
Satonia,
touched on
Swift,
this.
and Convict. That's
I
the
touched
four
on this
of it.
earlier in the show, and I'm sure Drayden, we were talking about this earlier. CCP has historically been very strong at this. Most of the heavy hitters at CCP over the years have been former just players.
Rise
We're talking
and
Fozzy, we're talking Rise, we're talking Soundwave, we're talking quite a few of them over the years. And what I said earlier, and I appreciate that you mentioned it because it reminded me of it, is not only are they continuing and kind of starting, I think, to lean back into like, let's get back into bringing our players on board, like the ones that are either experts in their fields of various X, Y, and Z, but also like widely thought about, which I think both Swift and Satonia are good candidates of. And I don't know who Aurora was before it became CCP Aurora, but
Catalia Mist of Brave. So she was on their
Okay.
AT team. She did a lot of teaching of the new bros.
okay. I don't know if I was aware of her career before, but what I'm aiming at is that they've always done this, and they've actually been stronger at this than any other gaming company I've ever seen, is that they bring a lot of people from their own community into the upper echelons and whatever to develop the game and stuff. And like, so this is nothing new. They've been doing this all along, and I think it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in the gaming world, is that like a lot of people who are hopefully still passionate about Eve, but like at least at one time were either like heavy hitting or passionate about some level of Eve, like started developing on the game. And I'm not gonna, that has its own weird connotation in my mind of like where the game is at today, and I don't think that's a parallel that I'm trying to make at all. But this is not a new concept. CCP has been really cool about like, you have some sort of real world talent and you also love this game, like come on board. And lately they've been doing better with the, hey, also everybody really likes you, this is good for PR, come on board. And I'm not knocking it by any means because I love Swift and Satonia's great, and like I said, I'm not aware of Aurora before Aurora, but this is nothing new.
Well, Calico Jack is saying like QA and playtesting are two different things. True, but I mean, it's not quality assurance; it's quality analyst, which I don't know if there's too much of a difference. But like quality analyst, I mean, essentially, he's going to be looking at it's because playtesting is generally like, here's a change we're imminently putting out, test it up. Quality analyst, I think, is where I would assume that he would be informed of potential changes they're looking to implement, and he will be giving his, 2 cents on that's a good idea, that's probably a bad idea, that might be an okay idea, but maybe you do this. And I could be wrong. I don't know what that job title entails, but I would assume that he's going to have some real input and feedback influence on changes that are coming for patches, and I think much more of an influence than the CSM would have even. So I think,
and while I will admit, like, I have skepticism with what you just said, like, to my core, I hope that as well.
I don't know if he can
because
single-handedly, like, change.
I agree.
I
don't think he can.
But
I don't think he could be the messiah that saves CCP outright, as a silly concept to say out loud. But
Right.
that being said, Suetonia is a very gifted player and mind in this
I would
arena,
say he's
and
a voice of reason in a position.
I think there's a lot of merit to bringing him in the team.
I think he's a voice of reason in a position that can definitely influence the changes made to the game. I will just say that. That's my assumption. And so that could, and if any influences he makes is, I would say, always going to be for the better, because he's played for so long and knows so much about the game that I think that anything he strongly recommends, either doing, not doing, changing, or anything like that, is going to be coming from a pretty knowledgeable standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, so just reading chat a little bit. So the reality is, we're not sure yet. Nobody knows yet 100% whether Suetonia is a developer now or not. Our designated short straw assigned community developer, was it Darwin? Yeah, Darwin dipped out real early once we started talking about anything like that. So, which is fine. That's understandable. And so we don't know yet. But I think the hopeful, like, optimistic viewpoint that I feel like at least a few of us are sharing is that, like, it should mostly be good, and like Suetonia, sorry, I keep trying to revert back to Redline. Suetonia is like widely respected, and I think a lot of people just enjoy him as a person. He's an agreeable enough guy that I think he can do really cool things if they give him the chance, or have some really good insight that they can share.
Well, with that,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, it's almost midnight. Is everyone ready for bed?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Yeah, I could do it.
Yeah, I think it's
It's fucking 2 a.m., dude. What the fuck?
Why do you live so far east?
2:39.
This is-
Yeah,
I was born in this area,
dude, this time zone's
and
terrible.
I remain here.
Why?
I like it here.
That's where they pay me. Like, I hate to be such a bitch to the man, but yeah, that's where I make my money at the moment. And I got a house, so that was kind of cool. Like, that somebody sold me a house. Somebody decided that I was worthy of selling a house to. I'm still fairly impressed.
Nice.
I wouldn't sell me a house, but
I'm still
let's
looking
not
for
talk
a
about
house.
it.
I'm on the clock now. Yeah.
Dude, streamer house, OpenCom streamer house.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sober
Go.
times.
My roommates are pregnant, so
Rain, you missed that bit,
I'm
but
on- I'm
like
on
we
the,
had some really fun brainstorming
I'm
around
on the clock. I
OpenCom
have
streamer
till
house.
November.
Are they doing the baby?
That's the due date.
That was me, dude.
Is
they're-
that
And-
is that the Drayden's solution to fuck these mortgage rates? Just like, I'm gonna just invite all my friends to live with me.
Dude, it's a brilliant plan.
man? Yeah,
I'll
We can
disagree.
share a mortgage.
we
Like, come
just
on,
do, like-
and then
we
make
just do, like,
content.
We
We talked about it earlier. Drayden and LB are gonna do like cooking content, like LB barbecues. Drayden does
Yeah,
a
he
lot
can
of cooking.
grill. I can.
I'll
cook on the
do
stove.
like pool parties.
There's like multiple.
You can get a
Capo-
hot tub, Drayden, and we can
we
all
get a hot
stream
tub?
from the hot tub.
Rain. There's multiple veins and capillaries. Like,
Dude.
this is a beautiful idea.
What if
need
we
to
just
flesh
lived
it
in the
out.
hot tub? We just like cook from the hot
And
tub.
I told them, I was like, look, you're talking about Vegas all year
mean,
round.
maybe
Like,
not
that's
sleep
what you're
in the hot
talking
tub,
about.
that's
You're hanging out
dangerous,
with people
but-
you like to hang out with and like having a good time and making content all year.
We should
Hot-
do this.
Think
hot
about it.
tub home.
Think
Oh,
about it.
Rain, hold on. Did you see the
Yes.
the thorax?
Wait, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so,
you did see
So
Tiny Thorax homies?
yeah. So Timber made a skin for the thorax called Tiny Dick Homies.
No, it was Tiny Thorax homies.
Tiny thorax homies, but he shortened the thorax so it was a tiny dick.
Made it Tiny Thorax.
That's so
They
funny.
were scrunched.
Hold on, I'll find the picture real quick.
I bet he tagged me and I was on mobile, so I couldn't tell
He
very
actually
well.
didn't tag anyone. Hold on.
It was way up in the chat. I don't know how far you can go up, but I think it was also in.
All right, so I put it on the stream if you're watching. It's
He scrunched them up.
it's all short and stunted.
Here's the thing, though, Rain. I made sure and let them know that, like, those are girthy thoraxes. Like, let's make
So
sure.
it's a grower, not a shower.
Yeah, right.
I told them that.
It's got a little bit of girth. It's got some what? It may not hit
Look,
the
I've got nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm a grower, not a shower. Like, my thorax is just as good as that.
It may not hit the bottom, but it'll fucking knock the sides out.
I love it.
All right, can you send me that picture?
I think it's in Discord.
It's instant classic.
Oh, bless.
That's gonna be a skin like. 3
I want
months.
you guys
yeah,
to know,
just go
I
to
was like-
go to the vodka lounge and scroll up a little bit. It's up there.
It's just gonna be a
Low effort, I
display
love it.
skin that makes your like Deimos and thorax look like scrunched.
I just want to say I was like blackout drunk during that entire stream when I like said
yeah.
all those memorable quotes.
Oh,
and
but
I
they were
think
so
that,
good.
Yeah.
I know.
Rain.
I think it makes it better. I feel like I was speaking from the heart.
I believe that.
Yeah, there's
We were talking about that earlier in the night, and I was
yeah,
like,
we're like,
she
there's
was
so
raw.
many
Like,
there's
it was-
so
it
many
was-
sound clips. Like half of actually over
They were
half
like,
of
it was
Manic's
all good.
soundboard is
Like,
just from that
Hopefully-
night.
I say it was like comes from the heart, so hopefully I didn't say anything like really mean to someone. 'cause
No,
I
you-
don't think so.
It was a
No,
ton of fun.
You weren't
Rain.
saying
Like, you-
anything mean.
Unless you find any of those things like either embarrassing or offensive, like it was a ton of fun. You were like leaning in and
Yeah,
like being
no,
like just fun.
Yeah, there was just a lot of slurping.
Rauschous, I think, or
and,
something.
um,
well, the slurping did
The
happen.
slurping was like 3/4 of it, honestly. It was just.
I only know how to do the slurping because when you have children around, you have to make sound effects when doing things. So like they would be like, "Eat the ice cream, Rain." So I would have to make slurping noises for the stupid ass ice cream, and they would laugh at me. So I kind
I
of
totally believe that's why
practice.
you know what slurping sounds like, right?
You really have to
I
know
bet you
about
get on a ton of
slurping.
kill mails.
When you're watching the kids. That's...
Did you
I'm-
guys see my tweet that was super savage?
Yeah,
I did.
yeah,
I
yeah,
shared
yeah.
that with my alliance. I
Yeah,
reposted that. in
I
the
was
Alliance
sitting
Discord.
there, I was like, oh my
And people were
God.
like,
that was I was like, that might be
Online
too
Twitter
much
account
fire, but
responded.
apparently everyone liked it. So except for probably CCP, they probably didn't like it at all. But
well, yeah. I mean, I think a few of them found the humor in it.
My
The Eve
favorite-
Online Twitter account responded.
You used some really great emotes, and I think it really sold the message.
oh, the fucking
Well-
emotes were like what
The
rocket,
Like the
rocket
squirt and the
ship.
fucking
rocket
like.
spurt,
Then the
smiley
socks.
face, like. What was it?
And
That's
then my favorite
What's the
response was
fucking
some
plant?
dude.
Eggplant?
My favorite response was just some dude who was just like, "You honestly need
Oh,
to
yeah.
turn down the
oh yeah,
horny."
he was like, it could have been a little less horny or something.
Like I just felt so roasted. It was so funny.
Well, yeah, but you just got done roasting like CCP so hard.
It's just like it's like when you're like doing something and then like somebody walks by and be like, "Girl, you need to calm it down."
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
It was like you just opened up a fucking barbecue on CCP and he just like throws the grill out. He's like, "You're next."
It was good though. Like I said, I shared it with the Alliance. They had a chuckle.
It was one of those like it was like when you posted, I was like, wait, is that a real tweet? 'Cause I would say it's a little. It was a little.
It was
I don't know,
super lewd, but like the delivery of saying like, "Oh, I can't wait to get fucked," but then you finish it with like "CCP fuck the economy." It's like
yeah.
like the roast.
I mean,
is
it
just
was
so
it was
good.
lewd, but in it's not the fact that it was lewd. It was more the fact that it was lewd in such a aggressive manner. I think
Scathing.
like the lewd and aggressive at the
Yeah.
same time made it seem like not out of place, just unconventional compared to your normal tweets.
Riot Rick said Rain not holding back, and I mentioned she's a fun one. I think
Yeah.
we encompass both sides of your tweet.
Someone linked me.
No, it was good though. It was a spicy tweet.
Yeah, someone posted to me on Steam, and it was my tweet, but it was in German, and it was not from a German friend. He's like, I don't know where this came from. It was just ended up on one of my Discords. I'm like, what the
It did-
fuck?
It did not translate well.
Apparently not.
Super technical, very literal, did not translate well. German's like, she's trying to do what?
Fick dich prima.
The even Schlugen?
Scheiße.
Fucking Scheiße.
Alright, it's bedtime. I'm tempted to go down and eat some more fucking dulce de leche.
Dude, a bowl of
Toast
delicious
Crunch.
cereal sounds phenomenal
Dolce
right now. I wish I had
Gabbana?
that.
Dude, dulce de leche toast crunch. That is probably the most cereal filled, or not, sorry, the most sugar filled cereal I've ever eaten. Holy
And
crap.
you're getting old now, so you pay attention to these things.
I
and
had
appreciate
a
that,
bowl
but-
and a half of it this afternoon when I got home, and I was just like, oh, that was so good, but holy shit, I feel like I just like ate a whole bag of sugar. Damn. It was like, it's so much sugar on that. Like Frosted Mini Wheats got nothing on that shit. Like take the Frosted Mini Wheats, all the sugar off of it, quadruple it, times it by 10, eat that.
Yeah, I mean, you could use the curves. You'll be fine.
I probably couldn't. I could lose some curves actually.
Oh my god.
Lurch over here.
The Lurch Show. Anyway, all right, we're out for the night. We'll be back next week. I'll try and keep in touch with the D&D stuff a little more closely, but again, by next weekend show, I will have so much more. I'll have enough info to give you guys to start looking at character creation. So
Yes.
Steam had some really good ideas for the stream house. We can look at them later.
the Strip House.
The stream house.
Sorry, Stream
Open
House.
Cup
yes.
Stream House. The
Yeah.
OCSH.
We just call it the OC.
The OSH.
I mean, wasn't there a show like that before?
No, well, yeah, that's the thing. You can't just mimic it. You'll have a terrible time on Google.
Or if we call it
whatever.
the O period C period,
The OSH, the OCSH, the Open Comp Stream House,
the Open Comp show.
which also appeals to a lot of the Northerners and like Midwesterners, where they're like, OP,
Ope.
the OSH.
Osh. It almost sounds like it backwards, like Osh. This one, yeah, nope. I don't know if that's real words, but
That's
Alright, guys.
essentially what they say. Yeah, exactly.
all right. Let's catch y'all later. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Later,
Bitches.
Later, bitches.
Feel attacked.